Chapter 2602. Sent flying. The golden horned beast was sent flying by the wind god Beast. Qiao Qingshan's eyes widened. Just then, it was clearly being suppressed. How did it send the golden horned beast flying? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Qiao Qingshan was sure that he had been staring. No matter which aspect, the golden horned beast had the ability to suppress the opponent. But under such a situation, the golden horned beast was actually sent flying by the opponent, and it was even flipped upside down, its huge body smashing into the mountain below. With a loud rumble, the mountain shook violently, the earth also shook. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. The little devil showed off its power, sending the golden horned beast flying. Fan Qinglong's proud face flashed with a hint of shock. Obviously he didn't expect the situation to turn around and the golden horned beast to be sent flying. I must have seen it wrong. The golden horned beast was suppressing the wind god beast in every aspect. How did it turn around? It must be a coincidence. The golden horned beast's power, outsiders might not be clear, but Fan Qinglong knew, it was equivalent to a human warrior that was infinitely close to becoming an emperor. Such a warrior could defeat 10 human warriors of the same realm by himself. The little devil, after the authorization sure, became stronger instantly. The system analyzed the opponent's limit, its all energy consumption. Lin Fei immediately noticed that a large number of energy units were being consumed. Even if it was a simple number, it was something Lin Fei couldn't handle before. Golden Horned Devil, just now, the attack from the Great Wind Godmaster. How did it taste? This is just the beginning. The little devil let out a long roar. The sharp voice echoed in everyone's ears. Activate. Qiao Qingshan immediately activated the formation. A series of ripples appeared, blocking the shrill sound coming from the outside. You do have some ability. I have underestimated you. The golden horned beast once again rushed into the sky, its cold gaze sweeping across. But, you will soon taste my power. The collision from the little devil, the golden horned beast's huge body was slightly affected. It felt a slight pain. This was something it had never felt before. 10 times the condensation. The golden horned beast's body was glowing brightly. The horn was the most obvious, flickering with a dangerous black aura. Voila! The single horned sharp mountain condensed a black ball of light. Under the control of the golden horned beast, the black ball of light shot towards the little evil demon. Before it even got close, the black ball of light exploded and a black ripple spread out. Soaring wind slash. When the golden horned beast made its move, the little fiend also made its move. The ultimate technique of the wind god ancient beast. Soaring wind slash. After obtaining the authorization, the little devil became completely unrestrained and immediately used a soaring wind slash. A gust of wind rushed forward. The wind was swift. The golden horned beast also sensed danger. This should be the legendary soaring wind slash. It can slash through anything, and its advantage is its speed. The golden horned beast more or less knew some of the wind god beast's trump cards, for example this one, soaring wind slash. You have the advantage of speed. How can you resist my spatial compression? Condense. The golden horned beast started to compress the space around it. The scattered space suddenly became incomparably sturdy, like a metal plate, protecting the golden horned beast in the center. At this time, the golden horned beast didn't need to talk about anything else. Just the space compression alone seemed to have formed a terrifying defense, unbreakable. The golden horned beast still underestimated the little devil's strength after obtaining the authorization. Catcher. The gust of wind howled. The sound of the catcher didn't stop. The defense formed by the spatial compression started to crumble. The soaring wind slash brought about a gust of wind, like a fierce general, riding the wind and breaking the waves. In front of the golden horned beast, the spatial compression that formed was instantly broken. The wind god's strength, how did it increase again? Impossible. Catcher, catcher. The spatial compression collapsed. The wind howled, the invisible defense in front of the golden horned beast lost its effect. The knife-like wind landed on the golden horned beast's body. Hoo 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 hoo. The golden horned beast instantly felt like it had fallen into an endless storm. The powerful and terrifying defense of its body was torn apart by the wind. It was full of wounds and fresh blood. Arth. The golden horned beast raged. This body hasn't been injured in a very long time. Dual blade slash. Little evil demon charged in, its huge wings slashed at the golden horned ancient beast, and two formless blade auras fell down. Freeze. The space froze. Capture. The two blade auras slashed through the ice and landed on the golden horned beast's body. Golden horned old man, didn't you know how to put on airs? Now let's see who's stronger. The little devil laughed loudly. With a dive, the remaining ice energy was shattered. The golden horned beast was once again unfortunately sent flying. Wind. The wind howled, following closely behind. The golden horned beast was instantly in danger. The situation of the battle had changed drastically. Just what did you do? With your strength, you can't possibly break through my energy seal. The golden horned beast kept using spatial compression and spatial freezing, but it still couldn't stop the little devil's terrifying attacks. Every attack left a few large wounds on the golden horned beast's body. Under the 200 times pressure, Lin Fei's body couldn't take it anymore. At this time, he couldn't even move. Don't hold back, let's capture Lin Fei first. Fan Qinglong's face darkened. He didn't expect the wind god beast to suddenly explode with even more terrifying strength. He immediately realized that things were going to go south and gave the order. No matter how the wind god beast's strength increased, it definitely has something to do with Lin Fei. Fan Qinglong knew that he had to capture Lin Fei immediately. If this drags on, the golden horned beast won't be able to hold the wind god beast back, and his side won't be disappointed anymore. Lin Fei, don't think that just because you've held up Uncle Golden Horned, you'll be fine. You're wrong, because you're about to become my prisoner. Fan Qinglong took out a black bag. On the surface of the bag, there were many strange words, obscure and hard to understand. Keep. The black bag opened on its own and arrived above Lin Fei, turning into a giant black hole, which produced a strong suction force that encapsulated Lin Fei's figure. Crap, this is a powerful artifact of the royal tribe, the Heaven Devouring. Lin Fei's cultivation isn't strong enough to resist the suction force of the Heaven Devouring. Once he's sucked into the artifact, no one will be able to escape. Qiao Qingshan could not help but feel worried after seeing the artifact. The artifact was too famous, to the extent that anyone would be intimidated by it. Even though Fan Qinglong's cultivation was not high, it was more than enough to suppress Lin Fei. Even Qiao Qingshan had no confidence that he could resist the artifact. Lin Fei, this is our royal tribe's artifact, the Heaven Devouring. It's able to suck anything into it. You can't move now, just accept your fate. Fan Qinglong let out a hollow laugh while staring at Lin Fei. Under the strong suction force, Lin Fei was on the verge of collapsing, as if he would be sucked into the artifact in the next second. Lin Fei suddenly burst out laughing. Chapter 2603. A bad feeling arose in Fan Qinglong's heart. Impossible, his biggest trump card is the wind god ancient beast, not to mention his unfathomable ability in setting up formations. Now that the wind god ancient beast is being led by the golden horned beast, there's no way it can escape. Furthermore, his ability in setting up formations won't work under the 200 times gravitational force. He must be trying to scare us. Fan Qinglong shattered the thought in his mind. There was no way Lin Fei could make a comeback under such a setup. It was impossible. Lin Fei, just accept your fate. There's no way you can escape from it. Fan Qinglong said calmly, you're going to lose today. Is that so? Lin Fei's lips curled upward as he wore an evil grin. Open. A voice that was neither loud nor soft could be heard coming from Lin Fei's mouth. Crack. The sound suddenly echoed around Lin Fei. The impenetrable gravity field was like an impenetrable mountain. However, a cracking sound could be heard coming from the inside of the mountain. The moment the cracking sounds appeared, they did not stop. Lin Fei, whose body had been stiff, could now move his arms and legs, returning to normal. He managed to resist the 200 times gravitational force. How is this possible? How did his strength reach such a level? Who was the one who said that Lin Fei was relying on his ability to set up formations? Being able to move around in a 200 times gravitational force, apart from strength, there was no third option. This gave the crowd quite a shock. The sudden increase in the strength of the wind god ancient beast had already caused them to speculate endlessly. Now that it was Lin Fei's turn, their faces were filled with astonishment. This artifact isn't bad, but it's a pity that I don't like it. Lin Fei was very fond of the heaven-devouring treasure. He stretched out his white hand and flicked his finger. A white light shot out from his fingertip and landed on the heaven-devouring treasure. With a whooshing sound, this terrifying treasure turned into a shadow and shot to some unknown place. Come back. Fan Qinglong's expression drastically changed. He tried to summon the treasure back, but he discovered that the treasure was no longer under his control. It was getting further and further away from him, as if there was a mysterious force pushing it. Unless that force dissipated, the treasure would not return. How is this possible? Lin Fei's level 8 physical body was enough to make Fan Qinglong uncomfortable. Coupled with his formidable formation skills, it was enough to make one's eyes red with envy. Without any warning, the other party had broken through the suction of the treasure heaven devourer so easily. This was totally ridiculous. This scene indeed made everyone feel that it was impossible. Fan Qinglong, don't you feel very surprised and shocked? Lin Fei took a step in Fan Qinglong's direction, and the impenetrable gravitational field around him crumbled under his foot. It was like a continent splitting apart. Who said that I'm a second transition job? Another foot stomped over. The gravitational field, which had been on the verge of collapsing, crumbled under his foot and vanished into thin air. The 50 yellow-ranked heavenly guards shuddered and took 2 or 3 steps back, but their faces remained expressionless. Seals. They reacted quickly and formed seals with both hands. 50 seals appeared and instantly formed a huge cage. This cage was different from the usual ones. Every seal floated in mid-air, emitting a mysterious aura. Transform. The yellow-ranked heavenly guards shouted, and the 50 seals let out a buzzing sound. A flame rose, and a shocking scene appeared. 50 illusionary figures appeared. Each of the phantoms exuded an ancient aura. This is an ancient condensing technique. 50 illusionary figures means 50 ancient experts. So, the royal family really has such an ancient secret technique. Qiao Qingshan could no longer remain calm. Qiao Qingshan had seen such a secret technique in the Academy's records, but he had never seen it in real life. It was too difficult to cultivate such a secret technique. For example, these 50 ancient experts. They were not easy to find. Over the years, it was extremely difficult to maintain it. No, these aren't real ancient experts. They're created using another method. The royal family is really generous. Qiao Qingshan suddenly shook his head. At that moment, he really thought that he had seen the complete secret technique. This should be an imitation secret technique. Its power is at most 1/10 or even 1/10 of the complete version, but it's enough to make people fearful. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Qingshan did not know how Lin Fei would deal with it. Kill. A low and cold voice sounded out from the 50 afterimages. The 50 afterimages also attacked at this moment. 50 secret techniques were unleashed from their hands, and the sky was immediately filled with dark clouds, giving off an oppressive aura. I can't wait for them to make their move. Although Lin Fei was arrogant, he would not waste too many energy units. It would be fine if there was only one person, but now that there were 2 of them, the consumption was exceptionally high. As soon as the 50 illusionary figures appeared, Lin Fei immediately sensed danger. If they were to make a move now, the price they would have to pay to break through their alliance would be too great. Lin Fei would never have thought that the imperial family of the empire would have hidden such a secret technique. No matter how strong the secret technique is, it has to be able to withstand my punch first. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed as he punched from afar. This punch used 1/10 of the system's energy units. 1/10 of the system's energy units was definitely an astronomical figure. Anyone who saw it would be speechless, unable to imagine the terrifying power it would unleash. Lin Fei's punch looked very ordinary. In fact, it didn't even create much of a sound. The yellow-level heavenly guards who were facing Lin Fei could not help but reveal a trace of fear on their cold faces, and their bodies began to tremble. Bam 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 bam. The yellow-level heavenly guards were fully armed, and it was extremely difficult for anyone to break through their defenses. This time, they didn't have time to react. Lin Fei's fist wind swept over and crushed their bodies. Even their powerful defenses couldn't withstand the terrifying power of this fist. One by one, the yellow-grayed heavenly guards turned into clouds of blood mist, like blooming fireworks. It was extremely dazzling. In the eyes of everyone, this was definitely a terrifying scene. 50 yellow-level heavenly guards. It was a fatal blow. Fan Qinglong also felt the impact. This extremely dangerous aura made his hair stand on end. This was the most terrifying punch he had ever seen in his life. He had actually hidden his strength. Immediately, he was drowned in the fist's wind. Run! That was impossible. For 1/10 of the system's energy units, Lin Fei was willing to go all out. Such a punch was truly world-dominating. Everyone looked at each other, speechless. They subconsciously wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Some of the more timid people, even though they were separated by the array, were so scared that their limbs went soft and they fell to the ground, unable to get up. Chapter 2604. In the void deep within the Capital Institute. A beam of light streaked across the void. This power. It's completely at the level of a great emperor. When did the Empire produce another great emperor-level expert? Why didn't I know about it? An old man sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a rare look of shock. This old man was the dean. That power is within the institute and is within reach. Who is it? The dean wore a solemn expression. With a swipe of his hands, he tore open the void and disappeared. Something big had happened. Such thoughts kept churning in his mind. In a secret chamber deep within the imperial palace, a handsome middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a domineering aura. This is the aura of a great emperor. Although it's not completely there, it has the power of a great emperor. Could it be that a great emperor from the demon god empire has come to cause trouble? The middle-aged man could no longer sit still. He also tore open the void and entered it as if there was nothing there. In the faraway demon god empire, a pair of sharp eyes pierced through countless layers of space and landed heavily on the Empire expedition. It was a black throne in the void. In front of the black throne, on both sides stood 5 statues, emitting a sinister and evil aura. It was an emotionless face. The aura of a great emperor. Could it be that the Empire expedition has produced another great emperor-level expert? The face continued to stare at them. We have to hurry up. Everyone in the Capital Institute was immersed in the terrifying aura of the punch and was momentarily stunned. So scary. Is this still the same Lin Fei? He turned a yellow-grayed heavenly guard into a mist of blood with one punch. If that were to land on us, we would probably be nothing. Luckily, I didn't offend Lin Fei. That's great. From now on, Lin Fei will be my idol, be it the prodigies who were previously convinced or not. Now, they were all convinced. Under that punch, they were filled with despair. They would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The yellow-grayed heavenly guard was powerful, but he was still killed by a single punch. This was definitely a top-notch ability that only those who had reached the 9th job transition would have. When the gap between them wasn't too big, there would be jealousy and jealousy. Once someone surpassed them and reached a whole new realm, jealousy would turn into admiration. This was something that he could never catch up to in his lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Qingshan had goosebumps all over his body. Facing that punch, even if it wasn't directed at him, the power it produced still made him feel a lingering fear. This is the peak strength of a 9th career professional. I'm afraid that this punch has reached the great emperor realm that many people can't reach in their entire lives. Xiao Qingshan's voice trembled. This realm was like a huge door that kept him at bay, making it difficult for him to take even a single step forward. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be almost impossible for him to enter this realm in this lifetime. Now, a monster had appeared in the academy. Just one punch was enough to release the aura of a great emperor. In the eyes of Xiao Qingshan, Lin Fei suddenly became taller. This was a true monster. He really hid it well. Lin Fei saw the changes in everyone. After using 1/10 of his energy to unleash this punch, Lin Fei already knew that this would happen. There are two powerful auras. One of them is slightly familiar, it should be the old Dean. The other one is obscure but has a trace of domineering aura. To be able to appear at this moment, it should be the great emperor of the empire. Lin Fei immediately analyzed the origin of the other party. The first to arrive was the old Dean. As soon as he appeared in the sky, the old Dean noticed the situation. As he was in seclusion, he didn't know what was happening here. When he saw Lin Fei standing in the sky and the remnant aura in the air, he immediately realized what had happened. Could it be little Lin? The old Dean was shocked. Ancient beast. There's actually an ancient beast, the golden horned ancient beast of the empire. At this moment, the golden horned ancient beast was on the verge of collapsing. On its back, there was a young man. It was Fan Qinglong. His body was flickering with a faint light, like a candle that could be extinguished at any time. Sir, he is just a junior. Even if he offended you, you don't have to be so ruthless. The golden horned ancient beast's body was also filled with wounds, intersecting with each other. The golden horned ancient beast was extremely bitter. A wind god ancient beast that didn't care about it had exploded with an extremely powerful strength to resist its two great abilities. Under the situation where it couldn't suppress the opponent, it could only be beaten up. Luckily, its skin was thick and it didn't die. The only thing it didn't expect was that the young man could unleash such a terrifying punch. It had the power of a great emperor. Following beside a great emperor, the golden horned ancient beast knew the power of a great emperor. The punch just now already had the power of a great emperor. If a great emperor attacked, he would definitely die. The golden horned ancient beast obviously couldn't let anything happen to Fan Qinglong. It immediately activated its two great abilities and took out its treasures to barely block the attack. Fan Qinglong didn't gain any advantage. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. Lin Fei could tell what the golden horned ancient beast was trying to say. Using 10% of my energy, the power should be at the great emperor level. Even if it's not a real great emperor, at least it has the appearance of one. This punch was worth it. Lin Fei was relieved. If I want something, who would dare to not give it to me? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Fan Qinglong thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he's a member of the imperial family. I'm just letting him gain some experience so that he won't think that everyone in this world is someone he can bully. The golden horned ancient beast was obviously feeling the pressure. A pseudo-great emperor, and a wind god ancient beast that was not weaker than itself. If one came, it would be fine, but if the two came together, it might be killed on the spot. The golden horned ancient beast clenched its teeth. You heavily injured the fifth prince. Even though I can't do anything to you, the great emperor will find you for it. If it didn't help, the fifth prince Fan Qinglong would be dead for sure. The great emperor would definitely intervene in this matter. Lin Fei now had confidence. Even though he only had 60 to 70% of his energy left, he could still attack a few more times. Even a great emperor would have to think about the consequences. I don't care. At most, we'll just fight. Little Devil returned to Lin Fei's side. Golden horned ancient bastard, don't run so fast. Let's continue. Whoever runs is a coward. The golden horned ancient beast's face darkened. He couldn't suppress the wind god ancient beast. The wind god ancient beast relied on its speed and suffered greatly. If they were to fight to the end, the loser would definitely be himself. I dare you to say that again. The golden horned ancient beast was prideful. Chapter 2605. The golden horned beast had fought countless battles with the emperors, but there had never been a junior who dared to be so arrogant in front of it. The wind god beast was the first. Yet, there was a powerful young man next to the wind god beast. Unless the emperors were here, he alone wouldn't be able to beat them. Endure. I have to endure. The golden horned beast had a bad temper. After so many years, it knew that once it couldn't control itself and attacked, it would be the same as falling into the opponent's trap. The most important thing now was to bring the person back. Master, it's here. The golden horned beast suddenly revealed a look of joy. A familiar aura had arrived. Even though it was just a clone, it still had a portion of the Emperor's battle strength. "Since the Emperor is here, why don't you come out and greet me?" A middle-aged man appeared from the void, expressionless. His cold eyes shot out as he said, "I didn't think that our empire would have another emperor. However, your actions are wrong. Even if Azure Dragon offended you, he is still a member of the royal family. We, the royal family, will deal with him. For now, it's not up to you to deal with him." The middle-aged man was the Emperor's clone. This clone was in charge of the empire. Unless something really big happened, the clone would only come out to deal with it. Since a quasi-great emperor's aura had appeared in the empire, this clone naturally had to come out. After all, the significance was different. It was fine for his side as he only needed to rope them in. But if it was the enemy, then he had to take advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't stabilized his footing to get rid of him. Lin Fei could feel a terrifying and dangerous aura from the opponent. This should be the doppelganger of a great sovereign. It's indeed different. Just a doppelganger alone should have the strength of a great sovereign. I wonder if it can withstand a tenth of my energy, Lin Fei guessed. What's done is done. There's no point in talking about this. Why don't you make a statement and we'll have a good talk? Lin Fei wasn't afraid. Suppressing the fifth prince wasn't much. Suppressing the golden horned beast wasn't much either. Suppressing the clone in front of him was the main point. Lin Fei had already made the best preparations. "Master, this man has an ancient wind god beast by his side, and he knows a secret art that allows his strength to skyrocket and increase his speed to the limit. Even my two abilities aren't enough to suppress him. If we really fight him, it'll be a difficult battle." The golden horned beast came to the side of the Emperor clone. Even though the golden horned beast really wanted to take revenge, this was obviously not the right time. The opponent was an ancient beast and a human. Their combined strength was not any weaker than their side. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. The Great Monarch's clone was a part of the Great Monarch. It didn't have any personal emotions and only had rational judgment. It wouldn't act recklessly and would always maintain an advantageous position. Azure Dragon is seriously injured and needs immediate treatment. This person should be someone from the Avengers. I didn't expect them to have hidden themselves so well and have deceived everyone. If we really make a move to capture them now, the chances of success are not high and we might even have to pay a price. This is very disadvantageous to the Empire. In the blink of an eye, the Great Monarch's clone had many thoughts, analyzing and judging. His eyes were filled with wisdom. The results were there. He couldn't make a move for the time being. That would be detrimental to the Empire. "You injured Azure Dragon, you have to give me an explanation." The Great Monarch's clone wouldn't take the initiative to retreat. This would greatly affect the reputation of the royal family. "If you can injure Azure Dragon with one punch, then prepare to take a punch from me." This was the best idea that the Great Monarch's clone had thought of. The opponent was a quasi-Great Monarch. Unless he was killed in one strike, once the opponent escaped, it would be a nightmare for the Empire. This method was the best. Both sides wouldn't suffer any losses. This is a good idea. The Great Monarch's clone still knows how to do things. As expected of someone who only has wisdom and prudence. With personal emotions, it wouldn't be handled like this. In the sky, the old dean muttered to himself. "I wonder if Xiao Lin has really reached the quasi-Great Monarch realm. His aura concealing technique is quite impressive. Even an old man like me couldn't tell." The old dean was getting more and more interested in this Avengers alliance. This was really a case of not coming, but once he did, he shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Fair enough. Then let's do it. Lin Fei's body suddenly exploded with a strong battle intent. He stared straight at the Great Monarch's clone. He wanted to know how much of a difference there was between him and the Great Monarch's clone. The Great Monarch's clone also released his aura. Once this aura was released, his entire body became as heavy as a mountain. The dense aura was vast and boundless. Even through the array, the people of the Capital Institute could feel the immense pressure. Their breathing quickened as they looked at each other and gasped. Is this the aura of the Great Monarch? Everyone channeled their energy to resist the crushing pressure of this aura. Just the aftershock alone was too much for them. If they were deep in the center, wouldn't they die on the spot? 5 Thunder Sky Level Fist, Wind and Thunder Roar. When the great monarch's aura reached its peak, he punched through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as this punch was thrown, a strong gust of wind blew and sand and pebbles flew. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, the combination of the two increased its power. Lin Fei's pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. Wind and thunder came together. Lin Fei was as still as a mountain. He waved his hand and met the attack with an ordinary punch like before. The wind from the punch whistled. With a loud bang, the wind from the punch collided with the wind and thunder. The air around them was already swallowed by the shockwaves. Everyone could only feel that the terrifying aura was blowing on them, as if they were being stabbed by a knife. The power of the great monarch. Qiao Qingshan was protected by a shield and his eyes sparkled. Capital Institute is going to soar. It's the power of the great monarch indeed. Xiao Lin has brought us a big surprise. Up in the sky, the dean didn't activate his barrier. He just stood there. The shockwaves were like a stream of water, splitting into two in front of him and passing by him. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to the old dean. Everyone's attention was on the people above. They all wanted to know who had won and who had lost. The great monarch is indeed the great monarch. Lin Fei has learned his lesson. Lin Fei cupped his fists at the great monarch's clone. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, the great monarch's clone was as calm as before. He clearly had the upper hand. The great monarch's clone did not say anything. He glanced at Lin Fei and said, "Let's go back." The golden horned beast glared at him and left as well. "Master, you're so evil. You're setting a trap for them." The little demon smirked. Chapter 2606. Lin Fei had indeed underestimated the strength of a great emperor's clone. This is good too. Everyone will think that my strength is at most a quasi-great emperor, and they will naturally look down on me. At that time, I can take them all down at once. Even though the system was only left with 50% of its energy, Lin Fei did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. This was a good deal. From today onward, the Avengers would no longer be destroyed by anyone. The great emperor's clone had left. However, this did not mean that this matter had come to an end. How can he be a quasi-great emperor expert? Yuan Kuan was extremely unwilling. The 5th prince had brought the yellow-grade heavenly guards, the golden horned ancient beast, and the great emperor's clone, but they still could not do anything to Lin Fei. "I have to leave immediately." Yuan Kuan had previously looked down on Lin Fei because the latter's strength was low, and he could use him as an example. However, the current situation was completely different. Not only did Lin Fei have the wind god ancient beast, which could rival the golden horned ancient beast, but Lin Fei himself could also unleash the strength of a great emperor. There was no point for Yuan Kuan to stay here any longer, so he might as well escape before Lin Fei could react. "City Lord Yuan, I don't think I told you to leave." Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. Yuan Kuan's body stiffened, and his scalp went numb. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious tiger. His back was drenched in sweat, and he tried his best to calm down. When he thought about how Lin Fei could force the great emperor's clone to retreat, how could he possibly stand a chance? This is a misunderstanding. They were the ones who instigated it. "I really don't have the guts to make an enemy out of you." Yuan Kuan lowered his head. "Misunderstanding? Hee hee." Lin Fei laughed. "What about this? Can I say that it's a misunderstanding as well?" He raised his hand and pressed down on Yuan Kuan. "Don't kill me I was wrong I really Yuan Kuan was smashed into minced meat by Lin Fei, and he could not be more dead. Qiao Qingshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "This Lil Lin really abhors evil. Yuan Kuan deserves to die. It's good that he left earlier. He provoked us again and again. Now, he's played himself to death." Yuan Kuan was quite famous. Qiao Qingshan was not afraid of him. If he died now, then so be it. It was no big deal. "All right, everyone disperse." Qiao Qingshan chased the students away. Since the dean had spoken, who dared to stay? They immediately dispersed, but today's events would definitely be spread by their mouths. He can actually unleash the strength of a great emperor. The smile on Xiao Ran's face was finally replaced by a gloomy expression. He paced back and forth. How did he manage to unleash the strength of a martial monarch? It's impossible. No one can become a martial monarch at his age and succeed. There must be something wrong. Others were shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Xiao Ran wasn't afraid. Young master, could it be that the Avengers have developed a new technological equipment? For example, they could store the energy of heaven and earth and then use it to unleash it all at once. To create an attack with the strength of a martial monarch? A confidant beside him said. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. Right, that must be the case. Lin Fei must have used a technological weapon to deceive everyone. Even if he is a genius, he can forget about becoming a martial monarch. Xiao Ran himself was very talented. At such a young age, his strength was already terrifying. He had no confidence in the realm of a martial monarch. Young master, since that brat Lin Fei has such a technological weapon, we have to be on guard. Even if we have our clan's treasure, we won't be able to block the attack of a martial monarch. Xiao Ran shook his head. This is not a problem. The technological weapon on Lin Fei's body shouldn't be that easy to obtain. I reckon he can only use it 2 or 3 times. As long as we deal with it well, there's nothing to be afraid of. However, if we can get our hands on this treasure, it will be equivalent to having a secret trump card. At this moment, Xiao Ran was thinking far ahead. We have to report this. I didn't expect the Avengers to have such a secret weapon. It's a pity that it was exposed too early. If it was an individual technological weapon, it would at most make people jealous. But this kind of technological weapon that could unleash the power of a martial monarch was a different story. It would be an unimaginable attraction to the major families and forces. Very soon, this place will become a whirlpool. Xiao Ran believed in his judgment. The news began to spread on that day. Everyone in the empire was shocked. A young martial monarch to the martial monarch stage? Every student of Imperial College had a strong background and wealth. They reported the news immediately. Even though the Capital Institute was isolated by the formation, some experts could still sense the attack from a martial monarch. Although they could not know the details, they immediately understood what was going on. This was a battle between martial monarchs. One punch to kill a yellow-grade heavenly guard and severely injure the 5th prince, Fan Qinglong. Any one of these events was a major event. The news spread from the capital to the major galaxies, then to the demon god empire, and slowly spread out. Xiao Lin, you're too reckless. In the pavilion on Emperor Peak, Qiao Qingshan said in a sincere tone. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu had not digested the news yet. A martial monarch to the martial monarch stage? Qin Lan had thought that Lin Fei was someone with a strong background. She had not expected him to be so powerful and have the protection of the ancient wind god beast. Fan Luoyu was the same. He was too powerful. It seems that my choice has always been very reliable. Compared to the 2 girls' happiness, Qiao Qingshan was not so excited. After calming down, the role of a research dean came into play. He analyzed and calculated, and the result was not very good. Lin Fei might not be a martial monarch to the martial monarch stage. He might have borrowed the power of a treasure. If anyone else heard this, they would definitely scoff. But Lin Fei was different. He had the Avengers behind him, and he had even declared that he would use technology to influence the galaxy. Others could not do it, but it did not mean that the Avengers could not. They were a group of people who wanted revenge. Qiao Qingshan even suspected that they had obtained the technology of a different dimension. That was why they had this kind of scientific research. Qiao Qingshan was very clear about this kind of top secret. There was a high possibility that it was true. Dean, are you worried that they will have other ideas and take the risk to steal it? Lin Fei knew that those people would definitely think of this after they calmed down. Since you know it yourself, those people will definitely think of it after they calm down. Qiao Qingshan nodded. Lin Fei suddenly smiled. Dean, do you also think that it's the help of technology? Chapter 2607. The news that Lin Fei was a great emperor spread like wildfire. It didn't matter if it was just speculation or suspicion. Lin Fei of the Avengers had at least mastered the ability to unleash a great emperor-level attack, which was completely shocking. Could the power of technology really reach such a level? Some didn't believe it, while others did. The outside world was abuzz with discussion. The Expedition Empire fell into a rare silence. There was no movement, as if the 50 yellow-level heavenly guards had died for nothing. This was beyond everyone's imagination. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Unless a great emperor-level expert was deployed, no matter how many came, it would be suicide. Just Lin Fei's ability to set up arrays was enough to overwhelm everyone. At first, everyone thought that Lin Fei was bound to lose. After his physical body and ability to set up arrays were restricted, Lin Fei would have to follow them obediently even if he was extremely powerful. However, they didn't expect Lin Fei to have hidden his strength so well. The combat power of a great emperor-level expert. This was beyond imagination. With such power, who would dare to come forward and court death, unless they were tired of living? Just then, another piece of news spread. Everyone was in an uproar after hearing it. The Avengers would establish a second Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital Institute, which would be fully open to the public in the near future. At the same time, they would hold their first auction. This news was sensational. The major forces were excited. It was finally their turn. Many forces couldn't go to the ancient wasteland world, so they naturally missed the auction. Now that they were at their doorstep, they couldn't stop smiling. That's great. Finally, we don't have to go to the ancient wasteland world. All hail the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. That's awesome. Be it the Expedition Empire or the Demon God Empire, everyone was very excited. This was an opportunity, especially the forces in the capital. They were more excited than anyone else. They were really at their doorstep. Therefore, the major forces began to raise funds and store them like crazy. Their branches in the major galaxies kept sending in large amounts of money. All the forces were prepared to purchase a batch of resources from this auction to increase the overall strength of their families. If anyone were to fall behind the others at this time, it would be a significant loss to the family. If it was before, these forces would have contacted Lin Fei and even secretly made deals in advance. However, after the fight with the great emperor of the imperial family, they no longer had the guts to do so. Who knew if the sovereign family would bear a grudge against them? After all, the sovereign family was still above them. A great emperor was enough to suppress all forces within the empire that were disobedient. Deep within the palace, more than 20 people were floating in the air. These people were old and clumsy. Their hair was white, and their faces were rosy. They were all the imperial uncles of the imperial clan, and had great accomplishments in their cultivation. Any one of them would be a powerful expert, and the mere mention of them would become nightmares for many people. We've all misjudged Lin Fei. We didn't expect him to display the strength of a quasi-great emperor. Now, we need to discuss how to deal with this matter. The group of imperial elders was not having an easy time either. The strength of a quasi-great emperor was indeed terrifying. This is an unstable factor. The Milky Way pearl was still in the hands of the other party. Should they take it back? This old man suggests that we mobilize the members of our group of imperial elders to suppress this unstable factor and ban the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. This was the voice of the opposition. We can establish a foothold in the starfield, control one starfield after another, and form a huge empire. Although the Avengers Alliance is mysterious, if we really want to fight, they might not dare to make a big move. Ban the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. Take down Qiao Qingshan. His behavior is colluding with the enemy. In the eyes of the opposition, this kind of behavior was a provocation, and they must be suppressed, even if there was a quasi-great emperor expert. This old man thinks that it's better to think about this matter at length. Those who were pro-peace spoke up. That brat Lin Fei has repeatedly refreshed our impression of him. Who can be sure that there aren't any hidden experts in the empire? What if a quasi-great emperor expert appears while we are suppressing them? Who can suppress them then? We can't suppress them. Once a chain reaction is caused, the impact will be too terrible. This will shake the foundation of our empire. The demon god empire is eyeing us covetously. Who knows if they will take advantage of this time to attack? We have to guard against all of these. We have to suppress them. We can't suppress them. Our empire can't fall into the flames of war. The group of elders was in a fierce struggle. Those who were in the middle had been sitting quietly. If everyone is not convinced, then raise your hands and vote. The minority obeys the majority. This was the fairest method that the group of elders had ever used. Those who are in favor of suppressing Lin Fei, raise your hands. All the hands of the opposition were raised. No one from the middle raised their hands. The expression of the leader of the opposition turned ugly. They actually didn't get the middle to support their idea. A total of 9 people are in favor. Those who are in favor of treating Lin Fei peacefully, raise your hands. Whoosh. Many hands were raised. Out of 18 people, 3 abstained. The group of elders of the royal family made the final decision. At the same time, in the headquarters of Tianji Hall in the ancient wasteland world. As the news of Yuan Kuan's death spread, the faces of the upper echelons of Tianji Hall darkened even more. At the beginning, Tianji Hall strongly wanted to send experts to kill Lin Fei and destroy the Avengers in the expedition to the Empire, thus disintegrating their influence. After the news that Lin Fei was a quasi-great emperor expert was exposed, the upper echelons of Tianji Hall felt as if they had swallowed a fly. Quasi-great emperor expert. These words were rather jarring to the ear. If they wanted to send experts to deal with Lin Fei, they would have to send quasi-great emperors. However, quasi-great emperors were not ordinary people. If they lost one, it would be a great loss. The upper echelons of Tianji Hall couldn't make a decision and could only report it again. This matter was too important. If they waited until the Avengers established a second division in the Empire, then Tianji Hall would completely lose its influence on the expedition to the Empire. In front of the Avengers, the treasures of the Heavenly Secrets Hall could never compare in terms of quality, nor could they compete with the Avengers in terms of price. The Avengers walked the path of cheap goods, and the upper echelons of the Heavenly Secrets Hall had mocked them countless times. By disregarding the cost, they were clearly forcing the Heavenly Secrets Hall to its death. The expedition to the Empire was a place of huge consumption and also one of the sources of income for Tianji Hall. No one was willing to give it up just like that. Who would have thought that the Avengers, which had only appeared recently, would shake the interests of the Secret Hall? If they had known this would happen, they would have sent a large number of troops to wipe out the Avengers from the beginning. Today's incident would not have happened. The Avengers have stretched their hands too far. They want to shake our foundation. In the depths of Tianji Hall, 6 groups of energy were discussing. A quasi-great emperor expert is nothing. However, the methods they have are what we are most worried about. I can confirm one thing, and that is that the Avengers must have obtained some technological treasures in the alternate dimension, which gives them an advantage over us. The 6 groups of energy discussed. Chapter 2608. Lin Fei still stayed on Emperor Peak. The construction of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce was also orderly. There was no movement from the royal family, which made Lin Fei less worried. He did not completely ignore them, and arranged for special creatures to monitor them, just in case they played any tricks. The royal family had always been shameless. On this point, Lin Fei had to be on guard. No one wanted to fail miserably. It was better to be safe than sorry. During this period, Lin Fei secretly went to the ancient wasteland world. With the long-distance teleportation formation, it was easy to come and go. His goal was also simple, to replenish the energy units. Even though he did not squander energy units that day, he still used up a lot of energy units. He used up 50% of the energy units. The ancient wasteland world became the replenishment station. First was the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. It was really making money every day. In South Cloud Continent, its influence had reached unprecedented heights. After trying out the technological treasures of the Vengeance Chamber, everyone gradually liked them. As the largest source of energy units, Lin Fei placed great importance on it. After extracting all the energy units, Lin Fei replenished a batch of resources. Other than that, He strengthened the defenses to prevent Tianji Hall from causing trouble. During this period, Lin Fei also went to the demonic poison tribe, a tribe that he had single-handedly supported. The Hu demons reported the situation. In the days when Lin Fei was not around, the Hu demons carried out his orders seriously. They used the power of the technological treasures to expand the strength of the tribe. They swallowed up the surrounding small tribes, and had their own influence in Donglian continent. Lin Fei also obtained large amounts of energy units. The Lianyun continent was the place where the tribes and the human race fought fiercely for territory. This place was rich in resources. There were countless mines with hundreds of thousands or even millions of energy wall stones. The Hu demons had recently acquired 7 or 8 mines. Each had hundreds of thousands of energy wall stones that could be mined. The largest one had 1.7 million energy wall stones. After returning from the ancient wasteland world, Lin Fei replenished the energy units he had previously used up to 90%. Even though it was not completely replenished, 90% of the energy units was enough to satisfy Lin Fei. At the very least, he could unleash 9 quasi-great Emperor-level attacks. It would be a nightmare for anyone. Time passed day by day. Lin Fei just stayed on Emperor Peak. Qin Lan and Fan Luoyu would still bicker, but they rarely used their martial skills. It was unknown if they were frightened by Lin Fei's abilities that day. This leisurely and contented life did not last long. Fan Qingyuan, the eldest prince, brought a piece of bad news. After finding out that Lin Fei could unleash the strength of a great emperor, Fan Qingyuan sighed. He was secretly glad that he did not really offend Lin Fei. He could not do anything about the group of elders of the royal family. After all, the Milky Way pearl had always been kept by the group of elders of the royal family. After Lin Fei displayed his terrifying strength, Fan Qingyuan was released by the group of royal elders and released from house arrest. The first thing he did was to apologize. "Brother-in-law, what brings you here?" Every time he saw Fan Qingyuan, Lin Fei would change the way he addressed him. In the beginning, Fan Qingyuan was a little embarrassed, but after a few times, he became numb to it and responded with a fake smile. "Here comes your trouble." "Trouble?" Fan Qingyuan sat down. "The people from the Xiao family are here. You snatched Ju Mai, and young Master Xiao is determined to get her. Now that the family is here, you have to be prepared." At the mention of the Xiao family, Fan Qingyuan, the eldest prince, still had a serious expression. There were only 8 ancient families. The Xiao family was not at the bottom of the ancient families, and was naturally worthy of attention. "Brother-in-law, you are too worried about this." Lin Fei did not really care, especially since this was the capital institute. No matter how powerful the Xiao family was, they would not dare to offend the royal family. "But I heard that the Xiao family has sent a great emperor to support young Master Xiao. They must bring Ju Mai back. I just received the news. You have to be prepared." Lin Fei was a little surprised. "They really think highly of me. They actually sent a great emperor. They are ancient families. Which family doesn't have 1 or 2 great emperors? The 8 ancient families all have a real great emperor. What do you think?" Lin Fei was very unhappy. The Xiao family must have something wrong with their brains. They knew that he had the strength of a great emperor, but they still wanted to take Fan Luoyu away. Could it be that they had some secret? At this moment, Lin Fei was curious. "Brother-in-law, does your clan's 9th sister have some secret? Otherwise, why would the Xiao clan offend a quasi-emperor powerhouse?" Lin Fei said with a frown. Fan Qingyuan smiled bitterly. "This, I really don't know. I am also puzzled by this question, but I just don't understand why the Xiao family is so insistent. Forget it. She is here with me. If the Xiao family has the ability, come and take her back." Lin Fei was really not afraid of the Xiao family. The Capital Institute was not as ordinary as he imagined. If the Xiao family's experts came, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fan Qingyuan did not stay for too long. According to what he said, as the eldest prince, he had to welcome the Xiao family. There were still many things he had to do. "Don't hide. I saw it," Lin Fei said to a fake mountain. "How boring. Don't you know how to pretend that you don't know?" Fan Luoyu pouted and ran out with a face full of displeasure. She rolled her eyes at Lin Fei a few times and sat down angrily. Lin Fei picked his ears. Who asked me to be stronger than you? You heard it just now. The Xiao family sent a great emperor expert. That is a great emperor expert who can only be called a great emperor after reaching the pinnacle of Transformation 9. I was thinking if I should shake hands with the Xiao family and make peace. How dare you? Fan Luoyu shouted. After witnessing Lin Fei's prowess that day, a shadow appeared in Fan Luoyu's heart, which gradually became clearer. Compared to Lin Fei, the geniuses of the empire paled in comparison. There was no comparison. At that time, Fan Luoyu realized that she had fallen in love with Lin Fei. Women all admired experts. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was an expert among experts. Even her father's clone could not take down Lin Fei. Which other elite in the empire could be compared to Lin Fei? Why not? Lin Fei decided to tease Fan Luoyu. I am not related to you and offended the Xiao family because of you. But you rolled your eyes at me. Look at Qinlan, how hardworking she is. Fan Luoyu was smart, strong, and a little willful. It was inevitable that she was from the royal family and it could not be changed in a short period of time. I can't because I am your woman, Fan Luoyu said shyly. How can you give your woman away so easily? It was not easy for her to say something like that. After all, she was a princess. Then why didn't I see it? Chapter 2609. Fan Luoyu dove into Lin Fei's arms shyly. A fragrance wafted into his nose, making Lin Fei restless. Is it because I haven't had a woman by my side for too long that I have such a big reaction? Lin Fei felt the beauty in his arms and kissed Fan Luoyu's lips. Lin Fei, don't tilde we have just started tilde very soon. Fan Luoyu could not speak anymore. All that was left were muffled sounds. As Lin Fei kissed Fan Luoyu, he greedily inhaled her fragrance. He held his waist with one hand while his other hand wandered around, making Fan Luoyu bashful and irritated. This was something unimaginable in the past. When that naughty hand climbed up her breasts through her clothes, Fan Luoyu felt as though she had been electrocuted. Her body trembled and she could only pant. Ninth Princess, I didn't expect you to be so sensitive. You are a masterpiece. Fan Luoyu glared at him. Just call me Luoyu. I'm not like what you said. Lin Fei did not think about Fan Luoyu's identity as the princess of the royal family, nor did he think about the powerful figures from the Xiao clan that were about to arrive. He just wanted to devour her. Behind the fake mountain not far away, Qinlan bit her lips. Little slut, seducing Lin Fei so soon. I knew you were up to no good. In the beginning, Qinlan had a good impression of Lin Fei. But not to the extent of liking him. As she stayed on the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei's image appeared in her mind every day. Qinlan looked down on the sky prides of the demon god empire. Lin Fei was different. Human women worshipped powerful figures, and the demon god empire worshipped them even more passionately. Especially for a strong woman like Qinlan, the saintess candidate. The person she liked had to be an invincible powerful figure. Only then could she conquer them and not just any ordinary elite. Qinlan had witnessed Lin Fei's powerful performance time and time again. When she saw Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu kissing passionately, Qinlan felt as if something she loved had been snatched away. Young master, are you there? Qinlan walked over from afar and looked around as if she was looking for someone. Fan Luoyu was always thin-skinned. She blushed and pushed Lin Fei away, running towards the back of the fake mountain. She did not dare to stay behind to face anyone. Qinlan, your method of destroying people is really not bad. Who was Lin Fei? Nothing could hide from him. As soon as Qinlan appeared, Lin Fei knew what she was thinking. She wanted nothing more than to destroy his and Fan Luoyu's intimacy. A witch would always be a witch, she would never care about anything. Young master, how would I dare? Qinlan said pitifully, I'm really here to look for young master. Keep pretending, keep pretending. It had to be said that compared to Fan Luoyu, Qinlan was more alluring and charming. Is that so? Lin Fei looked at Qinlan with a faint smile. Qinlan did not think that his plan could fool Lin Fei. On Emperor Peak, he was the undisputed king. Being stared at by Lin Fei like that gave him goosebumps. Young master, I was wrong. Then come over here. Lin Fei hooked his finger at Qin Lan. When Qin Lan arrived in front of Lin Fei pulled Qin Lan over and pressed her on his thigh. Her plump and perky buttocks were raised. He slapped her buttocks and Qin Lan moaned. Young master, don't tilde, I won't hit you. I'll let you continue destroying things. A heavy slap landed on her perky buttocks. Qin Lan let out a whimper. Young master, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Fei did not think that Qin Lan would admit his mistake. He spanked her plump and perky buttocks over 10 times consecutively. Qin Lan kept making whimpers. Young master, I really know I was wrong tilde, don't hit me tilde, her weak begging had a hint of temptation. Lin Fei stopped and was in a great mood. These 2 top-grade ladies each had their own merits. We'll stop here for today. However, you've ruined my plans. How do you think you're going to make it up to me? Lin Fei smirked as he looked at Qin Lan. Young master, don't tilde, in the royal palace. The expert from Xiao clan had arrived. He was a quasi-great emperor expert. At the same time, he brought along 3 9th transition job experts and a private army. They were armed to the teeth. Just by standing there, they gave off an immense pressure. Such an appearance made Fan Qingyuan, the first prince, feel pressured. The foundation of an ancient clan was truly unimaginable. Although the Expeditionary Empire's foundation was not bad, it was still lacking compared to an ancient clan. This would require time to make up for. In order to welcome this quasi-great emperor expert from Xiao clan, the royal clan also sent an uncle from the royal clan's elder group to welcome them. It could be considered as giving them enough face. If news of this spread, they would lose their limelight. After a round of pleasantries, the group of people from Xiao clan was arranged to rest in a side hall. Xiao clan's private army rapidly secured the side hall, both inside and outside. The royal clan did not say anything and summoned them back, showing great respect. The Expeditionary Empire had no choice but to give face to the ancient clan. 9th uncle, I didn't expect you to come. Xiao Ran revealed a hint of joy when he saw the person who came. How can I not come for such a matter? You're the genius of our Xiao clan. Your future achievements won't be inferior to uncle's. For such matters, I definitely have to come and seek justice for you. Our Xiao clan is not a place that anyone can offend, not even the emperor himself. Xiao Dongshui looked at Xiao Ran amiably. Xiao Ran's branch had a good relationship with Xiao Dongshui. Upon hearing that a quasi-great emperor expert was coming, Xiao Ran immediately thought of 9th uncle. As long as 9th uncle was here, things would be easy. He didn't want to work with those old antiques. Thank you, 9th uncle. Xiao Dongshui admired Xiao Ran. If he could marry the daughter of Fan clan, he would definitely be able to improve and reach a whole new realm. Within the clan, he would also have a greater right to speak. This was also the main purpose of Xiao Dongshui's visit. Wait. Xiao Dongshui's expression suddenly sank. He extended his hand and grabbed towards the sky in front of him. With a crackling sound, dozens of black dots fell down, accompanied by traces of sparks. Not good, we're being monitored. Xiao Ran immediately reacted, what a great royal clan, to actually dare to monitor us. Xiao Dongshui was very calm. Xiao Ran, you're mistaken. The royal clan doesn't have the guts to monitor us. These things have been here for a long time. It should be someone else. Xiao Ran suddenly had an idea, then it must be Lin Fei. Those who were knowledgeable would be able to tell with a glance that these were all technological products that were hidden so well. You're talking about that Lin Fei who has been causing an uproar recently. It is said that he is suspected to be a quasi-great emperor expert. It would be hard for everyone not to know about him. Chapter 2610. The Xiao family had sent a quasi-emperor level expert with a menacing aura. Those who received the news were all the higher-ups and top forces of the empire. Although he didn't know why the Xiao family would fancy the 9th princess, it didn't prevent the Xiao family from getting closer to the royal family. Therefore, everyone was paying attention. As Lin Fei displayed his prowess, some of the surrounding details were dug out. For example, The fact that the 9th princess lived on the Emperor Peak was definitely a sensational event. The Xiao family is looking for trouble. Is the Avengers going to go against the ancient Xiao family? Lin Fei is going to be in trouble. He's too high profile. He can have any woman, but he actually snatched the woman from the Xiao family. Rumor has it that the 8 ancient families are united. No matter how powerful the Avengers are, they might not be able to fight against them. It was unknown how the news spread. Everyone was in an uproar. The ancient Xiao clan had actually sent an expert over. This was really a big deal. Even under such circumstances, Lin Fei was still living a carefree life. He did not care about the rumors outside. There were no spies around the Emperor Peak. Qiao Qingshan made the decision to get rid of some spies in the college and drive them out. The Emperor Peak maintained absolute silence. Ever since he flirted with Fan Luoyu that day, the relationship between Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu became closer. He would flirt with her from time to time, and Fan Luoyu didn't object. These days, Lin Fei was so happy that he forgot about his duties. This was especially so for Qin Lan. Perhaps it was because she was stimulated, so she received all sorts of benefits. 9th uncle, Lin Fei is on the Emperor Peak of the college. That peak is covered with arrays. Back then, the genius disciples from Tianji Hall came to cause trouble, and even the 5th prince of the royal family was banished. There were many casualties. Xiao Ran accompanied Xiao Dongshui outside the college. There's nothing great about the arrays. It depends on where they're used. Xiao Dongshui said calmly. Xiao Ran flattered, that's true. 9th uncle is a quasi-great emperor expert, and Lin Fei can't be compared to him. Once 9th uncle makes a move, Lin Fei will be finished. Xiao Dongshui indeed looked down on that Lin Fei. Which one of these quasi-emperor realm experts didn't cultivate painstakingly? How could there be any shortcuts? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few quasi-emperor realm experts in the entire starfield. Let's go in and meet this quasi-great emperor expert, Lin Fei. His tone was filled with contempt and disdain. A great emperor-to-be arrived at the Capital Institute. President Qiao Qingshan came out immediately. This is really troublesome. The moment this quasi-great emperor expert of the Xiao clan arrived, Qiao Qingshan immediately felt a monarch-like pressure. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he still had to endure it. Senior Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Dongshui was disdainful of everything outside. However, this was the Capital Institute. According to the clan's understanding, there was an expert overseeing the Capital Institute. No one knew what level this expert's strength was at. This kind of top secret was limited to the circle of these top forces. Although Xiao Dongshui was arrogant, he didn't want to make an enemy for the clan. Especially at their level, they naturally wouldn't act recklessly. I've long heard that the Capital Institute is a top-notch place to nurture elites. I never had the time to come before, but I've finally broadened my horizons today. Dean Qiao, I hope you don't mind. Qiao Qingshan knew that the other party was looking for trouble with Lin Fei, but he still had to smile and say, to have Senior Xiao think so highly of me, I believe that the students of the college will definitely be more focused on cultivation after hearing this. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Dongshui laughed. Oh right, I heard that your college has a quasi-great emperor expert. This Xiao is here to pay a visit to this quasi-great emperor expert. Dean Qiao, can I trouble you to lead the way? The way Xiao Dongshui spoke to Dean Qiao was already very polite. If it was someone else, in a different place, he wouldn't have spoken like this. He would have just barged in. A quasi-great emperor expert didn't need any reason to look for someone. Sure, this way please. Qiao Qingshan didn't think that he could stop Xiao Dongshui. The other party was already polite to him. Thank you. 9th uncle, we don't need to be so polite to Qiao Qingshan. This guy is quite close to Lin Fei. Tianji Hall's loss here is more or less related to him. Xiao Ran was very curious about 9th uncle's actions. Xiao Ran didn't know much about the expedition to the Empire, as it was limited to the royal family. He had also flipped through some information about the Capital Institute and didn't need much. Xiao Ran, do you really think the Capital Institute is very ordinary? An ordinary dean naturally isn't worthy of your uncle's attention. However, There's a powerful expert in the institute who is at least a quasi-great emperor expert, or even a true great emperor expert. Our Xiao family is one of the 8 great ancient clans, but there's no need to offend a hidden great emperor. Xiao Ran was shocked. Could it be that old dean? You know about him too. Xiao Ran had heard of this old dean. He was a very legendary figure, but he didn't know that his strength had reached such a level. He was definitely a hidden expert. I've heard some rumors. This world is huge, and there are as many experts as there are clouds. The reason why the royal family can't really control the Capital Institute is because there's someone in charge. Even that person has to show some respect. Ninth uncle, if you do this, will that person take action? Your uncle is only here to spar with Lin Fei. At our level, sparring is the most common thing. Even if that person sees us, he won't say much. Xiao Dongshui was very confident. At the foot of Emperor Peak, Xiao Dongshui had arrived. Qiao Qingshan could only stand aside and secretly worry. The Xiao family probably doesn't have the guts to arrest someone in public. This was the Capital Institute. No matter how bold the other party was, they might not dare to cause trouble here. Xiao Dongshui of the Xiao family is here to pay a visit. Xiao Dongshui was very respectful, but his eyes were full of disdain. He didn't really see the other party as a quasi-great emperor expert. He was just a crooked cultivator, and there was nothing to be concerned about. It wouldn't be troublesome to kill someone like that. The voice traveled all the way into the Emperor Peak, but it didn't spread out. No one knew that a quasi-great emperor had come to the Capital Institute, and even to the foot of the Emperor Peak. The Xiao family? I don't know them. Just when Xiao Dongshui thought that the other party would open the door, he heard something unexpected. Lin Fei, our senior is here. How dare you be so presumptuous? Open the formation and let us in. Chapter 26:11. On Emperor Peak. Lin Fei knew about him the moment he entered the Capital Institute. How could he not know about such a powerful aura? In the Capital Institute, nobody could hide from Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you really won't let Xiao Dongshui come? Fan Luoyu sat on Lin Fei's lap obediently with a worried look on her delicate face. Yes, worried. Fan Luoyu might be on Emperor Peak, but news from the royal family was still coming in continuously. Naturally, there would be first-hand information. For example, information on Xiao Dongshui. A quasi-great emperor. The Xiao clan took this matter very seriously. It was worth sending a quasi-great emperor. It's all right. Since he's here, he has to abide by my rules. If I don't invite a quasi-great emperor up just because he's here, I'll lose face. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who would go up after announcing his name. He had no such intention. Ninth princess, whatever Lin Fei says goes. Even if a quasi-great emperor comes, it's useless. Qin Lan took the opportunity to attack. Qin Lan was very willing to see someone who could make Fan Luoyu uncomfortable. My little Lan Lan is still the best at talking. Even if Xiao Dongshui is a dragon, he has to stay here. Lin Fei laughed and pulled Qin Lan over. Qin Lan gloated at Fan Luoyu with her eyes. Lin Fei felt that it was quite interesting to listen to the two beauties bicker every day. Xiao Dongshui, I heard that you're looking for me. What's the big deal about throwing a name? If you're capable, come up yourself. Otherwise, anyone can see me. I'm really going to be busy. Lin Fei chuckled. This Lin Fei. Qiao Qingshan cheered in his heart. You can flaunt your prowess just because you are a pseudo-great emperor. Lin Fei doesn't give a damn about you. Qiao Qingshan did not like the Xiao clan very much. If not for the old dean, Qiao Qingshan had no doubt that the other party would barge in. Lin Fei's words made Qiao Qingshan feel very comfortable. Ninth uncle, this Lin Fei is too unreasonable. Xiao Ran said coldly, he really thinks that he is a quasi-great emperor expert. Xiao Dongshui's expression did not change much as he pretended to reprimand, Little Ran, don't talk nonsense. After all, he is a quasi-emperor expert. His level is different. Since he wants us to go up, your uncle also wants to see if this Lin Fei's formation-setting ability is as impressive as the rumors say. He had never been asked to look for someone before. Xiao Dongshui really wanted to see what gave the other party the right to be more arrogant than him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some restraints, he would have directly attacked. Xiao Ran rejoiced in his heart. Uncle is angry. Lin Fei is going to be out of luck. Do you really think that you can block the clone's attack and act so arrogantly in front of our Xiao clan? You will suffer in a while. Xiao Dongshui looked at the Emperor Peak. His eyes suddenly became deep like two black bottomless pits. The originally fine Emperor Peak turned into black whirlpools in Xiao Dongshui's eyes. The entire Emperor Peak was shrouded by densely packed black whirlpools. The corner of Xiao Dongshui's mouth curled up. Not bad. Swoosh. Xiao Dongshui rushed in. Just a mere formation. Break it for me. The quasi-emperor expert made his move. Xiao Dongshui rushed over like a stream of light. He directly appeared in the Emperor Peak's formation and activated the first formation. An endless gale blew over. Open. Xiao Dongshui punched through the air as though he was in an unstoppable state. The oncoming gale was torn into pieces on the spot. The power of this punch was not limited to just that. As it charged forward, all the formations in its path collapsed one after another. Dozens of formations were destroyed, and not a single one of them could withstand the power of this punch. Ninth uncle, mighty. Xiao Ran followed. In front of a quasi-emperor expert, the Tao of formation was really nothing. A quasi-emperor expert is really a quasi-emperor expert. This punch is almost 1/10 of the energy unit. Lin Fei could see the formations collapsing continuously. These formations could be used to deal with ordinary people, but against experts of Xiao Dongshui's level, the effect was not outstanding. Is this the strength of a quasi-emperor? Lin Fei created a canopy so that he could see the changes in the formations. Be it Fan Luoyu or Qin Lan, both of them revealed a look of fear. They knew how powerful the formations set up on the Emperor Peak were, but they did not expect the other party to tear them apart so easily. He held back and did not go all out. Lin Fei said with a smile. Aren't you worried? Fan Luoyu had a tinge of worry. What's there to worry about? Xiao Dongshui used violent means to crush his way up. Everywhere he passed, the formations collapsed one by one. The Emperor Peak that was originally shrouded in white mist gradually revealed its true appearance. This was the formation starting to lose its shroud. A mediocre formation. How disappointing. Xiao Dongshui charged up. Any formation could be destroyed with a single punch. When he reached the center, the formation's power began to increase. Earth, wind, fire, and water came over majestically, and the power instantly increased by dozens of times. This is not bad. Xiao Dongshui did not know how to break the formation, but he knew violent means. With the strength of a quasi-emperor, he could find a flaw in the formation and use violent means to break it. He did not even give the formation a chance to be triggered. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the Emperor Peak. Suppress. Seeing that he was about to reach the Emperor Peak, the last formation was a huge virtual shadow, which was very similar to Lin Fei. It waved its saber and attacked, and the saber river covered the sky. Xiao Dongshui blasted a punch over calmly without any fear, and his body moved violently. Just a virtual shadow, how dare you be so presumptuous? The long saber river was shattered, and Xiao Dongshui pointed at the virtual shadow. The huge virtual shadow collapsed, and the whiteness in front of him disappeared. A quasi-emperor is a quasi-emperor indeed. Welcome to my Emperor Peak. After the white mist dispersed, a pavilion appeared. Lin Fei sat under the pavilion and drank tea leisurely. Behind him, Qin Lan was massaging his shoulders, and Fan Luoyu was feeding him fruits. He had the style of a rich playboy. Xiao Dongshui squinted his eyes. Although he did not care about Lin Fei, he could not help but feel envious when he saw Lin Fei's age. At Xiao Dongshui's age, it was impossible for him to launch a quasi-emperor level attack. He did not even dare to think about it. The Lin Fei in front of him, with the help of some technological treasure, could definitely make a name for himself, and he might even be invincible below the quasi-emperor level. Chapter 2612. Lin Fei was not surprised at all that an expert like Xiao Dongshui had come up. Using a formation to deal with a quasi-great emperor expert was too inferior. It was child's play, and he would be laughed at if word got out. A woman from the Xiao clan? These words made Lin Fei unhappy. Even if he was a quasi-great emperor expert in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Fei's character was still so free and easy, and he would not be affected by this. Someone like him can become the man of the 9th princess. Lin Fei pointed at Xiao Ran, who was coming up, and boundless energy shot out. Xiao Ran had just come in, and before he could understand what was going on, a terrifying aura attacked him. He reacted quickly and put up a shield in front of him. Catcher. The power of a casual finger from Lin Fei was so terrifying. The shield exploded on the spot, and Xiao Ran screamed in pain as he fell into the clouds. As expected, he can't. Fan Luoyu, who was at the side, could not help but laugh. He actually dared to make a move. The finger was too fast. Before Xiao Dongshui could react, Xiao Ran, who had come up, was sent flying. When he came back to his senses, the battle was over. Lin Fei, how dare you make a move? Xiao Dongshui slammed his palm on the table, and in an instant, the table broke into pieces. An ocean-like pressure pressed down on the spot, sweeping towards Lin Fei, who bore the brunt of the attack. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei laughed loudly, and an invisible shield blocked in front of him, blocking the opponent's pressure. The 9th princess is the daughter of the royal family, and her status is noble. Her man is naturally the strongest, the most powerful. The Xiao Ran you speak of, he can't even take a casual attack from me, and he has the nerve to come out and embarrass himself. Lin Fei countered the other party forcefully. Xiao Dongshui's casual outburst was actually a test. Xiao Ran was naturally angry that he had been sent flying. However, he was not worried. Even if Xiao Ran was 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to kill someone from the Xiao clan. Don't you think this is bullying the weak? Xiao Dongshui stared at Lin Fei. Did I? Lin Fei smiled. Why don't I feel that way? I knew it. The one with the bigger fist is the one in the right. Could it be that after I beat up the little one, the big one came out and wants to talk to me? Xiao Dongshui finally saw Lin Fei's arrogance. He was a quasi-great emperor expert of the Xiao clan. He represented the ancient Xiao clan. Even the imperial family had to be polite to him. Lin Fei was definitely a thorn in his side. He was planning to openly challenge the authority of the Xiao clan. You're arrogant, truly arrogant. Xiao Dongshui narrowed his eyes. Could it be that you're not afraid of completely offending the Xiao clan? As long as I spread the news today, you will become the Xiao family's enemy. You will have to face the entire Xiao family. Although you have the Avengers behind you, and even Tianji Hall was humiliated by you, in front of the Xiao family, you and the Avengers behind you are still not enough. Do you believe me? Can I interpret this as a threat? Lin Fei said with a faint smile. Xiao Dongshui wasn't afraid that Lin Fei wouldn't give in. That depends on how you interpret it, Xiao Dongshui said. If you hand over the 9th princess today, I can pretend that nothing happened when you injured Xiao Ran just now. You can even obtain the friendship of the Xiao clan. From now on, in the ancient wasteland world, you can obtain the help of the Xiao clan. It won't be difficult for us to help you deal with Tianji Hall. Fan Luoyu, who was at the side, tugged at Lin Fei nervously. In front of a quasi-great emperor expert, even Fan Luoyu couldn't handle the traces of pressure. Lin Fei gently patted Fan Luoyu's hand. The traces of pressure were shattered. A vacuum was formed around them, and they were no longer affected. Lin Fei leaned forward. Senior Xiao, your conditions are really tempting. How many people can't obtain the friendship of the Xiao clan in their lifetime? I'm tempted just by hearing it. Xiao Dongshui's lips curled up. Of course, the friendship of the Xiao clan. How many people can only dream of it? I was wondering how tough Lin Fei would be. I didn't expect him to fall apart the moment he mentioned the Xiao clan. Xiao Dongshui sneered in his heart. This was too disappointing. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Unfortunately, I've taken a liking to the 9th princess. Even if the Emperor of Heaven comes, it'll be the same. She's mine, and no one can take her away. Xiao Dongshui was stunned. He actually refused. Doesn't he know that he's completely making an enemy out of the Xiao clan? Do you know what the result will be? Xiao Dongshui's face darkened. Isn't it just a big fight? Lin Fei ignored the other party's expression and said, Lin, am not afraid of anything. The 9th princess is my woman. That Xiao Ran of your Xiao clan can step aside. If he appears in front of me again, he will die for sure. Even if the emperor comes, it will be useless. Facing Lin Fei's domineering words, Fan Luoyu's eyes sparkled with Jingguang. This is my man, fearless. Xiao Dongshui was very clear about the 9th princess's importance to Xiao Ran. Now that someone had gotten to her first, it was fortunate that she was still a virgin. This trip was not in vain. The negotiation had broken down. It was time to use the second method. Snatch. Then face the Xiao clan's revenge. Xiao Dongshui's eyes gleamed coldly as he slapped his palm towards Lin Fei, setting off a monstrous force. No one expected Xiao Dongshui to really make a move. Once a great emperor expert made a move, the momentum was completely different. Xiao Qingshan, who was standing far away, could not help but change his expression. This is too presumptuous. The Xiao clan really dares to make a move here. Lin Fei pulled Fan Luoyu behind him and raised his palm to meet the attack. He mobilized 1/10 of his energy, not daring to have any fear. Peng! When the two palms collided, a huge wave of air rose and the surroundings were razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qingshan and the rest, who were far behind, were also sent flying by the wave of air. They only managed to stabilize themselves after much difficulty. Cough, cough, cough. The original position had become an empty space. It was a complete mess. Xiao Dongshui stood with his hands behind his back. I knew it. Your strength is not at the level of a great emperor. Lin Fei retreated over 10 steps, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Lin Fei, how are you? Don't scare me. Fan Luoyu's eyes were red. Silly girl, even if there were 100 of him, he wouldn't be able to stop me. Lin Fei wiped away the blood. You are indeed very strong, but have you forgotten where this place is? Suppress. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the vast and boundless heaven and earth spiritual energy in the entire cultivation ground surged over. The sky prides who were cultivating were all startled awake. This was because they could no longer absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy. All of it had been plundered. What's happening? Why can't I absorb any heaven and earth spiritual energy? Whirlpool, such a huge whirlpool. Spiritual energy river. Oh my god, this is crazy. The sky prides ran out one by one and were completely dumbfounded to see this scene. Who did this? Are we even allowed to cultivate? This is crazy. Someone immediately realized that the spiritual energy river was heading in a direction. It seems to be heading to the Emperor Peak. Could this be Lin Fei's doing? No one made a sound. Chapter 26:13. The vast heaven and earth spiritual energy was mobilized. The cultivation ground of Imperial College was in chaos. No one could cultivate anymore. All the heaven and earth spiritual energy was plundered, and everyone could only watch helplessly. Comparisons were odious indeed. Suppress. These two words left Lin Fei's mouth. Xiao Dongshui's expression changed again, and he immediately thought of something. He wants to use formations. How is that possible? Those formations. Oh no. A vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy surged above Emperor Peak. The heaven and earth spiritual energy seemed to be controlled, and it pressed down mightily, transforming into a giant hand that pressed down on Xiao Dongshui. Crack, crack. Lin Fei mobilized 80% of the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the cultivation ground. 80% of the heaven and earth spiritual energy was terrifying enough to frighten anyone. The giant hand of heaven and earth spiritual energy pressed down just like that. Xiao Dongshui felt an immense pressure and a dangerous aura, and his entire body was shrouded by a terrifying force. Is this your backup move? Watch how I break it. Xiao Dongshui calmed down, and the aura of a quasi-great emperor soared into the sky. He forcefully resisted the giant hand, and with a punch, the heaven and earth spiritual energy collapsed. A quasi-great emperor was indeed a quasi-great emperor. The power of a punch almost blasted the giant hand apart. However, Lin Fei mobilized a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy and continuously injected it. The giant hand attacked again, and as it got closer and closer, the ground began to crack. It was a ghastly sight to behold. Xiao Dongshui's punch failed, so he punched again. The fist radiance soared into the sky, shattering the heaven and earth spiritual energy. One punch after another, he punched a total of 8 times. An all-out attack. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. A vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy was instantly injected, and the dragon disappeared. Only the palm was left in the world. Come on, let me see how powerful your final attack can be. Xiao Dongshui grabbed with one hand, and a long saber landed in his hand. He slashed the saber in the air, and the saber radiance shot out, slashing at the giant hand. Everyone retreated far away. They could only see the giant hand and a dazzling saber radiance. They could still feel the sharp aura from far away. Is this the power of a pseudo-great emperor? Qiao Qingshan was still one step away. Once again experiencing the strength of a quasi-great emperor, a sense of helplessness arose in him. The difference of one step was like the difference between heaven and earth. If I don't become a quasi-great emperor, I will always be an ant. There was a loud noise. Huge waves of air surged in all directions. Wherever the airwave passed by, the grass and trees were destroyed, turning the place into ruins. The huge monarch peak looked like it had been cleaned up. It was in a sorry state. Did you win? Qiao Qingshan was the most anxious. He couldn't understand why Lin Fei didn't make a move directly. Instead, he mobilized the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Could it be that he really used a technological treasure? This doubt kept reverberating in his heart. In the center of the ruins, Xiao Dongshui had left his original position. His body was swaying slightly, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Your formation skills are indeed unparalleled. You almost succeeded. Xiao Dongshui looked solemn. Xiao Dongshui had a hard time dealing with the last attack just now. It was as if he was facing a super expert. If it was a 9th transformation professional expert, he would definitely die. You're more powerful than I thought. Lin Fei was very calm. Xiao Dongshui sneered. You're also more powerful than I thought. Today, you're destined to be unable to stop me from taking the 9th princess away. What other trump cards do you have? Take them out now. Lin Fei spread his hands. Actually, there's really nothing I can do to stop you. However, there's someone who won't let you take the 9th princess away. Old Dean, don't you think so? Lin Fei said the last sentence as he looked towards a certain direction. Old Dean. Xiao Dongshui's heart sank. If it was true, then it would be troublesome. We'll talk after we snatch it. It didn't matter if it was true or not. Xiao Dongshui grabbed the 9th princess with one hand. He would bring her back before anything else. As for this Lin Fei, he would deal with him when he had the time next time. He wouldn't be able to turn the tables. With this move, Fan Luoyu felt shrouded by a huge force. She flew over involuntarily, and her expression changed in fear. Xiao Dongshui, who allowed you to capture people here? A cold snort came from the void. Xiao Dongshui's grab was repelled on the spot. His expression changed. Old Dean, are you going to interfere too? Scram. A palm reached out from the void and struck at Xiao Dongshui. Old Dean, don't pretend to be a god ___ before he could finish. A palm came from the void and landed on Xiao Dongshui's body. He was sent flying, and the void behind him exploded as he fell into the void. If there's a next time, I'll kill without mercy. A cold voice rushed over. Xiao Dongshui, who fell into the void, let out a low grunt. His face turned pale and he spat out blood. He didn't dare to stay any longer and turned to leave, filled with fear. Old Dean has made his move. Qiao Qingshan said happily. In the Capital Institute, the only one who could defeat Xiao Dongshui was Old Dean. Old Dean's strength is even more unfathomable than before. To be able to render a quasi-great emperor powerhouse helpless, Old Dean's strength was obviously above the other parties, and the distance was not small. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Lin Fei, are you alright? Qiao Qingshan came over immediately and asked. Currently, The Capital Institute was cooperating with the Avengers. As the key person, Lin Fei couldn't be in trouble at this time. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, old Dean Xiao. Did this kid really borrow the help of technological treasures? In the depths of the void. Old Dean looked puzzled. Or did this kid wait for me to make a move on purpose? Old Dean had known since Xiao Dongshui's arrival, but he didn't say anything. After all, he had to give face to the ancient Xiao family. Everything that happened afterward was beyond imagination. Old Dean had no choice but to make a move. After making a move, all sorts of doubts surrounded Old Dean's mind. This kid must have noticed something and deliberately asked me to make a move. What a shameless guy. Old Dean was very smart and quickly understood some of the details. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even the old man was included in the scheme. The people from the Avengers are really not simple. That's right, he had been included in the scheme. Old Dean wasn't angry. From the moment he chose to cooperate with the Avengers, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. Looks like I have to find some time to have a good chat with this kid. He actually dared to include the old man in the scheme. Master, this old Dean is very, very strong. The little devil's voice reverberated in Lin Fei's mind. Lin Fei was also testing all Amos. He sighed and said, actually, I didn't expect all Amos to be this powerful, either. You sent Xiao Dongshui, a quasi-great emperor, flying with a single palm strike. If that palm strike was used against me, I'd probably have to use 40 to 50% of my energy units to block it. Chapter 26:14. Xiao family returned without success. Xiao Ran returned with injuries. When he heard that even ninth uncle was injured, his eyes widened. He can't possibly have such strength. In a side hall of the palace. Xiao Ran wouldn't believe it was true. Indeed, it wasn't Lin Fei who injured uncle. It was the dean. I didn't expect him to be so strong. No wonder that person from Fan family was so polite. Xiao Dongshui coughed and spat out blood. With Lin Fei before and the dean behind, Xiao Dongshui lost unjustly. Dean. Xiao Ran had heard of this person. He was rumored to be the most mysterious person in the Capital Institute. Isn't he from the Empire? Why is he willing to help Lin Fei? Xiao Dongshui said faintly, benefits. When there are benefits, even enemies can work together. Xiao Ran immediately knew the reason for the dean's help. His expression changed. What a powerful guy. He knows to let the dean do the work while he reaps the benefit. Xiao Dongshui had underestimated Lin Fei and the dean. We have to think about this carefully. The dean helped Lin Fei. Xiao Dongshui couldn't do anything. I really can't accept this. Xiao Ran was shocked. He never thought that he would lose to a guy of unknown origin. Xiao Dongshui lifted his head and looked at Xiao Ran. If you're unwilling, then just endure it. This isn't our Xiao family's territory. Offending the Fan family isn't something our Xiao family wishes to see. As for the matter of the ninth princess, you can put it aside. Although this matter will have a great impact on you, unless Lin Fei leaves Emperor Phoenix Peak or the ninth princess returns to the imperial palace. Xiao Ran's face was gloomy. The ninth princess was too important to him. The ninth princess was of utmost importance to him in the future. For this matter, Xiao Ran had put in a lot of effort and used the family's resources, but he still lost in the end. Uncle, we still have hope, Xiao Ran said. Lin Fei isn't a threat. It's not impossible to make the ninth princess return to the palace. Xiao Dongshui knew that Xiao Ran was good at scheming. He wanted to hear the plan. Tell me. Xiao Ran briefly explained his plan. He even set up a soundproof array to prevent others from eavesdropping. Uncle, how about this? Xiao Dongshui looked at Xiao Ran approvingly. Have you really decided? I've decided. Xiao Ran said resolutely. All right, Uncle will help you again. Xiao Dongshui laughed heartily. Our Xiao family has taken a liking to the Fan family's princess. Not just anyone can snatch her away. What happened on Emperor Peak was soon over. Almost no one knew exactly what had happened. After that battle, Lin Fei went into closed-door cultivation for about 7 to 8 days. In the eyes of people like Qiao Qingshan, he naturally thought that it was a closed-door cultivation to heal his injuries. During the few days that Lin Fei was in seclusion, Qiao Qingshan did not stay idle. He set up the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce, and his actions were abnormally fast. How is it? Not bad, right? When Lin Fei came out of seclusion, Qiao Qingshan dragged Lin Fei to the scene. All right. The Xiao family's actions also made Lin Fei realize that he had to do his best to earn more energy units. Just Xiao Dongshui alone was not easy to deal with. He had to crush the other party with 10 or even 100 times more energy. That's good. I'm still waiting for the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce to open for business. Lin Fei thought for a moment. How about this? We can hold the first auction 7 days later. Dean, you can advertise it to the public. At that time, I will send out 18 invitation letters. Qiao Qingshan was overjoyed after hearing this. Lin Fei really knows how to do things. Wasn't the reason why he dragged you here in such a hurry so that the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce could be held as soon as possible? Give me the invitation letters. Lin Fei smiled and said, we are partners. Without the old dean's help previously, I would probably have to run away. You guys are more familiar with the situation than me. Those forces can come. If you don't help me, who will? After flattering Qiao Qingshan a little, Qiao Qingshan was so happy that he immediately accepted it. It was just 18 invitation letters. It was a small matter. It's a good deal. After Lin Fei left, Qiao Qingshan recovered from his joy and scolded Lin Fei. That bastard is really cunning. Does he want us to run errands for him? After hearing this, the old dean chuckled. You fell for it. That kid is cunning. Our school is tied to the forces behind him. The Capital Institute quickly took action. The branch of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce would hold its first auction, and the Chamber of Commerce would officially open for business. As soon as the news spread, all the star domains under the empire were excited, especially the domain lords. The major forces had long been jealous of the technological treasures of the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. They couldn't wait to buy a large batch of them and arm their own forces. The 18 invitation letters were also exposed. When they heard that Qiao Qingshan was going to select the 18 auctioneers, the Capital Institute immediately became lively. Everyone rushed to Qiao Qingshan. Whether they knew him or not. They all came knocking on his door. That kid is too evil. Qiao Qingshan's head hurt. He really didn't know what to do at that moment. Brother Fei, you're too evil. Fan Luoyu covered her mouth and giggled. Dean Qiao must have scolded you. Although she didn't go out, Fan Luoyu knew that Qiao Qingshan was both in pain and happiness. Lin Fei said seriously, we're partners. This is the Capital Institute, and his influence is much greater than ours. If the dean doesn't do it, do you think I'll do it? Who cares about me? Vulgar. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. You're a quasi-great emperor after all. Hee hee. Lin Fei smirked. Qin Lan came over with a plate of fruits and took the initiative to feed him. She ignored Fan Luoyu's murderous gaze. Brother Lin, when are you going to the Demon God Empire to set up a Vengeance Chamber of Commerce? As the Saintess candidate of the Empire, Qin Lan really hoped that Lin Fei would set up a Vengeance Chamber of Commerce. If this went on, the Demon God Empire would definitely weaken. In the future, the Demon God Empire might not even exist anymore. This worried Qin Lan. Why should Brother Fei set up an Vengeance Chamber of Commerce in the Demon God Empire? Fan Luoyu shot back. If your empire can have one, why can't our Demon God Empire have one? Qin Lan wasn't afraid of Fan Luoyu at all. She held her head high and puffed out her chest. This empress said that there can't be any. Brother Lin, set one up. Qin Lan tugged at Lin Fei's hand and acted coquettishly. Despicable. Fan Luoyu sneered. Who's despicable? Qin Lan glared at her. You're the despicable one. Who's shameless enough to seduce Brother Lin? How dare you say I'm despicable? Lin Fei was speechless. All right, stop arguing. Lin Fei pretended to berate. The two turned their faces away and snorted, not looking at each other. The weather's so nice. I should go for a walk too. Just when the two girls thought that Lin Fei was going to say something, Lin Fei stood up and swaggered away, leaving them with only his back view. Mph, it's all your fault. It's you, not me. Chapter 26:15. The establishment of the branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital College had caused quite a commotion. Soon, everyone knew about the Capital College. Even more people were shocked by the Avengers' ability to cooperate with the Capital College and establish a branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce in the Capital College. It was impossible that they did not cooperate. Some people also thought of the royal family behind the Capital College. Could it be that the royal family had secretly cooperated with the Avengers Chamber of Commerce? Everyone was shocked and frightened by all these speculations. If the royal family really cooperated with the Avengers, no one would be able to shake the royal family in the future. This made many people's hearts sink. Your Highness, we think we have to bring things forward. In the fifth prince's residence, Fan Qinglong was meeting with a mysterious person in a secret chamber. Didn't you say that we have to prepare? Why is it so rushed? Fan Qinglong's expression was not good. Are you making fun of me? The newcomer was dressed in a black cloak that covered his entire body, making it impossible to tell who he was. Your Highness, there's nothing we can do about it. The cloaked person's voice was so low that even people familiar with him would not be able to tell. It's all that Lin Fei's fault. In a few days, the branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce will be opened to the public. The 18 invitations have caused quite a stir. We have to speed things up. Lin Fei. Fan Qinglong's expression was filled with resentment. This name was like a nightmare, constantly provoking Fan Qinglong. Ever since he had suffered at the hands of the Emperor's Peak, Fan Qinglong had not been in a good mood. He had thought that the Xiao family could deal with Lin Fei, but they had been defeated and even alarmed the old president. That day, he had smashed many things and was furious. Now that the branch of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce was about to be opened to the public, and it would be built within the Capital College, Fan Qinglong could only watch. He did not have the influence to interfere with the Capital College. Yes, it's Lin Fei. The cloaked person also had a murderous intent. Lin Fei has set a bad precedent in the Capital College. When the Avengers Chamber of Commerce opens to the public, what do you think the Empire will be like in the future, Your Highness? Even though Fan Qinglong knew that there was something wrong with the other party's words, he was still provoked. In the future, Fan Qinglong's expression became even more gloomy. My big brother is now very close to that brat Lin Fei. In addition to that, he has a technological army under his control. His influence is growing day by day. Furthermore, when the Chamber of Commerce opens, the entire empire will control the lifeline of the Avengers Alliance. This is not something that I want to see. The more Fan Qinglong thought about it, the more afraid he became. In fact, it was true. Very scared. Fan Qinglong felt that Lin Fei was his nightmare. Ever since he appeared, he had never had a good time. Your Highness, those territory lords that you've contacted aren't good people. Once the Vengeance Chamber of Commerce's technology rises, they might be shaken very quickly. This will be very disadvantageous to Your Highness, Fan Qinglong said in a deep voice. All right then, this emperor agrees. Your Highness, you will definitely be happy to cooperate with us. The huge empire will eventually fall into your hands. As for those who are unconvinced, just suppress them all, the cloaked man said with a hint of excitement. How do you plan to deal with my father? Fan Qinglong asked. That father of mine isn't that easy to deal with. Don't end up with nothing. Your Highness, don't worry, the cloaked man said. If we dare to contact you, then a great emperor is nothing. Among the great emperors, your father isn't very strong. Lin Fei didn't know that because the Avengers Alliance was established in the Capital Institute, it would attract unimaginable repercussions. That night, Lin Fei went to look for Qin Lan. You're finally willing to look for me. Qin Lan leaned against the door with a resentful expression and looked at Lin Fei outside. Lin Fei shuddered. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong with her expression. She looked like a resentful wife. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, Qin Lan pulled Lin Fei and entered Qin Lan's room. The moment they entered the room, Qin Lan pressed Lin Fei down on the bed. A fragrant scent wafted into his nose. You only know how to accompany that princess. Don't you feel that it's especially exciting? It gives you a sense of accomplishment. Qin Lan looked at Lin Fei faintly. The tip of her nose was almost touching his. The scene was simply too erotic. Lin Fei also noticed something else. Qin Lan seemed to have specially dressed up tonight. She was wearing a set of clothes that were faintly discernible, and she exuded a hazy beauty. For a man, it was rather exciting. Most importantly, Qin Lan was a saintess in waiting, the demoness of the demon god empire. What a seductive vixen. Lin Fei didn't move. The more he moved, the more awkward it would be. It's all the same, Lin Fei said very seriously. You men just love to lie. Qin Lan rolled her eyes. It's obvious that you like the 9th princess. Otherwise, why didn't you come to see me? Lin Fei didn't know how to answer this question. I'm busy. Lin Fei thought of an excuse. As you know, as the host of the Avengers, there are a lot of things waiting for me. Qin Lan was skeptical. Then why did you come here tonight? Don't tell me you missed me. Qin Lan chuckled. Lin Fei felt a little restless being pressed down by such a soft beauty. Actually, I really missed you. Otherwise, why would I come here? You know that I never lie. Qin Lan had always wanted to take a step closer to Lin Fei. She felt that it was a gradual process. As Lin Fei stood in a high position, and his strength had even reached the quasi-emperor realm, he was definitely a true genius. Even the geniuses of the demon god empire couldn't be compared to him. Lin Fei said seriously. Those who didn't know would really be fooled. Who was Qin Lan? She was the saintess in waiting of the demon god empire. How could ordinary women compare to her? Then should I devote my life to you? Qin Lan exhaled softly. Her eyes stared straight at Lin Fei. She was so seductive that anyone who saw her would be moved. As the saintess in waiting of the demon god empire, Qin Lan specialized in seduction and teasing. The unique aura of the foreign tribes was fatal to men. No one could resist it. This was also the first time Qin Lan had taken the initiative to use it. She felt that a powerful man like Lin Fei should belong to her and not the 9th princess. To the demon race, they would snatch whoever they liked, regardless of who it was. After seeing Lin Fei, Qin Lan decided to seduce Lin Fei. You are forcing me to commit a crime. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, Qin Lan's upper body was pressed against Lin Fei's chest, moving up and down. Her soft presence was constantly stimulating Lin Fei. Demon. Lin Fei tried his best to control himself. Chapter 26:16. Lin Fei once again experienced the feeling of forcefully pushing. He already had a good impression of Qin Lan, so he naturally had a good impression of her. He had wanted to have a good talk with her, but the scene that happened in the end was completely beyond his imagination. Qin Lan had forcefully pushed Lin Fei. Vixen, this vixen. You don't regret it. After the matter, Qin Lan leaned against Lin Fei's chest like a kitten. Lin Fei found it hard to imagine that the current Qin Lan was completely different from the previous Qin Lan, who was like a wild cat. He could not associate them together. Too wild. Yes, when they were together, Lin Fei only had the impression of wild. Why should I regret it? Qin Lan's face was flushed and she looked very dazed. We demon race women only like men who are stronger than us, and you are such a strong man. No matter where you stand, you are like a ray of light in the dark night, constantly attracting us. I, Qin Lan, am not like Fan Luoyu. We dare to love and hate. Qin Lan was undoubtedly very bold. Unusually bold. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. If I had known, I would have guarded against you. Qin Lan giggled. Brother Lin, you can't guard against me. As long as we demon race women like someone, no matter who it is, we will try our best to capture the man. No matter how much we guard against him, there will always be a day when we fail. This conclusion Lin Fei could not help but be impressed. Demon women were indeed daring to love and hate. This feeling was actually quite good. Lin Fei enjoyed this feeling that he had not felt for a long time. With your forceful push, I will probably have another problem. Lin Fei felt good for a while, but the trouble after this would not be small. The saintess candidate of the demon god empire has a relationship with a human lad like me. If they find out, they will definitely kill their way here. Qin Lan burst into laughter and rolled her eyes. Master, you're thinking too much. Who are you? You're now the manager of the Vengeance's Chamber of Commerce, and you're also a quasi-emperor expert. Our demon god empire will never make a strong enemy, really. Fan Luoyu alone had caused quite a lot of trouble. If something were to happen to Qin Lan, Lin Fei would definitely have a headache. Brother Lin, how would I dare to lie to you? It's not like our saintess-in-waiting can't find a man. Besides, the man in my family is the strongest. None of the prodigies in the empire would dare to compete with Brother Lin. You really know how to talk. Lin Fei was just thinking about it out of boredom. Trouble was just that. What was there to be afraid of? Really? Qin Lan said charmingly, then why do I feel that Brother Lin likes the 9th princess more? Lin Fei was speechless. Women were all the same, regardless of where they came from, they would all get jealous. Of course he likes Lan Lan a lot, Lin Fei said seriously. Qin Lan snorted, I know you're just brushing me off. How could you say that? You men are all the same. Otherwise, why would you be willing to open a business association in the empire? You've obviously been bewitched by the 9th princess. Lin Fei laughed and hugged Qin Lan. I can't decide where the business association will be opened. After all, it's an order from above. I can only follow it. However, on account of little Lan Lan's effort just now, I can contact my people and provide you with technological treasures. A batch. Qin Lan was a smart woman. The expeditionary empire was getting stronger, and the demon god empire was the only unlucky one. The difference in strength between the two parties would only get bigger, and sooner or later, the expeditionary empire would crush the demon god empire. Lin Fei smirked, that depends on our little Lan Lan's attitude. Qin Lan rolled her eyes, Brother Lin, you're so bad. You only know how to torture people. That night, Lin Fei stayed in Qin Lan's room. When he came out the next day, Lin Fei felt refreshed, but Qin Lan did not come out. A vixen is a vixen. I almost couldn't take it. Lin Fei reminisced as he walked. The expeditionary empire getting stronger was naturally not what Lin Fei wanted to see. Therefore, the demon god empire had to get stronger too. However, it could not be done openly. Qin Lan, the saintess in training, became the best partner. As for whether she really liked him, Lin Fei could not be sure. Vixen, vixen. The word vixen could actually explain many things. Qin Lan is really a beauty in bed. Princess, something bad has happened. Lin Fei returned to his residence leisurely. On the other side, a maidservant came to Fan Luoyu in a hurry. What happened? Fan Luoyu was curious. Her maidservant was not like this usually. This was the Emperor Peak, and Fan Luoyu did not believe that anything bad would happen. The people from the Xiao family still went out in the end, and they still could not do anything to Lin Fei. In the entire empire, apart from the palace, there was no safer place than here. Princess, that B*TCH seduced Lord Lin Fei last night. I saw Lin Fei coming out of that B*TCH's room early in the morning just now, the maidservant said carefully. Ever since the previous battle, Fan Luoyu had completely fallen in love with Lin Fei. He was the true hero and powerhouse in her heart. It was a position that many geniuses could not reach in their lifetime. Qin Lan, you B*TCH. Fan Luoyu was instantly enraged. Ever since she found out about Qin Lan's identity and that she was staying on the Emperor Peak, Fan Luoyu had realized that this B*TCH would be her biggest competitor. Usually, Fan Luoyu would not give Qin Lan a chance to get close to Lin Fei. Despite all her precautions, she still could not stop that B*TCH. Now, the scene that she was most unwilling to see had happened. Fan Luoyu could easily imagine the smile of victory on that B*TCH's face. Come, let's go find Qin Lan. Fan Luoyu really wanted to argue with Qin Lan. She had just stood up when she frowned and sat down again. No, no. If I go like this, I'll be at an even greater disadvantage. That B*TCH must be laughing at me. Fan Luoyu calmed down at the crucial moment. Intelligent women were the scariest when they were at their coolest. Especially someone like Fan Luoyu who came from the royal family. The Avengers Chamber of Commerce must be opening soon. As the Demon God Empire's saintess candidate, Qin Lan couldn't sit still and seduced Lin Fei. She wants to take another shortcut. Qin Lan is dreaming. Who do you think Lin Fei is? He definitely won't cooperate with the Demon God Empire. As the Empire's Saintess candidate, she can't control herself and seduce a man one day. Fan Luoyu was indeed very intelligent. She had figured out the cause and effect in such a short time. The vixen is so slutty. As time passes, she might really persuade Brother Fei. I want him to ... A hint of determination flashed across Fan Luoyu's eyes. Lin Fei is mine. No one can take him away from me. Chapter 26:17. After that step of contact, Qin Lan snuck into Lin Fei's room for the first few nights and did it with him, only returning early in the morning. Lin Fei was having too much fun these few days, slowly enjoying Qin Lan's beauty. Compared to Fan Luoyu, who had a bit of a temper, Qin Lan was more approachable. This situation persisted for a few days. The day of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce's business came, interrupting Lin Fei's leisure time. No matter how lazy he was, he could not be lazy now. With the Capital Institute's terrifying influence, the 18 invitations were sold at a high price. They even owed the Institute a favor, which was not easy to repay. With the Ancient Wasteland World's auction, the Capital Institute's auction was also irresistible. Whoever gets their hands on the technological treasure first will have the greater right to speak. On the day of the auction, Lin Fei attended. As the person in charge of the mysterious Avengers, Lin Fei attracted attention no matter where he went. As the news about Lin Fei spread, everyone was pleasantly surprised. The Empire's domain lords came. In particular, the domain lord of the Tsanglang domain lord was very enthusiastic, leaving the other domain lords to stare at him. Lin Fei appeared for a while, then disappeared. Lin Fei left the auction to Qiao Qingshan. He was now a typical hands-off shopkeeper. Good stuff, really good stuff. It's the same quality as last time. It's really a top-grade treasure. No one can stop the tide of the technological storm. In the auction hall, the bidding was very intense. It could be said that the owners of the 18 invitations had brought along a large number of wall stones, all eyeing the technological treasure. This time, they did not team up. No one would be a fool to help others and strengthen them. The bidding was unusually intense. As the host, Qiao Qingshan also went all out. Looking at the rising price, he was grinning from ear to ear. Lin Fei really knows how to slack off, but I like this kind of slacking off. Qiao Qingshan had always wanted to improve Imperial College. Now, he had finally done it. As long as the Revenge Chamber of Commerce existed, the Capital Institute would become a force that no one could ignore. At the same time, the Capital Institute would truly become a special existence. On the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei was not worried about today's auction. As long as people came, no one could resist the temptation of technological treasures. Qin Lan, Lin Fei called out casually, but no one came. He smiled bitterly. I almost forgot that Qin Lan has secretly returned to the Demon God Empire. Lin Fei wanted to earn some money from the Expeditionary Empire, but he also didn't want to let go of the Demon God Empire. As long as Qin Lan conveyed his intentions, he believed that the cooperation would begin very soon. The battle between the Expeditionary Empire and the Demon God Empire was none of Lin Fei's business. Am I too bad? Lin Fei asked himself in his heart. He was no different from an arms dealer. Master, your enemies are getting stronger and stronger. You have to accumulate enough energy units. Otherwise, 2 or 3 quasi-great emperors would be too much for you to handle. You might even have to flee, the little demon reminded him. This was something that Lin Fei himself was well aware of. No matter what happens outside, I have to set my sights on the ancient wasteland world if I want to obtain more energy units. That's the place to truly increase my confidence. Outside, no matter what happened, it wouldn't be good. Most of the resources here came from the ancient wasteland world. For example, a tribe that was supported could produce hundreds of thousands of stones. What would the scale of 10 or 20 be like? And this was just a small mine. A mine that produced a few million stones was not unheard of in the ancient wasteland world. The auction and the sale of technological treasures were very popular that day. No matter who it was, Everyone who came to the Revenge Chamber of Commerce was well behaved. When they left, they were all extremely excited. That night, Qiao Qingshan held a celebration party. Lin Fei attended once again. Today's auction and turnover were very high, especially technological treasures. With and without comparison, the outcome was completely different. The cultivators who had liked the treasures of Tianji Hall immediately gave up on the treasures of Tianji Hall and turned to the Avenger Chamber of Commerce. Cheap. Useful. That was their experience. They might not use the treasures of Tianji Hall in their lifetime, but the treasures of the Avenger Chamber of Commerce were completely within their acceptable range. They were cost-effective. If they didn't use them, what else could they use? Those who bought the treasures realized that as long as they continued to earn wall stones, they could obtain large amounts of technological treasures and even exchange them for energy cards. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the Demon God Empire. That would be their battlefield. The ancient wasteland world was too dangerous, and they did not have the means to go there. They might as well set their sights on the Demon God Empire, which would save them a lot of time and energy. Everyone knew that the Empire would soon set its sights on the Demon God Empire and eventually defeat it, leaving the Star Sector with only one expeditionary empire left. Xiao Lin, I really didn't expect that the stingy big families would not hesitate to call out such a high price for these technological treasures. It's really crazy. In the courtyard of Qiao Qingshan's residence, he said excitedly. It had been a long time since Qiao Qingshan had seen such a grand scene. The future of the Avenger Chamber of Commerce was a Jingguang Avenue. For the Capital Institute, it could also continue to stand at the peak through this. Sorry to trouble you today, Principal Qiao. Without you, who knows what kind of mess would have happened? Lin Fei said with a smile. Qiao Qingshan was very pleased to hear that. This kid really knew how to talk. These are the proceeds from today's auction. Lin Fei did not care about the auction. He only provided the necessary items, leaving Qiao Qingshan in charge. He scanned the items with the system. They were all there. He did not believe that Qiao Qingshan would be greedy, because it would be meaningless. Lin Fei put away the items. Principal Qiao, these are according to what I said before. Please take a look. And this is a personal gift from me, Principal Qiao. I hope our cooperation will continue. In the following days, the Avenger Chamber of Commerce maintained a high revenue and completely stabilized. Lin Fei did some calculations. Based on the current situation, in less than a month, everyone would be captivated by the technological treasures and become the most loyal users. Tianji Hall's influence outside would also disappear completely. Chapter 26:18. The Demon God Empire. As the archenemy of the Expedition Empire, recently, the Demon God Empire had finally regained some of its morale. The establishment of the Avengers in the Capital College and the opening of a second branch was a huge blow to the Demon God Empire. For a long time, the Demon God Empire had never had an obvious advantage in attacking the Expeditionary Empire. Instead, they had been suppressed by the other side. When they had finally gained a certain advantage with the resources brought back by the First Prince, they had tried to push forward, but the Expeditionary Empire had dealt them a heavy blow. This made the higher-ups of the Demon God Empire feel uneasy. They were in big trouble. Anyone who used a technological treasure would uncontrollably fall in love with it. A technological treasure could turn you into a powerhouse. Even if you were a loser, you could still be tyrannical. It was no longer a dream for a high-level expert to be killed by a low-level expert. Killing an enemy of a higher level. All you needed was a technological treasure. The entire Demon God Empire was grateful to the Avengers. They had given the Empire hope and the weak hope to become strong. But now, they were at a loss. Was the Demon God Empire going to collapse? Why would the Avengers set up a branch in the Capital College? Wouldn't they be helping the Expedition Empire to destroy the Demon God Empire? The higher-ups of the Empire held several meetings. In the end, no. No matter how they discussed, they couldn't solve this problem. The Expedition Empire only needed to obtain a large number of technological treasures from the Avengers. It wouldn't take long for them to crush the Empire. No one knew what the Avengers were thinking. They had to be on guard. Who knew if there were any deals in private? We have to prepare for a rainy day, lest we get killed by surprise, one of the higher-ups said, causing the others to roll their eyes. Was there a need to remind them? Everyone knew it. If they didn't want to be defeated by the Expedition Empire, they had to be prepared. I think we should cooperate with Tianji Hall. They will definitely raise the price, another higher-up said. It's not like we can't survive without the Avengers. As long as we pay the price, we can get whatever we want, the higher-up said confidently. The world was so big. There wasn't just one company that could do deals. They were about to be slapped in the face. Haha, you are talking about easy. Do you think that the things in Tianji Hall can be compared to the things in the Avengers? It's just a pile of junk. Even if our demon god empire is rich, we won't be able to withstand it. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. The higher-ups present had long since abandoned the treasures of Tianji Hall and used the items of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. The items of Tianji Hall were too lousy, and they did not want to use them even if they were given them. In addition, the items in Tianji Hall were famous for being expensive. If Tianji Hall had been willing to take the path of being cheap back then, they wouldn't have had to deal with the Avengers. They could have just stepped aside and wouldn't have lost their market share. Moreover, even if we cooperate with Tianji Hall, with their production capabilities, will they be able to keep up with our demand? Look at the Avengers. They have the manufacturing methods in their hands. At the very least, they can produce in batches. How can Tianji Hall compare to the Avengers? They can produce in a year, but Tianji Hall needs 5 to 6 years, or even longer. The higher-ups of the Demon God's empire all lowered their heads. The situation seemed to be very bad. The first prince, the enemy of blood, presided over the meeting. He was very disappointed with the performance of the higher-ups. They had a lot to do with the empire's decline year by year. Since the last time he brought back the resources, the first prince's position had become even more secure. His brothers and sisters could no longer shake him. Since you can't think of anything, I'll say a few words. The enemy of blood said in a deep voice, based on the current situation, we can only contact the Avengers. I believe there might be some misunderstanding. On the other hand, we can purchase the items of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce at a high price and quickly build up our strength. Apart from that, the Demon God's empire must invest more troops in the ancient wasteland world to obtain the Black Crystal card. Since the Black Crystal cards became popular, everyone had fallen in love with them. With enough Black Crystal cards, any technological treasure in one's hands would become a divine weapon that no one could block. The enemy of blood was right. No one could find a reason to refute him. Technological treasures were useful, but they consumed too much energy. Your Highness, you can leave the technological treasures to me. While everyone was silent, Qin Lan pushed open the door of the meeting room in a black palace gown, exuding a powerful aura. Leave it to you, Qin Lan said to the enemy of blood the moment she entered. She did not care about the gazes of the demon gods. Qin Lan, what's going on between you and the Avengers Chamber of Commerce? Why don't you give us an explanation for such a huge matter? Some demon gods were making things difficult for her. Qin Lan had advanced triumphantly from a candidate saintess to the top 3. She also began to have supporters behind her. This also made some of the upper echelons of the empire unhappy. She was growing too fast. With her relationship with the Avengers, she had defeated many opponents along the way. If nothing went wrong, the position of saintess would definitely belong to Qin Lan in the future. This was equivalent to affecting the interests of many people. Now that Qin Lan had barged in, it was undoubtedly an opportunity for them to make things difficult for her. Qin Lan, how dare you? This is a meeting of the upper echelons of the empire. Who gave you the permission to barge in? An experienced upper echelon shouted. I don't care if you are doing this for the empire. You are now just a saintess candidate. You have no right to participate in the upper echelons meeting. If we don't deal with you today, others will follow suit and disregard the dignity of the empire. Men, take Qin Lan away. The guards rushed in and prepared to take her away. Stand down. The enemy of blood who had been silent all this while shouted. Only then did the upper echelons of the empire react. They did not seem to notice the change in the crown prince's expression. After all, he was the beneficiary of the Avengers' Chamber of Commerce. Qin Lan, do you know your mistake? The enemy of blood didn't side with Qin Lan. Even if you are a Saintess candidate and ranked highly, you should know the consequences of barging into the upper echelons meeting without giving a reason that everyone can believe. Even I can't speak up for you. With such words, the upper echelons were too embarrassed to say anything. Qin Lan still had a faint smile on her face. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Empire, it seemed to be a kind of mockery. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Qin Lan first expressed her gratitude. As a member of the Empire, I naturally have to contribute to the Empire. This Saintess barged into the upper echelons meeting to tell Your Highness and everyone a piece of news. However, this news can only be told to Your Highness alone. The upper echelons of the Empire's expression turned even uglier. Chapter 26:19. In the past, Qin Lan wouldn't have had the courage to say something like this. However, after getting closer to Lin Fei, Qin Lan knew that she had to make use of this opportunity. She was well aware that many people in the upper echelons of the Empire didn't like her. This time, Qin Lan wanted to completely suppress them and take the position of the true Holy Maiden in one go. The Saintess had a high status in the Demon God Empire. She could participate in the meetings of the upper echelons and had the right to speak. However, the Saintess candidate was far from being able to talk to the upper echelons. No. Some of the upper echelons were displeased. They were the upper echelons after all. Why couldn't they know? Why can Her Highness know but we can't? Qin Lan, what are you up to? Are you working with the humans? Accusations were thrown at Qin Lan. Enemy blood frowned. What is Qin Lan trying to do? Is she trying to provoke the upper echelons of the Empire? Doesn't she know that the influence of the upper echelons is too great for her? The upper echelons of the Empire still had a great influence. Even enemy blood had to give them a hand to maintain a balance. As for controlling them completely, it would take time. Saintess Qin Lan, this doesn't seem right. Enemy blood couldn't think of any good news that Qin Lan could tell him. The Avengers' Chamber of Commerce had already been established in the Capital Institute, and no one could change it. Who knew what the Avengers would do next? Enemy blood didn't expect Qin Lan to tell him the inside story. He knew that Qin Lan hadn't made much progress in the Institute. Even if she knew about Lin Fei, it wouldn't be of any help. What was more frightening was that Lin Fei's strength had been revealed as a pseudo-great emperor. This was shocking news to some people. Qin Lan couldn't even get close to Lin Fei. Even if he wasn't a pseudo-great emperor, he would at least have a powerful technological treasure on him that could explode with the strength of a pseudo-great emperor. Enemy blood was also suspicious of Qin Lan's actions. This matter concerns the future of our empire. The upper echelons present should all know how serious this matter is. This holy maiden is worried that there are too many eyes here. If word of this spreads, it will be detrimental to the empire. But His Highness is different. Only when His Highness knows and has made a decision will this holy maiden dare to say it. Qin Lan, are you saying that we will leak the news? Damn it, you're doubting us. Your Highness, I think we should capture Qin Lan and interrogate her properly. I suspect that Qin Lan has already been bribed by the Expeditionary Empire. If he wasn't bribed, why would he say such a thing? We're all doing this for the good of the Empire, yet he actually suspects us. This is too much. The upper echelons of the Empire were all reputable people. Now that Qin Lan said this, it was clear that she was suspecting them. They immediately felt uncomfortable in their hearts. No one had ever dared to say such things to them. Although Qin Lan, the Saintess in waiting, had brought many benefits to the Empire, she was too bold to question them in public. Although she didn't say it out loud, her meaning was clear. If one still couldn't tell, one would be the dumbest person in the world. They wanted to punish Qin Lan. She was just a Saintess in waiting. If they wanted to suppress her, they could do it with just a word. In any case, the Demon God Empire was so big that there were countless people who wanted to be Saintess in waiting. Getting rid of an influential Saintess in waiting would save them a lot of effort. Qin Lan wasn't moved. She smiled at enemy blood. Your Highness, do you really not want to know? Who are you? Are you worried that this holy maiden will do something to you? She was trying to provoke him with this sentence. Your Highness, if you miss today, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Your Highness knows very well what kind of person this holy maiden is. Anyway, it's just a few words. It doesn't matter whether you listen or not. Qinlan still had a confident look on her face. Enemy Blood knew Qinlan well. She wasn't an arrogant person. From a mediocre saintess-in-waiting, she had gained support step by step. Now, she was in the limelight. As the first prince, he knew this better than anyone else. Could it be that Qinlan really got some secret information? Enemy Blood had to consider another matter. Would she still have to listen or not? What if Qinlan wasn't just playing to the gallery? She really missed something. Enemy Blood's pupils constricted as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Saintess Qinlan, according to what you said, I have no choice but to listen. Enemy Blood looked at Qinlan with interest. Your Highness, you can understand it that way. If your Highness doesn't want to listen, there's nothing I can do. But I have a clear conscience, Qinlan said with a faint smile. Enemy Blood was really impressed by Qinlan's courage. He wondered who gave her such courage to say such words on such an occasion. If I don't listen to what you said, I'll be a person who can't tell right from wrong. I'll fulfill your wish. Enemy Blood stood up and walked towards the screen. Qinlan smiled. This method might not work on other princes, but it would definitely work on the crown prince. She would never be wrong about this. Some of the dynasty's upper echelons frowned, but they couldn't stop the crown prince. Recently, the crown prince's influence had been increasing day by day. They couldn't stop him in public. They had decided that if Qinlan couldn't come up with a good explanation, she would be stripped of her saintess candidate title. Those upper echelons who had a good impression of Qinlan were confused. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to offend all the other upper echelons? Behind the screen, Enemy Blood set up a soundproof array. Saintess Qinlan, you can tell me now. But you have to know that if your secret is not enough to move me, the higher-ups outside will not give me any face. They will definitely charge you with a serious crime, Blood Enemy said. Qinlan said with a smile, Your Highness, you can rest assured. Since I'm here, I'll definitely give you and everyone an explanation that will satisfy you. As for whether or not I'll tell them, that's another matter. But before that, I have a request that I hope Your Highness will agree to. Enemy Blood's interest was piqued. Tell me about it. If Your Highness thinks that this secret is worth it, this saintess hopes to take the position of saintess for real, instead of being a substitute. Qinlan's words were shocking. Enemy Blood was shocked. He looked at Qinlan with a strange look. Your request is really big. The position of saintess is not something that I can decide. This woman is so ambitious. Enemy Blood couldn't help but feel surprised. Chapter 2620. Your Highness, you can decide as long as you hear the news. Qinlan smiled. The Enemy of Blood didn't want to ask any further. He would rather listen to Qinlan's opinion. Go ahead, I'm listening. Qinlan said with a smile, Your Highness, you must be worried about the Avengers Chamber of Commerce moving into Imperial College. You're afraid that the disparity in strength will be too great, which will affect the future of the Empire. I can tell Your Highness that what you're worried about will not happen, because I've already received authorization from the Avengers. From now on, the Demon God's Empire will secretly cooperate with the Avengers and provide corresponding technological treasures. I wonder if Your Highness will like this news. The Enemy of Blood was indeed shocked. This was definitely a piece of shocking news. Cooperation? The Avengers will cooperate with the Demon God Empire? The Enemy of Blood couldn't be sure. If it was true, the Empire would have nothing to worry about. Your Highness, do you think I'll lie to you? Qinlan smiled. This news is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can show you something else. This time, Qinlan came prepared. He took out a jade talisman and handed it to the Enemy of Blood. This is the message from Lin Fei, the person in charge of the Avengers. Lin Fei. The Enemy of Blood's eyes flickered. Could it be that Qinlan and Lin Fei are getting closer? Everyone knew who Lin Fei was. He was the newcomer king of Imperial College. Now he was the person in charge of the Avengers. He was even a quasi-emperor. It was hard not to take him seriously. As a neighbor, the Demon God Empire naturally knew who he was. He was listed as someone not to be messed with. Xuerendi activated the Jade Talisman and shot out an illusory figure. Lin Fei's figure walked out of it. "Brother Blood, I hope you don't mind my sudden visit." Lin Fei's voice was very clear. "This is a meeting tool that allows us to travel across distances. You don't have to worry about information leaking. The secret between us will not be known by a third person. Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Fei, the temporary person in charge of the Avengers." The enemy of blood was a bit surprised, but he recovered quickly. "So it's Brother Lin. I've long heard of Brother Lin's name. It's a pity that I've never had the chance to meet you. Who would have thought that we would meet under such circumstances?" Blood enemy sighed. Who would have thought that such a young man would possess unfathomable strength? He was even the person in charge of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. If not for the fact that he was the first prince of the Empire, who knew how different his status would be? "I've heard of the first prince's name as well. He's the future overlord of the Demon God Empire. The rumors are true. The two of them were separated by a distance, but they did not give up. They appreciated each other. You want to cooperate with us?" Blood enemy suppressed his annoyance and took the initiative to sniff. "That's right. As a businessman, profit is the most important thing. We are not interested in anything else. Your Demon God Empire is a good partner. I can make the decision to provide you with all kinds of technological treasures. The price can even be 10% or 20% lower than outside. We can even specialize in the production of technological treasures," Lin Fei said seriously. Enemy of blood did not expect the other party to be so straightforward. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. "Brother Lin, is your Avengers trying to start a war between our two empires?" Enemy of blood enemy stared at Lin Fei. "You should know that if this news spreads to the Expedition Empire, I'm afraid your business will be greatly affected." "Aren't you worried?" Lin Fei smiled. "Worried? That's something only the weak would think about. Our Avengers only wants to do business. Unless your Demon God Empire is willing to be wiped out by the Expedition Empire in a few decades. Perhaps it won't take that long. I believe Brother Blood knows what's more important. Threat." Lin Fei was not afraid. This time, Lin Fei had the Demon God Empire's lifeline in his hands. Unless they were willing to become slaves of a subjugated empire. Enemy of blood enemy was indeed trying to provoke Lin Fei. He did not expect the latter to not care at all. This made his move useless. Just as he said, he did not want to see the Expedition Empire grow stronger. With the advantage of technological treasures, the Expedition Empire would only grow stronger. Resources could bridge the gap between them. It was impossible not to be anxious. "Brother Lin, it was just a joke. Don't mind it." Enemy of blood enemy smiled. "We're all willing to cooperate with the Avengers." Seeing that his threat had failed, enemy of blood enemy immediately changed his words. Qin Lan, who was beside him, also smiled. The Empire's move was completely useless in front of Lin Fei. Sometimes, she was shocked. What was Lin Fei's position in the Avengers? Wasn't his authority a little too great? "We also like to cooperate with smart people." Lin Fei smiled. "Before we cooperate, there is one thing that I want to make clear to you. Regarding the cooperation, I don't want any information to be leaked from the upper echelons. As for the technological treasures, we will rearrange them for you. Even if people suspect us, they won't suspect the Avengers. I believe this doesn't matter." Enemy of blood enemy secretly cursed Lin Fei for being shameless. On one hand, he was cooperating with the Expedition Empire. On the other hand, he was cooperating with the Demon God Empire. How shameless. Enemy of blood enemy would not dare to say such words even if he was beaten to death. "No problem. We won't care about it." Enemy of blood said that it was not a problem. "It would be great if the price could be lowered a little. Also, you have to know that from now on, the cooperation between you and the Avengers will be handled by Qin Lan. If you have any ideas or requests, you can tell Qin Lan. She will pass it on to us. Lin Fei said again. That's right. Enemy of blood enemy guessed something. Brother Lin, you can rest assured. There won't be any problems with the cooperation. Enemy of blood enemy guaranteed. Later, I will propose Saintess Qinlan to be in charge of our cooperation. I like what you said. I hope that our cooperation can continue. Enemy of blood enemy and Lin Fei chatted for a while longer. Then, the jade talisman broke and the screen disappeared. That's it. Enemy of blood enemy felt like he was dreaming. This was too fast. The problem concerning the fate of the Empire was solved so easily. The Empire only needed to collect the black crystal cards. It was too smooth. Your Highness, what do you think of this news? Qinlan smiled. Enemy of blood enemy looked at Qinlan with a complicated look. Saintess Qinlan, you have made great contributions to the Empire. I will propose you to be the new Saintess of the Demon God Empire. At this moment, enemy of blood enemy knew what he had to do. From today onward, Qinlan would be a part of the upper echelons of the Empire. She even had the support of a quasi-emperor, Lin Fei. P.S. Recommend a book to a friend, the strongest game system. Accidentally obtain the game system. Log in every day, collect the gift packs, and be a man. Experience, elixirs, godly weapons, martial arts, godly beasts, VIP, and mysterious prizes. Heaven rewards the diligent. Continue to log in and receive the grand prize. What? You are a genius. Chapter 26-21. The upper echelons of the Empire were all waiting for the result. When Her Highness comes out, I want to see how Qinlan is going to explain herself. Of course, Qinlan has been promoted too quickly. She doesn't know her place anymore. When Her Highness comes out, if she doesn't have an explanation, just take her away and let others know the consequences of offending the upper echelon. Those upper echelons who were unhappy with Qinlan were all preparing to make trouble. Given the current situation of the Empire, it wasn't something that Qinlan alone could turn around. As for those upper echelons who supported or admired Qinlan, they began to worry. I really don't know what Qinlan is trying to do. She's destroying her own future. After exchanging glances, several upper echelons shook their heads. They were not optimistic about Qinlan's actions. So far, there weren't many upper echelons who supported Qinlan. Naturally, they couldn't go against the majority of the upper echelons. All of them kept their mouths shut to avoid getting into trouble. He's out. When enemy Bloody Man came out, the eyes of the upper echelons lit up. At this moment, enemy Bloody Man came out with a gloomy face. He seemed to be in a bad mood. To the upper echelons, this was good news. Qinlan must have angered Her Highness. Qinlan, you have nothing to say now, right? Your Highness, I suggest taking Qinlan down and charging her with the crime of disrupting the conference. The upper echelons began to make trouble. This time, I'll teach you a lesson, you little b***tch. Enemy Bloody Man's gaze was calm. He glanced at them and slammed his palm on the conference table. Shut up, all of you. The upper echelons were stunned. What was going on? Weren't you in a bad mood? We're standing up for you. The upper echelons couldn't understand. Qinlan smiled. She was gorgeous. What right do you have to charge Holy Maiden Qinlan? Just because she barged in and interrupted the conference. Enemy Bloody Man's gaze turned sharp. Is it you? Or is it you? Enemy Bloody Man looked at them one by one. The upper echelons looked at each other. What was going on with Her Highness? Why did she protect Qinlan? Did something happen? Your Highness, we're doing this for your own good. A senior upper echelon said calmly. Enemy Bloody Man liked these upper echelons who were putting on airs. They weren't very capable, but they were good at infighting. If it weren't for the senior, he would have kicked them out long ago. All right. Bloodman enemy sneered, I really want to know what's so good about you. When the Empire was in danger, did you come up with any solutions? None at all. You only know this and that. At the critical moment, you can't come up with any solutions. What's the use of you? The enemy of Bloody Man did not give them any face at all. As long as the Empire cooperated with the Avengers, there would be an endless supply of technological treasures. The strength of the empire would also increase. At that time, it would not be impossible for the empire to defeat the expeditionary empire. As long as this cooperation existed, the enemy of Bloodman would have the confidence to fight against the higher-ups. By then, even his father would be on his side. Hearing enemy Shue's words, the faces of the higher-ups darkened. They had never been scolded by someone before. If it was the great emperor, they wouldn't say anything. However, His Highness's words were like a slap to their faces. It would be strange if he wasn't angry. Your Highness, how can you say that we are not worried about the Imperium? The Imperium is our root. We all want to share the burden of the Imperium. Could it be that we are inferior to a Saintus candidate? Your Highness, we want an explanation. The higher-ups were furious. The eldest prince, the enemy of Bloodman, was not a great emperor expert yet. He did not even have the ability to control the Imperium. Naturally, they had nothing to fear. The enemy of Bloodman was very disappointed. These were the higher-ups of the Imperium. They only knew how to fight for power. The future of the Imperium was worrying. Explanation? You don't need to know. The enemy of Bloodman shouted. The information provided by Saintus Qinlan will become the absolute secret of the Imperium. At that time, even my father would agree to it. The enemy of Bloodman's cold gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone here, if you are not convinced, you can go and seek an explanation from His Majesty. The higher-ups were dumbfounded. They were not qualified to know. What was this? We are the higher-ups of the Imperium. What is the meaning of bringing up the great emperor now? Your Highness, this is not right. The previous higher-up shook his head. As the higher-ups, we are qualified to know everything. We don't want your Highness to be deceived. These words seemed to be directed at the enemy of Bloodman, but in fact, it was directed at Qinlan. We want to know the information. Your Highness, you have no right to hide the information. What the higher-ups were best at was causing trouble. A single piece of information could change the attitude of the Imperium. None of them dared to let their guard down. If Qinlan's method was targeted at them, it would be bad. No one wanted their benefits to be affected. The enemy of Bloodman really admired these stubborn higher-ups. This information was too important. Once it was spread, it would no longer be the Imperium's secret weapon. Who knew if any of the higher-ups here had colluded with outsiders? This was something they had to guard against. Who wants to cause trouble? At this moment, above the conference room, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The aura he emitted was as sharp as a blade, causing everyone to feel pain. No one would have thought that someone would appear at this moment. Father. The enemy of Bloodman was the first to react. The higher-ups looked up and their expressions changed. Why did this person appear? The reason why they could put on airs in the conference room was because of their seniority. Suppressing the enemy of Bloodman wasn't a big deal. Now that the great emperor was here, they couldn't do as they pleased anymore. Qinlan lowered her head, enduring the pressure that was as sharp as a knife. The first prince has informed His Majesty without anyone noticing. The higher-ups here are going to be embarrassed. The black-robed man in the sky had a cold gaze. Under his gaze, the higher-ups began to tremble. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood. We were just joking. One of the higher-ups braced himself and said, Yes, we were just joking. How would we dare to go against His Highness? Before the great emperor, they had no right to be arrogant. Oh, so you were just joking. How old are you? Why are you still joking? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? The higher-ups didn't dare to raise their heads. His Majesty's temperament was one of decisiveness in killing. It was all forged through killing. The words of the enemy of Bloodman are my words. Ask whatever you want, the black-robed man said calmly. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. The higher-ups wanted to cry. Ask. Who would dare to ask? Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do so. The enemy of Bloodman secretly felt lucky. He had previously sent a message to his father's clone to hold the fort. Otherwise, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Father, they didn't know about the situation. Ignorance is not a crime. The enemy of Bloodman spoke up for them. Father, please don't blame them. How kind of you. The black-robed man said. Hurry up and thank the enemy of Bloodman for pleading for you. Otherwise, I will send you to the battlefield for this matter. Qinlan, you've done well. The black-robed man's gaze paused on Qinlan for a moment. The Empire needs talents like you. From today onward, you will be the new saintess of the Empire. I hope that you will consider the Empire more. Qinlan thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. She became the saintess. The higher-ups were collectively dumbfounded. What kind of news was that? It could allow Qinlan to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Chapter 26-22. Changes quickly took place within the demon god empire. The saintess candidate, Qinlan, had finally taken the position. Furthermore, she had received the approval of the upper echelons. When the saintess candidate heard the news, they knew that the situation was hopeless. Qinlan officially became the new saintess. For a time, it became a hot topic in the demon god empire. No one knew how Qinlan had been able to take the position so easily. The elders of the upper echelons did not mention it, which confused many people. After the first prince, the enemy of the Bloodman, obtained permission, he mobilized the strongest demon warriors of the empire and formed a secret new army, which was under the control of the enemy of the Bloodman. Half a month after Qinlan took the position, the first collaboration was completed. The demon god empire obtained a batch of technological treasures. Their appearance was different from the technological treasures of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce, but their power was not reduced. Qinlan's position as the saintess was truly unshakable. Ancient wasteland world, Lianyun continent. Demonic poison tribe. In an ordinary-looking building, Lin Fei was leisurely enjoying the service of maidservants. These two maidservants were given to him by Qinlan, and their bodies were filled with the aura of a foreign tribe. After becoming the saintess, Qinlan held great power. She joined forces with the first prince and the Bloodman to fight against the internal forces of the empire. Afraid that she would not be by Lin Fei's side, she specially sent maidservants to serve him. Lin Fei did not refuse. Moreover, the two maidservants were from the fox tribe of the demon race. With their furry tails, they were rather sensual. That night, Lin Fei slept with the maidservants. It was indeed a wonderful feeling, but compared to the wild Qinlan, it was still lacking. Master, the territory of our demonic poison tribe has already expanded to the limit. If we continue, we will touch the interests of the large tribes. Even the alliance of the tribes will take action. This was already the second month since Lin Fei had arrived in Lianyun continent. Ever since the auction was held perfectly, Lin Fei had handed everything over to the puppets. Coupled with the little fiend's control, he had shifted his attention to Lianyun continent. This was the place with the most abundant source of energy cards. Lin Fei didn't really care about the harvest outside. The Hu Devilman stood nervously in front of Lin Fei. Ever since he had a new master, his power and status had been rising. In a short period of time, the demonic poison tribe had grown from a small, unranked tribe to a medium-sized tribe. They controlled a large area, and their entire person had become incomparably glorious. Every time he was in front of Lin Fei, the Hu demons didn't dare to show any emotions. Then we'll consolidate our territory. Lin Fei frowned. Then we'll contact those small tribes in private. Provide them with technological treasures, and I want them to expand their territory. Tell them that I only want energy cards to trade. After sending the Hu demons away, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Lianyun continent is different from South Cloud continent. In South Cloud continent, the Avengers Chamber of Commerce has roped in all the forces. If outsiders want to do something to the Chamber of Commerce, they have to deal with those major forces first. However, in Lianyun continent, human forces, allied forces, and even the 8 ancient families are all involved. Lin Fei studied for several days. It wasn't easy to plunder resources in Lianyun continent. Even the human forces couldn't take another step forward after such a long time, and could only maintain their current division. Do we really have to wait? Lin Fei disliked this process. If it took too long, who could guarantee that nothing would happen? Young master, are you not feeling well? The maid beside him asked in a soft voice. Her voice was so soft that it could seep into his bones. "Who said that young master is not feeling well? Young master is just thinking about how to deal with you tonight." Lin Fei hugged the maid. The progress in Lianyun continent was too slow. It was completely beyond Lin Fei's imagination. All the resources in Lianyun continent were controlled by people. Lin Fei secretly controlled the demonic poison tribe, but it didn't expand much. Instead, the pressure from within the allied forces made him very unhappy. The demonic poison tribe had risen too quickly. Coupled with the technological treasures that they revealed, many tribes had the idea of annexing them, and even proposed to incorporate them. They wanted to become their subsidiary forces. Lin Fei could only let the Hu demons talk to them. He didn't want to offend them for the time being, unless he revealed his full strength. But if he did that, the entire allied forces would attack the demonic poison tribe. Those who didn't understand the allied forces would never know how terrifying they were. Up until now, this allied forces controlled the huge tribal forces in the ancient wasteland world. Even the human experts had to stand aside. Internally, there were many factions that suppressed each other. It was extremely cruel. The demonic poison tribe that Lin Fei had supported occupied a piece of territory. In the end, he had no choice but to let the Hu demons join a force and give them a large sum of money. This saved him from trouble. But this also gave the demonic poison tribe a label. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. Ancient wasteland world, Black Order continent. This place was filled with black. The ground was black. The plants that grew here were also black. Those who had just arrived would think that they had come to the wrong place. How could there be such a place in the ancient wasteland world? The black oppressive aura made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Their first thought was to leave this place, to leave this oppressive place. Black Order continent was the name of this region. Its size far surpassed the other continents, such as the South Cloud continent and the Lianyun continent. But the only difference was that the Black Order continent was a place in the entire ancient wasteland world that external forces could not enter. This was the territory of the ancient desolate beasts. In the Black Order continent, there were powerful ancient desolate beasts. No one knew how many ancient desolate beasts there were. So far, everyone only knew that there was a divine diamond ape in the Black Order continent. It was an ancient desolate beast with a long lifespan and terrifying battle power. Opponents of the same level could not even withstand a single blow from it. The Black Order continent had always been the place that the human experts feared the most. Back then, the human experts had joined forces and tried to kill the divine diamond ape. In the end, they did not expect the other party's strength to be so tyrannical that it crushed them on the spot. Instead, it killed most of them, and only a few returned alive. From then on, no one dared to spy on the Black Order continent. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. The Black Order continent was shrouded in darkness. One could not even see their own fingers. Black Order continent. A figure quietly landed on a big tree. His deep eyes were filled with a rare solemnity. "Are you sure it's in the Black Order continent and not somewhere else?" Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a while, a few figures quietly appeared. There was not even a ripple in the space. "It's in the Black Order continent. You can rest assured. That thing is not deep in the Black Order continent, but at the border between the Black Order continent and another continent. The Divine Diamond Ape definitely does not know that we are here. I heard that old thing is in seclusion." Chapter 26-23. At the border between the Black Order continent and the Blackwater continent. Without warning, several powerful auras were emitted. The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent were alarmed. Thick divine senses swept over. Some ancient beasts even broke through the air, because they had smelled the aura of humans. The ancient beasts of the Black Order continent did not like the aura of humans. Whenever one appeared, they would take the initiative to kill it. After a while, it became a small hobby of theirs. You dare to join hands with outsiders. At the border, a black figure was surrounded by lightning, shattering the void and forming a black hole. His lightning body cannot be maintained in perfect condition. Everyone attack together, destroy him, and divide his empire. Several people besieged him, unleashing a series of terrifying attacks that set off a series of terrifying energy fluctuations. That ball of lightning flickered, and everywhere it passed, a charred smell filled the air. Far away in the Lianyun continent, Lin Fei was also startled. Such a strong energy wave. Could it be that the allied tribes and the humans are fighting again? Lin Fei did not go out to check. Ever since he had placed his focus on the Lianyun continent, Lin Fei had spent more time there. Regrettably, after 3 years, the situation in the Lianyun continent had not changed much. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the overall strength of the Lianyun continent had increased by a lot. There were constant small-scale battles. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see. After 3 years of losing money, the tribes had finally become ambitious. This would affect the future of the Lianyun continent. The battle that had erupted outside, Lin Fei first suspected it to be a small-scale battle. He was not interested in going out to check. Based on the speed of the energy wave, it was definitely not in the Lianyun continent, but in the Blackwater continent. Lin Fei did not have the time to go there. The next day, early morning. I did not expect him to be so determined. He knows that it is a dead end, but he still knows to charge in. If he was at his peak, he might have a chance to survive. Now that he is heavily injured, he will definitely die in the depths of the Blackwater continent. On a mountain peak, a few people looked at the darkness, deep in thought. I believe that the ancient beasts of the Blackwater continent will be very interested. After all, that is a great emperor. That's right, those ancient beasts won't let a great emperor come out alive. We can also start the next step, which is to divide up the empire he built. However, in order to prevent him from playing any tricks, we must keep an eye on the Blackwater continent and ensure that that person does not have the chance to come out. The few of them nodded and disappeared into the void. A few days later, shocking news came from the Blackwater continent. Have you heard? The ancient beast experts of the Blackwater continent are trying to capture a mysterious human expert. This seems to be real. Which expert of the human race has the guts to enter the Blackwater continent? Isn't that just looking for trouble? That human expert must have met with misfortune. The Blackwater continent is famous for being the graveyard of human experts. Who knows how many human experts have died there? That's terrible. The news quickly spread across the nearby continents, causing an uproar. It had been many years since anyone had dared to barge into the Blackwater continent. Lin Fei also heard about it. The demonic poison tribe was considered a medium-sized tribe, and its intelligence network was very complete. Lin Fei also quickly learned of this matter. Could it be that a human expert fought with an expert from the tribal alliance last night? But this human expert is really bold. Of all places, he actually dared to barge into the Blackwater continent. He must be tired of living. Lin Fei was very clear about the Blackwater continent, so he paid close attention to it. According to the little fiend, the Blackwater continent was the nest of the ancient beasts. There were hundreds of millions of dire beasts living here, so it became everyone's nightmare. The tribal alliance was powerful enough, but they still did not dare to behave atrociously in the Blackwater continent. There was an old monster here who could cover the sky with one hand. Anyone who provoked him would pay a heavy price. Lin Fei did not think that the mysterious person could survive. The ancient beasts of the Blackwater continent loved to chase and kill human experts, especially those who barged into their territory. It was a very interesting game. It had been a long time since an expert had barged into the Blackwater continent. When this human expert barged in, he was quickly targeted by the ancient beast experts. From time to time, news would spread. Today, one of the ancient beasts was killed by a human cultivator. Some ancient beast injured the human expert, but also left many wounds. As the news spread out one after another, everyone was shocked. That human was truly an expert. To think that he could even kill an ancient beast. Compared to the outside world, the number of ancient beast experts in the Blackwater continent was not small. In the beginning, there were only a few ancient beast experts. After the human expert killed the ancient beast, some other powerful ancient beasts also moved out and joined in the encirclement. The group grew larger and larger. 12 ancient beast experts discovered the other party's track. They engaged in a fierce battle. The human expert killed one of the ancient beast experts, but his arm was chopped off by the other party. He broke out of the encirclement. The human expert was seriously injured, and another ancient beast expert was killed. The human expert was forced into the depths of the Black Order continent. The news came one after another, shocking and surprising. It was only when one of the 10 great ancient beast experts of the Black Order continent made a move and forced the other party into a desperate situation in the Black Order continent that the matter truly ended. This mysterious expert of the human race was also remembered by the people. When the news spread, in the void outside the Black Order continent, several black-robed men appeared. They had received the news through their own means. I didn't expect his lightning body to be so powerful. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still able to kill so many ancient beast experts and force the ancient devil poison of the 10 great ancient beasts to make a move. He asked for it. He dared to reject our family. This is his fate. We can go now. Once one entered that place, they could forget about coming out. Furthermore, they were poisoned by the ancient devil poison. In another place, the atmosphere in the glorious palace was extremely oppressive. Sounds of shattering could be heard continuously. A young man wearing a magic crown was standing in front of a pile of broken things. Fan Qingyuan, you've gone too far. How dare you interfere with my destruction army? This person was Fan Qinglong. For the past 3 years, Fan Qinglong had not had a good time. After the Avengers Chamber of Commerce established a branch in the Capital Institute, Fan Qingyuan had also benefited. The new army in his hands was equipped with new technological weapons, and they had made great contributions in the battles against the Demon God's empire. On the other hand, Fan Qinglong's battle strength was poor, forming a huge contrast. Fan Qinglong's influence in the army was weakening day by day. Many people were swayed and took the initiative to side with the first prince. This time, the first prince had extended his hand into the destruction army. This was equivalent to shaking Fan Qinglong's foundation. This time, Fan Qinglong was really angry. He could not suppress his anger even after breaking many of his treasures. Fifth Prince, how have you been? What has made you so angry? In the palace, the space fluctuated, and a person appeared in a flash with a faint smile. How dare you come? Chapter 26-24. In 3 years. Fan Qinglong could not wait any longer. He thought that he had been tricked. His elder brother's influence was growing day by day, and he was completely above him. If he had an advantage 3 years ago, then all of that advantage was gone now. It was very normal for Fan Qinglong to hate the person who came. Fifth Prince, I'm here to congratulate you. Congratulate? Fan Qinglong sneered. If you don't give me a satisfactory reason today, I can guarantee that you won't be able to take half a step out of here today. Fan Qinglong was in despair. As long as that person existed, all of his thoughts would only exist in his dreams. Your Highness, your greatest worry has been resolved. That person will not return. Your Highness, you can prepare to take action. I will also be by your side to help you get rid of those who oppose you. The person said with a smile. Fan Qinglong's body trembled. Really? You can arrange for the investigation of the recent major events in the ancient wasteland world. That was really done by us. Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed. 10 days later. The expedition to the Empire, the palace. What are you doing? Quick, stop them. They are rebelling. At noon on this day, at the entrance of the palace, they encountered the 5th Prince's destruction army. Without a word, they attacked ferociously. Instantly, there were countless casualties, and the entrance of the palace was occupied. Fan Qinglong led his men and killed their way in. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Fear, panic, and all sorts of other emotions could be seen on everyone's faces. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them. The 5th Prince had actually led his troops in, and it was the elite destruction army at that. Elder brother, you seem to be in a good mood today. Are you thinking about how to reduce my authority? Fan Qinglong led his men to the entrance of the palace and saw his elder brother, Fan Qingyuan, who had also led his men out. Fan Qinglong, do you know what you are doing? Fan Qingyuan was furious. Even the stupidest person would know what had happened. His fifth brother had really led his troops in. Over the past 3 years, Fan Qingyuan had never forgotten to guard against his fifth brother. As the new army under his command won every battle and gained support from the military, he gradually stopped paying attention to his fifth brother. Fan Qinglong smiled proudly and said, "Big brother, are you an idiot? I've brought troops here to suppress you, traitor, and restore peace to the empire. Don't think that no one knows what you've done, but I know it clearly." Fan Qinglong naturally had to find an excuse to kill his way in openly. "You're slandering us." Fan Qingyuan was infuriated. "Now, get them to put down their weapons and surrender. This emperor can deal with them leniently. Ha 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 ha." Fan Qingyuan didn't care at all. "Big brother, just accept your fate. The entire palace is surrounded by the array. None of your people can enter. Today, you won't be able to escape. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." In order to prevent any unforeseen events, Fan Qinglong took the lead and brandished his saber. Fan Qingyuan's heart sank. Something happened to father. Over here, Azure Dragon led troops to attack the palace. This must have something to do with Azure Dragon. How could he do this? Before he could think further, Fan Qinglong slashed his saber. The guards beside him went forward to block it, but they were easily split into two. "Big brother, you're going to lose today." Fan Qinglong attacked fiercely and continuously attacked his heart. For a moment, he suppressed his big brother and even left several wounds on his body. "Aren't you afraid that father will blame you? Don't forget that father's independent clone is still guarding here." Fan Qingyuan retreated step by step. "The royal family's elders will also not acknowledge you," Fan Qinglong said sinisterly. "This emperor will kill whoever doesn't acknowledge me. I'll kill them until they do. Anyway, this emperor doesn't like them, so it's better to kill them all. Big brother, what do you think of this suggestion?" "You're crazy. They're all your uncles and elders. Whoever dares to block this emperor's path deserves to die." Fan Qinglong's aura continued to rise. He abandoned his saber and changed it into a fist, punching through the air. "Big brother, you too." The palace was isolated by an array formation, so no one knew that there was an internal conflict. "Your Highness, leave quickly. There's too many of them. We can't hold them off anymore." The guards around Fan Qingyuan were killed one by one. The crazed Fan Qinglong became more and more ferocious. He kept suppressing Fan Qingyuan and constantly left wounds on his body. The situation was not looking good. "Fan Qinglong, how dare you usurp the throne?" With a loud shout, the royal family's elders finally appeared. With such a huge commotion, they rushed over immediately and saw Fan Qinglong besieging Fan Qingyuan. Fan Qingyuan was delighted. With the royal family's elders here, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything. Fan Qinglong was waiting for this moment. He opened his sleeves, and a white light burst out. "Big brother, you can go down now." The white light instantly enveloped Fan Qingyuan. With a moment of carelessness, Fan Qingyuan quickly took out a treasure to protect himself. Under the white light, everything slowed down. He saw Fan Qinglong's fist land on his chest, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Then, his entire body sank into endless darkness. The first prince, Fan Qingyuan, was dead. "Ha ha 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 tilde big brother, you're finally dead." Fan Qinglong slashed with his palm, and a huge head fell on his hand. Fan Qingyuan still looked like he died with a grievance. "You definitely didn't expect that the treasure just now was someone else's treasure. It was used to deal with you. Without you, no one can stop me from ascending to that position." This scene happened too quickly. Before the royal family's elders could react, the first prince was killed, and his head fell on the other party's hand. "Fifth prince, how dare you kill me?" A royal family elder shot out 2 jingguang across the air toward Fan Qinglong. "It's your turn now." Fan Qinglong was not afraid at all, and said to the void, "A bunch of stubborn old fools. I'll take care of them. I promise I won't let your highness down." An old man appeared in front of Fan Qinglong, and with a wave of his hand, he sent the 2 jingguang flying. "How dare you attack his majesty? You must die." Swoosh. A terrifying aura pressed down on them. The old man stretched out his hand and pointed. The royal family elder's forehead was instantly pierced by the other party. He didn't even have time to block it, and he fell from the sky, dying with a grievance. This is a quasi-great emperor expert. Some of the royal family elders were shocked. Everyone present was a ninth job transition professional. Apart from quasi-great emperors, not many people could easily break through their defenses and kill them. Everyone, hurry up and join forces to kill this person. Although the royal family's elders were a bunch of stubborn old fools, they valued orthodoxy very much, and they retaliated at the first instance. The old man's actions were faster than theirs. Chapter 26-25. The group of royal elders had suffered heavy losses. The old man's strength was too tyrannical. He had crushed them with absolute strength, and in just a few moments, 7 or 8 elders had been killed. Well done. Fan Qinglong laughed maniacally. This is what happens when you don't support me, fifth prince. Don't kill anymore. We support you to become the crown prince. Stop fighting. The old man posed a great threat to them. 7 or 8 elders had been killed by him. They had organized a few counterattacks, but to no avail. They immediately realized that they couldn't do anything. Under such circumstances, it would be futile to continue. It was better to shake hands and make peace. The old man stopped and locked his aura on them. As long as they made any movements, he would be able to kill them immediately without letting them leave. Fan Qinglong shook his head. No, no, no. Crown Prince, what are you talking about? I want to become the new great emperor. No one can sit on that position except me. The group of royal elders had only thought that the fifth prince wanted to become the crown prince and had launched a mutiny. They had never imagined that he was aiming for that position. They completely looked down on the crown prince. If it were any other time, they would definitely have reprimanded him. This was simply too reckless. Right, let me tell you something. Something happened to my father, Fan Qinglong said. The empire can't be without a ruler. I will become the great emperor. Something happened. The expressions of the remaining royal elders changed drastically. No one knew better than them the importance of a great emperor. Without a great emperor, the empire would immediately become a fat piece of meat that any force would want to take a bite out of. Fifth prince, how can we believe your words? Your Majesty is a great emperor. Who can harm your Majesty? We absolutely won't believe it. Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed coldly. He gave the old man a look and made up his mind. Then you can sacrifice yourselves to fulfill this emperor's wish. The old man took out a treasure that looked like a black gourd and instantly activated it. A suction force enveloped them, and no matter how they struggled, it was useless. One by one, they were sucked into the black gourd. Your Majesty, their foundations are not bad. As long as you refine them, Your Majesty can absorb their strength and instantly become a great emperor. No one will be able to kill Your Majesty, the old man said to Fan Qinglong. Good, good. Fan Qinglong knew that his strength was a shortcoming. If he had the strength of a pseudo-great emperor, and he could control it, he would have the confidence to speak. I'll have to trouble you next. Serving Your Majesty is what I should do. Fan Qinglong strode into the great hall of the empire and sat on the seat that did not belong to him. Ha ha ha, from today onwards, this emperor shall be the emperor. The entire empire shall be under my control. Not the slightest news of the changes in the palace leaked out. The next day, Fan Qinglong summoned the patriarchs of the imperial capital in the name of Big Brother, saying that he had something important to discuss. Over the past 3 years, the first prince had done everything personally, gaining the acknowledgement of the major powers in the capital. As such, he did not have any doubts about the summons and happily went over. They regretted it the moment they left. The first prince did not appear. The one who came was the fifth prince, and then a head was displayed. Without the fifth prince saying anything, the clan heads immediately realized that there was a change in the palace. The first prince, whom they had high hopes for, had been killed. Following that, many doubts arose. Right now, they had to deal with this. Among the major powers that Fan Qinglong had invited, a few of them had opposed him back then. You guys didn't expect this, right? The expressions of the few clan heads changed drastically. Before they could do anything, the elites lying in ambush in the surroundings launched a fierce attack on them, killing them on the spot. They did not even have time to grunt. As for the remaining ones, they tactfully chose to submit. At this point, Fan Qinglong had successfully taken control of the imperial capital. The originally peaceful imperial capital suddenly had a major event. After everyone heard about it, they felt that it was unbelievable. It turned out that a few major powers in the imperial capital had ambushed the first prince in the Great Hall of the palace, causing him to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. The empire had quickly dispatched troops to suppress the few major powers in the imperial capital. Undoubtedly, many people could not digest this news. These major powers were all famous. However, under such circumstances, they had been suppressed by the other party, and their entire clan had been slaughtered. Everyone who saw this was shocked. This had happened too quickly. All the major and minor powers were shocked. This was something that was completely impossible. Those major powers were all on the first prince's side. Why would they attack the first prince? After the incident with the first prince, the entire imperial capital was placed under martial law. The formation in the palace was also activated. Everything seemed to prove that the first prince had been attacked. After the martial law was placed, a series of searches began. Within a few days, many of the major powers in the imperial capital had suffered. They were all taken away by the expeditionary guards, and the entire imperial capital was in a state of panic. At the same time, the first prince sent a message to the leaders of the various regions, ordering them to immediately head to the imperial capital. He said that he had something to announce on behalf of his father. When the news fell into the hands of the leaders of the various regions, all of them had strange expressions. Things had happened too quickly. The leaders of the various regions were suspicious and did not want to be involved. Under the orders of the emperor, they had no choice but to head to the imperial capital. In fact, they all wanted to know if the emperor had made up his mind. The leaders of the various regions suspected that the assassination had been carried out by the fifth prince. In their eyes, the fifth prince was the most ambitious and had a considerable status in the army. With the first prince being assassinated, the fifth prince was definitely the biggest suspect. To those who supported the fifth prince, this was not good news. It was no wonder. In the past 3 years, the first prince had been suppressing the fifth prince. With his advantage gone, it was inevitable that he would not be able to control himself and do something that no one wanted to see. They complained about the fifth prince's foolishness as they headed to the imperial capital, prepared to be scolded. After all, they were close to the fifth prince. They were still worried about this trip to the imperial capital, afraid that His Majesty would blame them. They had no choice but to go. All of them were in a mess. Emperor Peak. Fan Luoyu also received the news. News from the palace. Is this father's order? In the past 3 years, Fan Luoyu had treated Emperor Peak as her home and rarely returned to the palace. She had been worried about the Xiao clan. Luckily, the Xiao clan seemed to have given up in the past 3 years and did not appear again. This made Fan Luoyu feel at ease. Was Big Brother really sent by Fifth Brother to assassinate him? News from the palace. It was intermittent. Fan Luoyu was not too sure about the specific situation, but something had happened. I'll go. Fan Luoyu did not suspect anything and agreed to return to the palace. Chapter 26-26. The Imperial Capital. This ancient place. With the arrival of the domain masters, all kinds of gossip quickly spread throughout the imperial capital. The biggest news was that the fifth prince was the main culprit, setting up a trap to assassinate the first prince. His Majesty was furious and wanted to punish the fifth prince, so he informed the domain masters to come. This news was spread with eyes and noses, and it was the most recognized news. This was because after the first prince was assassinated, the fifth prince disappeared. According to the news from the servants in the fifth prince's residence, he was taken away by the expedition guards. In the entire empire, only the expedition guards had the right to take away the fifth prince. This matter was really done by the fifth prince. After so many days, the fifth prince had not shown his face at all. Combined with the previous events, it was hard not to believe it. On this day, Important figures gathered in the palace. The domain masters and the clan leaders of the imperial capital were almost all in the palace. Everyone was exchanging information in private. They wanted to know exactly what had happened and why it was like this. The 9th princess is here. Fan Luoyu's arrival attracted many gazes. The secret of the royal family was not a big secret in the eyes of the domain masters. Everyone naturally knew about the incident with the Xiao family 3 years ago. The domain masters came to greet her. "How is eldest brother?" Fan Luoyu asked her other brothers and sisters, but they shook their heads, indicating that they did not know anything. Father summoned everyone. Did something big really happen? Fan Luoyu did not have a good impression of her 5th brother, nor did she have a good impression of her eldest brother. However, Fan Luoyu had basically handled all the transactions in the past 3 years, so their relationship had improved a lot. "Looks like we'll find out later. His Majesty is here." The imperial palace quietened down. The majesty of the emperor made everyone afraid to speak, as it was very disrespectful. But when the person came in, everyone was dumbfounded. How can it be him? The 5th prince? What's going on? Seeing the 5th prince Fan Qinglong, who was surrounded by people, everyone doubted their eyes. Wasn't it the 1st prince and his majesty? How could it be the 5th prince? Everyone's expression changed. The situation was completely different. Something big was going to happen. "Everyone, are you very surprised?" Fan Qinglong smiled at everyone. He saw the shock, surprise, and other emotions. 5th Prince one of the region lords, had just spoken when a strand of fierce light assaulted him. "Call me His Majesty. I don't mind killing you next time." The old man beside Fan Qinglong made his move. Pseudo-Great Emperor Expert. As soon as the old man made his move, the others immediately realized how powerful he was and were secretly shocked. These region lords really didn't have the habit of calling him Your Majesty. They were all hegemons of their own territories, so why would they care about a little prince? On the other hand, a few of the region masters had smiles on their faces. From today onwards, this emperor shall be the sole ruler of the empire. If there are any of you who are dissatisfied, you can speak up now. Fan Qinglong swept his gaze over the 30 or so domain lords. Among these region masters, Fan Qinglong wanted to rope in a group and suppress a group. Now, it was time to see who dared to stick their necks out. 5th Prince, it's not impossible for you to become the great emperor, but you have to give us a convincing reason. Also, we want to see the great emperor. The Tianyang region ruler was the first to step forward. The Tianyang region lord had always been loyal to His Majesty. No matter who the future emperor was, the Tianyang region lord had to listen to the great emperor's words before he would agree. For the time being, he wouldn't believe the 5th prince's words. A cold light flashed in Fan Qinglong's eyes. "Tianyang region lord, father has already gone into seclusion. Now, everything outside is up to me. Are you dissatisfied with my words?" Wow! In the void around Fan Qinglong, more than 10 black shadows flew out. Once these black shadows appeared, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. In an instant, they entered Fan Qinglong's body. Immediately, the aura on his body rose steadily. 8th job transition. 9th job transition. Pseudo-Great Emperor realm. Fan Qinglong instantly obtained the combat power of a pseudo-Great Emperor. He moved through the air and came in front of the Tianyang region lord. He formed a seal with both hands and blasted it at the Tianyang region lord. As a veteran expert, the Tianyang region lord wasn't far from becoming a pseudo-Great Emperor. He was fearless and met the attack with a punch. 5th Prince, I don't believe your words. Unless the Great Emperor acknowledges it, no one will acknowledge your identity. The Tianyang region lord realized that his punch had missed. Once the seal came into contact with it, it disappeared. Fan Qinglong appeared above the Tianyang region lord and slammed his palm down. The Tianyang region lord hurriedly received it. There was a loud rumble, and he was slammed into the ground. This is what happens to those who disobey me. Fan Qinglong stood with his hands behind his back. His cold gaze swept across the crowd. The region lords were shocked. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The fifth prince had used a secret technique to advance to the pseudo-Great Emperor realm. He had defeated a veteran expert like the Tianyang region lord with one palm. How could they not be shocked? There were secret techniques that could instantly increase one's combat power. However, not many people could do it as easily as the fifth prince. Although the difference between the pseudo-Great Emperor realm and the ninth job transition realm wasn't great, this gap was a line that couldn't be crossed in a short time. The Tianyang region lord was strong, but he still couldn't defeat the fifth prince, who had advanced to the pseudo-Great Emperor realm. The Tianyang region lord wasn't killed, but he was severely injured. Immediately, someone came forward and used a special tool to detain the Tianyang region lord. Everyone present obviously knew that the first prince was in trouble. Something must have happened to him. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! After a while, someone shouted. The fifth prince had displayed the pseudo-Great Emperor realm. In addition, there was a pseudo-Great Emperor expert beside him. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The other region lords were not convinced, but they knew to lower their heads. The Tianyang region lord was the best proof. This time, the empire was really going to change. His Majesty, the crowd said. Ha 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 ha. Fan Qinglong laughed. The Tianyang region lord colluded with outsiders and plotted to kill the first prince. The evidence is conclusive. He shall be executed. The expeditionary guards shall head to the Tianyang region immediately and take control of the Tianyang region. Anyone who disobeys shall be killed without mercy. With this short sentence, everyone knew that the Tianyang region lord was finished. Fan Luoyu looked at everything quietly. Fan Qinglong, if this is what you call a good thing, I won't keep you company. Fan Luoyu turned and prepared to leave. The change had come too suddenly. The news from the outside world was all fake. If she didn't leave now, Fan Luoyu was afraid that she wouldn't have the chance to leave. Ninth sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. It wasn't easy for you to come back. Stay in the palace for a while longer, Fan Qinglong said kindly. Immediately, someone came forward. Princess, don't make things difficult for us. Fan Luoyu frowned slightly. Fifth brother, aren't you afraid that father will be angry? Chapter 26-27. The world had changed. Just as everyone was waiting for the emperor to make a move, a shocking piece of news spread. The fifth prince had taken the throne. Not the first prince, not anyone else, but the fifth prince had taken the throne. All the region masters agreed with the emperor's decision and supported the fifth prince as the new emperor. It could be said that everyone's eyes were blinded. Apart from that, there was another piece of news about the fifth prince. The fifth prince had ascended to the quasi-emperor level. Regardless of whether everyone had digested this news, after the fifth prince took the throne, a large-scale suppression began. The reign of terror lasted for a whole month. In this month, many forces were suppressed. The fifth prince Fan Qinglong used his absolute power to cruelly settle the forces that did not recognize his position. Blood flowed like a river everywhere, and everyone gasped. In a short month, the fifth prince used cruel suppression to solve the internal problems. The forces and people who were not convinced were all cleared. Young Master Xiao, I think you will like this gift. In the palace, Fan Qinglong met a distinguished guest that he had not seen in a long time. Yes, it was a distinguished guest. Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran came again. The last time he came was 3 years ago. When he came again, the empire had changed greatly, and Fan Qinglong had become the new emperor, controlling everything in the empire. Thank you, Your Majesty. I believe our relationship will be even closer. This gift was Fan Luoyu. That day, Fan Qinglong arranged for people to put the ninth princess under house arrest, contacted the Xiao clan, and restarted the previous marriage. Fan Qinglong still had to curry favor with the 8 great ancient clans. Fan Qinglong was waiting for Xiao Ran to say this. Although he did not know why the Xiao clan valued the ninth sister, it had nothing to do with him. As long as she was sent, the Xiao clan would have to owe him a favor. Young Master Xiao, the ninth sister is in the side palace. You haven't seen her for some time, so I won't disturb your reunion. Fan Qinglong said a few words and swaggered away. Xiao Ran squinted. The fifth prince is much more troublesome than the first prince. In the side palace, Fan Luoyu was sullen. I wonder when Lin Fei will come. If she had known that she would be placed under house arrest, Fan Luoyu would definitely not have returned. She would never have thought that her fifth brother would launch a coup and kill her eldest brother to take the throne. His strength had skyrocketed in a single bound, and he had ascended to the great emperor realm. Even the Tianyang region lord had been defeated. Ninth princess, long time no see. Just as Fan Luoyu was letting her imagination run wild, someone had appeared at the door. You why are you here? Fan Luoyu saw the person she least wanted to see, Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran smiled complacently. Why can't I be here? You should know that I came here for you. Fan Luoyu was not stupid. She immediately guessed that it was Fan Qinglong who had contacted the Xiao family, wanting to curry favor with the Xiao family and secure his current position. I am Lin Fei's man, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Xiao Ran's eyes were ferocious. No wonder you're the ninth princess. You're so good at scaring people. If you were Lin Fei's woman, you wouldn't be a virgin now. Young master, I can see that. Fan Luoyu's expression was a little unnatural. This was perhaps the most helpless thing for Fan Luoyu in the past 3 years. That bastard had been playing the game of disappearing. This made Fan Luoyu love and hate him at the same time. Could it be that she was really incomparable to Qin Lan? I am also a princess, all right? Xiao Ran had been observing Fan Luoyu. From the moment he entered, he was relieved. Fan Luoyu was actually still a virgin. He could not believe that this was true. No one knew better than him the difference between a virgin and an unvirgin. Although he did not know why Lin Fei did not take away Fan Luoyu's virginity, Xiao Ran was not interested in finding out. All that was left now was to bring Fan Luoyu back to the Xiao family. I don't know what you're talking about. Fan Luoyu became determined. If you want to touch me, you better be prepared to be killed by big brother Lin Fei. Lin Fei's name was the last thing Xiao Ran wanted to hear. I never thought that a princess like you would fall in love with someone with an unknown background. Xiao Ran shook his head and snorted. Don't even think about using Lin Fei to threaten me. Last time, I was careless. Based on what you said, I have decided to give the ninth princess a generous gift. For example, killing Lin Fei on the spot. You dare. Fan Luoyu's face was frosty. Ninth princess, just you wait. Xiao Ran turned to leave. Fan Luoyu chased after him but was blocked by the gate's formation. No, I have to inform big brother Lin Fei. Xiao Ran must have brought people here to set up an ambush. Fan Luoyu's mood quickly sank. There was a formation set up here, and it was a super strong one. Fan Luoyu was unable to send the message for a while. Xiao Ran left the side hall. He immediately contacted Fan Qinglong. No one wanted to deal with Lin Fei more than him. He had never forgotten what he had said back then. As such, he had never dared to enter the imperial capital of the expeditionary empire, afraid that the lad would kill him without hesitation. Xiao Ran had been waiting for 3 years. He had originally thought of Fan Luoyu as the second batch of reserves. Unexpectedly, God had given him a big surprise. Fan Luoyu was still a virgin. Deal with Lin Fei? Fan Qinglong's eyes flashed. Actually, he had wanted to deal with Lin Fei, the enemy who had always made him suffer. Now that young Master Xiao had mentioned it, it was perfect. Young Master Xiao, Lin Fei has a strong background. He has been hiding in the Capital Institute. There are great emperors there. Even I can't deal with him, Fan Qinglong said helplessly. The Capital Institute had always been on the fringes of the royal family. Fan Qinglong had been eyeing it for a long time. Xiao Ran's eyes shifted. That's easy. As long as your majesty gives the order, someone will be willing to deal with the Capital Institute. The empire is in your majesty's hands, let alone a Capital Institute. The Xiao family is willing to help. The existence of the Capital Institute made Fan Qinglong very uncomfortable. If there was a chance to deal with them now, it would be great. Thank you for your support, young Master Xiao. Fan Qinglong smiled. Then let's discuss how to take down this Capital Institute and capture Lin Fei. After all, he is our common enemy. Perhaps we can get some important secret. Xiao Ran didn't mind providing some help. A few days later, the newly appointed emperor, Fan Qinglong, went to the Capital Institute for an inspection. This time, Fan Qinglong didn't go alone, but with troops. At the same time, a piece of news spread. Chapter 26-28. The Capital Institute. When Xiao Qingshan heard that the new emperor was coming for an inspection, he cursed loudly. Who does he think he is? He's just interested in the Capital Institute. Sitting in the position of headmaster, Xiao Qingshan could see more clearly than anyone else that there was definitely something fishy about the fifth prince's ascension. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the emperor's absence to act recklessly. Once the emperor returned, he could guarantee that the fifth prince would not have a good ending. Fan Luoyu is in the hands of the fifth prince and wants to marry into the Xiao family. I have to talk to Lin Fei about this. In the past 3 years, Xiao Qingshan had received many benefits from Lin Fei. Others might not know about the relationship between the ninth princess and Lin Fei, but he was very clear about it. Xiao Qingshan admired Lin Fei. The ninth princess of the empire had fallen in love with him and conquered the saintess of the demon god empire, Qin Lan. What a beauty! After hearing the news, he immediately realized that something had happened to the ninth princess. Luckily, I left a communication tool behind. Otherwise, something would have happened. Ancient wilderness world, Lianyun continent. Lin Fei had not been to Emperor Peak for a long time. Things here had become the focus, and Lin Fei had no choice but to oversee things personally. Luckily, everything was going according to plan. Many tribes had developed ambitions, and once they were ambitious, there was no way it would not be chaotic. Something has happened to Fan Luoyu. Lin Fei saw the message from Xiao Qingshan and was slightly stunned. How could something have happened to Fan Luoyu in the empire? This is strange. Even though he did not pay much attention to the empire's actions, Lin Fei knew that the eldest prince was in control of the overall situation and had suppressed the fifth prince. In the future, he could still be a stable lord. Little devil, give me the latest news about the empire expedition. Lin Fei had not paid attention to the news from the empire for some time. After the system extracted, a large piece of information popped up. It was very detailed, and anyone who saw it would be speechless. It was even more detailed than the news from the major forces. The fifth prince has actually launched a rebellion in the palace. He's really bold. Isn't he afraid that the great emperor will kill him? When he saw the latest news, Lin Fei really doubted his eyes. The first prince is too useless. He was actually killed by Fan Qinglong. What a scam. He caused Fan Luoyu to be placed under house arrest in the imperial palace. And Xiao Ran, who would have thought that he would dare to come again after we let him go last time? He even wants a marriage alliance. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. In the past 3 years, Lin Fei hadn't made any moves, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill. The marriage in half a month, isn't it because you want to get out because of me? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He could see the problem with a single glance. It would be strange if they were not targeting him, regardless of whether it was Fan Qinglong or Xiao Ran. They all wanted to kill him. Since you guys are together, let's have some fun. Fan Qinglong had arrived at Imperial College. It was a huge scene. Everyone knew that this new emperor had ulterior motives. The influence of the current Imperial College was no less than that of the empire. It was even vaguely becoming a place of its own, and the Imperial College was vaguely going to break away from it. When this new emperor arrived, Xiao Qingshan still came out to welcome him. After all, the emperor had established the Imperial College. No matter how many years had passed, they still had a connection. Xiao Qingshan didn't address the fifth prince as Your Majesty. Instead, he addressed him as Your Highness. Welcome, Your Highness, to the Imperial College for an inspection. Fan Qinglong didn't like this form of address. Stubborn old man. Fan Qinglong cursed in his heart, but he said, the Imperial College is getting better and better. You guys have brought great honor to the empire. Everyone knows about the Imperial College's prestige now. Many people have come because of its reputation. You've worked hard, Principal Qiao. Even though he wanted to swallow the entire Imperial College, Fan Qinglong held back. He wanted to take things one step at a time. Qiao Qingshan responded unhurriedly, neither servile nor overbearing. Even if the fifth prince became the emperor, in his eyes, he was still the fifth prince. Principal Qiao, I heard that the Chamber of Commerce in the Imperial College is doing very well. I'd like to see it. Fan Qinglong already had a plan. If he wanted to start, he would start there. In the past 3 years, the Imperial College and the Avengers Chamber of Commerce had developed a close relationship. This was the only place where he could make a breakthrough. He would swallow the Imperial College bit by bit until he had complete control of it. Sure. Qiao Qingshan didn't refuse. He couldn't refuse. He was secretly on his guard. The Avengers Chamber of Commerce was now an independent existence in the Imperial College. It was always open to the public. Every day, warriors would come to the Chamber of Commerce to buy some popular technological treasures. There were also some who came to exchange for energy cards. Ever since the spread of energy cards, everyone had taken a liking to them. At the same time, it had gradually become a kind of currency, and everyone loved it. By exchanging for energy cards, the Avengers Chamber of Commerce could obtain large amounts of energy units every day. Like a gold-swallowing beast, it made people jealous. Fan Qinglong once again came to the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. His emotions were very complicated, and his expression slowly darkened. This place will soon be mine. Fan Qinglong toured the Avengers Chamber of Commerce under Qiao Qingshan's guidance. The cheap technological treasures were very tempting. Fan Qinglong said very little on the way. Just as the tour was about to end, Fan Qinglong suddenly said, I heard that Lin Fei is a genius of the Imperial College. Why not come out and meet him? Hearing this, Qiao Qingshan knew that the fifth prince was about to make a move. He knew very well about the feud between the two. Even if 300 years passed, the fifth prince would still not forget, let alone 3 years. Your Highness, Lin Fei has returned to headquarters. He hasn't been around recently. Qiao Qingshan deliberately mentioned the headquarters so that the fifth prince would back off. You may be the emperor now, but you're still far from having the influence of a great emperor. These words were very tactful, but in Fan Qinglong's ears, they were exceptionally harsh. What's wrong with me? Even you are speaking up for Lin Fei. Fan Qinglong frowned and said, that's a pity. I wanted to meet Lin Fei to find out more about the situation. Qiao Qingshan knew that the fifth prince would not be so kind as to come and check on the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. Your Highness, if there's something you want to find out from Lin Fei, you can tell me. Maybe I know, Qiao Qingshan said. There's actually no need to inform Lin Fei about such a small matter. Chapter 26-29. Fan Qinglong was not surprised that Lin Fei was not there. That kid was quite cunning. It would be strange if he was there. That day, Fan Qinglong put a big hat on the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. With a wave of his hand, he sealed the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. This made Qiao Qingshan very angry, and he could not make Fan Qinglong change his mind. Therefore, the entire Avengers Chamber of Commerce was heavily guarded. It was the same for the venue outside. He's just messing around, using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Qiao Qingshan cursed in his room. This time, Fan Qinglong did not give them any face. He sealed the Chamber of Commerce on the spot and arranged for people to guard it. The people from the Chamber of Commerce did not stop him. This made Qiao Qingshan even more angry. Lin Fei, that fool, what is he thinking? The items from that Chamber of Commerce are priceless. How many experts can they create? If Fan Qinglong gets his hands on it, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Thinking of this, he was instantly furious. However, there was nothing he could do. The entire empire was on the fifth prince's side, and no one dared to oppose him. Right now, the entire empire was under bloody suppression. Everyone was smart. A few of the 30-odd area lords had already been dealt with. It was unknown how many people had been agitated. Now, all the major factions in the empire were on the fifth prince's side. If there was also the marriage in half a month, no one in the empire would be able to shake Fan Qinglong's position, unless the great emperor returned. Qiao Qingshan was also anxious. 2 days later. Another piece of news came from the palace. The Avengers Chamber of Commerce was labeled as an illegal chamber of commerce, attempting to destroy the Empire's peace, colluding with foreign races, and so on. From now on, the Avengers Chamber of Commerce was listed as an illegal organization in the Empire. Anyone who provided the whereabouts of members of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce would be rewarded by the Empire. Lin Fei was also listed as a wanted criminal. Reward. The entire Empire was in an uproar. In the past 3 years, everyone had fallen in love with the items from the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. With these items, one could make up for their lack of talent with equipment. A future was no longer a dream. Now that the Empire had sealed the Avengers Chamber of Commerce, many people were unhappy and protested. In the end, they were suppressed mercilessly by the royal family. Blood flowed like rivers, and countless people died sullenly. All the protests died down at once. Only then did everyone notice that those major powers were silent. If they took the initiative to jump out, wouldn't that be equivalent to courting death? The Avengers Chamber of Commerce was gone, but another Chamber of Commerce soon appeared. Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall, which had previously been ostracized, finally made a comeback. According to the information released by the royal family and Tianji Hall would be working closely together to provide a large number of technological treasures for everyone to use. Once again, everyone understood that Tianji Hall had interfered with the Empire's affairs. At the very least, they had contributed. Now, it was finally time to share the fruits of their labor. No matter how uncomfortable they were in their hearts, they had no choice but to bear with it and buy them. This was especially true for power cards, which were considered consumables. They had no choice but to buy them. Tianji Hall became popular again. Young Master Xiao, this is a good move. You killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did you seal the Chamber of Commerce, but you also obtained the Chamber of Commerce's treasure, Imperial Palace, Imperial Garden. Fan Qinglong was drinking with 2 people. One of them was Xiao Ran, the young master of the Xiao family. He was beaming with success. The other was a middle-aged man from Tianji Hall. He was the person in charge selected by the higher-ups of Tianji Hall. His name was Bai Zhengfeng, and he was in charge of the Chamber of Commerce's expeditionary expedition to the Empire. Xiao Ran raised his glass. It's a pity that Lin Fei is not here. The people of the Chamber of Commerce are all well-behaved and do not resist. There's no good show to watch. I have to say that the Avengers Chamber of Commerce's products are really good. I really don't know what they produce. Every one of them is exactly the same. Bai Zhengfeng also raised his glass and sighed. Fan Qinglong used his elder brother's crime to forcefully push the blame onto the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. He directly took over the Chamber of Commerce and obtained a large number of treasures. He was in a good mood. Although he still felt a little regretful. Cheers, everyone. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The 3 of them drained their glasses. This was a rare good thing for them. The treasures were divided among the 3 of them. Young Master Xiao, regarding the Emperor Peak, I'll have to trouble you. Fan Qinglong put down his glass. His eyes were filled with crazy greed. Looking. The harvest of a branch was enough to make them crazy. Fan Qinglong coveted the monarch's peak, which had always been mysterious. He could not wait to occupy it. Unfortunately, the formations were too difficult to crack. My family is already on their way here. Among them is an array grandmaster. They can easily crack it. It's said that there is an ancient wind beast on the Emperor Peak. That's a good thing. Xiao Ran squinted. The ancient wind beast is known for its speed. As long as we set it up properly, it will be a piece of cake. Bai Zhengfeng laughed. The Capital Institute suddenly became quiet after the attack of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. He's here again. When he heard that Fan Qinglong was here again, Qiao Qingshan's face darkened. He's so bold. Even if a great emperor is here, he would not dare to be presumptuous. How dare he barge into the cultivation ground? Qiao Qingshan immediately ran out. Outside the Emperor Peak of the cultivation ground, Fan Qinglong arrived with his men. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? The Emperor Peak is a cultivation ground. You have no right to destroy it. Qiao Qingshan said impolitely. Fan Qinglong had been spying on the Emperor Peak for a long time. He believed that there were many secrets on it. Principal Qiao, Lin Fei is a fugitive of the Empire. I didn't know before, but now I know. I can't ignore it. Perhaps, the Emperor Peak is one of their lair. Fan Qinglong didn't give any face. Principal Qiao, if you want to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. The two middle-aged men beside Fan Qinglong flashed with cold light. An overwhelming pressure crushed towards Qiao Qingshan. Qiao Qingshan was forced to take a few steps back by the powerful qi field. Two pseudo-great emperor experts. Qiao Qingshan took a cold breath. No, these are Tianji Hall's top-notch puppet warriors. Bai Zhengfeng also came and laughed. Principal Qiao is knowledgeable. These are our Tianji Hall's top-notch puppet warriors. If you want to experience their power, it's not impossible. However, once they make a move, there must be blood. I don't think it's a good thing. Qiao Qingshan was furious. He looked at Fan Qinglong. Your Highness, this is the Capital Institute. Aren't you afraid of offending the old principal? Chapter 2630. That was a threat. Fan Qinglong was threatening Qiao Qingshan. If Qiao Qingshan knew what was good for him and stood still, he would be fine. If Qiao Qingshan tried to stop him, he would have to experience the power of Tianji Hall's top-notch puppets. As for the All-President, Fan Qinglong had come prepared this time. Fan Qinglong was rather displeased that the Capital Institute was in the hands of the All-President. How could an outsider manage an institute established by the royal family? No, that would never happen. Although he was here for the Imperial Peak, it was inevitable that he wanted to test the All-President. He didn't mind fighting if he wanted to. It would be best if the All-President chose to remain silent. Fan Qinglong was actually a little wary of the All-President. A few years ago, Fan Qinglong had heard about the All-President's thunderous attacks. He didn't want to fall out with him for the time being. Qiao Qingshan was helpless. His strength was limited. The two top-notch puppets of Tianji Hall weren't easy to deal with. Tianji Hall had invested a lot in this. Even 2 or 3 Emperor-to-be experts wouldn't be able to defeat the puppets of Tianji Hall. All-President, they're testing you. Qiao Qingshan wasn't stupid. After thinking about it, he realized Fan Qinglong's motive. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The royal family had always been dissatisfied with the management of the Capital Institute under the All-President. It wasn't surprising that something like this happened. I'll have to trouble young Master Xiao with this array formation. Seeing that Qiao Qingshan wasn't saying anything, Fan Qinglong was relieved and said to Xiao Ran, who was beside him. It's just a small matter. Don't mention it. Xiao Ran smiled and gestured to an old man beside him. Lin Fu, I'll leave this array formation to you. Don't embarrass yourself. Lin Fu was a professional array formation grandmaster of the Xiao family. Very few outsiders knew his name. It's just a mediocre array formation. Lin Fu was very proud. I don't need any tricks to deal with this array formation. I just need to use my little treasure. He took out a black gourd and patted it lightly. With a swishing sound, a long black river appeared. This looks like an array bug. Fan Qinglong exclaimed in shock. If not for the fact that he had seen it in a certain ancient book and had a deep impression of it, he would not have believed it to be true. Hasn't this thing been lost for a long time? How can it still exist? Bai Zhengfeng was also shocked. There were many good things in Tianji Hall, but he had never seen this kind of array bug before. It was rumored that this thing was the most terrifying. They wouldn't eat anything else, only things that contained the aura of an array formation. Even a top-grade array formation wouldn't be able to withstand their bite. Xiao Ran smiled proudly. The 2 of you have good eyesight. These are indeed array bugs. We found them in an ancient tomb and were lucky enough to successfully cultivate them. No matter how powerful the formation on Emperor Peak is, it will be completely devoured by the array bugs. The black formation bug turned black and charged into the misty Monarch Peak. That terrifying formation that could easily stop a person was actually not affected by the large swarm of insects, allowing them to rush in. A moment later, cracking sounds could be heard. The first formation has been destroyed. Lin Fu smiled. Sure enough, When everyone looked again, the scenery inside Emperor Peak was much clearer. This meant that the formation had been damaged and lost its effect. In a courtyard on Emperor Peak. Lin, aren't you going to stop them? There was more than one person in the courtyard, but two. One of them was Lin Fei. He was leisurely brewing tea, as if what was happening outside was of no importance. As for the other person, no one would have guessed it. It was the old president of the Capital Institute. He was calmly drinking tea, as if he didn't care about what was happening outside. Why was the old president here? That was simple. Lin Fei had found him in the depths of the void, a place that no one else could find. Lin Fei had easily entered the old president's secret cultivation ground. At that time, the old president had been so agitated that there was only one thought left in his mind. How did he find this place? What the hell? Why should I stop him? Lin Fei said with a smile, taking the initiative to pour another cup for the old dean. I really didn't expect that the Xiao clan would really invest so much to find this kind of array addictive bug. The world is really full of wonders. The old president nodded. The world is very big, and there are many things that you can't imagine. As one of the 8 great families, the Xiao family must have some good things on hand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any foundation. After hearing the news, Lin Fei had quietly come to the Capital Institute. He had also suppressed the matter with the Avengers Chamber of Commerce. I'll let you guys be happy for now. When the time comes, I'll make you cry. I quite like these little things. Lin Fei chuckled. The old president narrowed his eyes. There's a way. Don't be fooled by their inconspicuous appearance. When they gather together, they're ferocious. There's nothing that can trap them. Only the Xiao family has the foundation to use priceless materials to refine a gourd treasure that has its own space inside. Ordinary people really can't afford to use it. It's just a gourd. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't have anything on hand to store it, but he had the system. After Lin Fu took out the gourd, the system sped up to make it, and it would be ready soon. They still need to be lectured. Don't be fooled by Lin Fu's absence. Those bugs are his eyes and can see everything. The old president was quite interested. Lin Fei laughed. Then I'll show you. Don't be scared. The old president knew how powerful those bugs were. He had heard rumors when he was young that they could only be encountered by chance. With this thing, breaking the formation would only take a moment. Like now. Almost 2/3 of the Emperor Peak's formation was no longer functional after being destroyed by the insects. The old president was really interested to know how Lin Fei would deal with them. My treasure, go and take care of those bugs. Under the old president's gaze, Lin Fei took out a treasure. It also looked like a gourd, but it was black. Lin Fei's was white. With a command, the white gourd rushed into the formation with a swoosh. This treasure looks a little familiar, the old president muttered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He slapped his hand. No way, I've seen a living ghost. This wasn't the first time he said something about seeing a living ghost. You brat, don't tell me. Lin Fei smiled but didn't say anything. This made the old president really want to give him a beating. Was it so interesting to hide? Also, how many secrets did you hide? If he didn't say, the old president could only watch. The white gourd entered the formation and pounced towards those array bugs. It landed above them. One of the array bugs that was chewing on them raised its head, surprise and doubt flashing in its eyes. What's with this thing? Lin Fu's consciousness moved. Swoosh. Chapter 2631. Pu. While everyone was waiting for the Xiao clan's formation Grandmaster to show his might, Lin Fu opened his mouth as if he had seen something unbelievable. Then, he vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Goddamn thing. My array addictive bug. Lin Fu screamed and fell to the ground. His face was abnormally pale as if he was heavily injured. This scene happened too suddenly. Before anyone could react, something had happened to the Xiao clan's formation Grandmaster. It seemed like his injuries were not light. Lin Fu, what are you doing? Xiao Ran was unhappy. I told you to come all the way here. You came all the way here, not to put on a show. Everyone was watching whether or not the formation would be broken. Lin Fu said weakly and guiltily, "Young Master Xiao, sorry to disappoint you. Those array addictive bugs have been subdued by someone, and the connection has been cut off. There should be an expert on Emperor Peak." Subdued by someone? Xiao Ran wanted to scold someone. That was the Xiao clan's treasure, and you actually lost it. How am I going to explain this when I return? How could it have been subdued? Didn't you use a secret technique to nurture it? Xiao Ran did not know how to tame beasts, but he had some understanding, especially the clan's array addictive bugs. They had always been nurtured using ancient techniques. Even if they fell into the hands of outsiders, they would not be able to control them. What was the current situation? Xiao Ran even understood that there was an expert on Emperor Peak. Could it be that Lin Fei is up to no good? Xiao Ran's killing intent surged. He had not even seen Lin Fei, and he had already lost a treasure. Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng both saw the problem but did not take the initiative to ask. They pretended not to know, looking at their noses with sullen expressions. Not far away, Qiao Qingshan revealed a joyful expression. "Good lad. I told you. You showed your might to the Xiao clan's young master the moment you arrived. Something must have happened to those array addictive bugs." The experienced Qiao Qingshan saw through the clues and was secretly happy. "Lin Fei, you're really good." Xiao Ran asked around and confirmed that the array addictive bugs had been subdued and lost contact with them. He was furious. This was a huge loss. "Young master, even though I've lost the array addict bug, and I've suffered a bit of backlash, it shouldn't be a problem for me to deal with the remaining formations. We can just use brute force." Lin Fu's hatred was not small, and he had wanted to show off. He didn't expect that he would suffer such a setback right from the start. "Then let's break the formation with brute force." Xiao Ran could only take this step. "Brother Bai, there's been an accident." Xiao Ran begged Bai Zhengfeng for help. "I was hoping that Brother Bai could borrow the treasures in Tianji Hall. Young Master Xiao, feel free to use it." Bai Zhengfeng was very polite. "Is there someone up there?" Fan Qinglong asked casually. Xiao Ran's expression changed. "My goodness, this is a good thing, but you took it just like that. That formation Great Grandmaster Xiao Ran must be so angry that he's bleeding." The old dean looked at the white gourd before him and could not help but exclaim. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. "Everyone gets a share, half each." Lin Fei didn't wait for the old dean to say anything. He let the system take half of it and gave the other half to the old dean, along with the control technique. Lin Fu's control technique was weak in front of the little devil, and it was broken in 2 or 3 moves. "You're not that kind. After accepting your gift, I'm afraid you'll have to put in some effort next." The old dean looked at Lin Fei with a faint smile. Lin Fei said honestly, "The old dean is indeed the old dean. You have sharp eyes, nothing can be hidden from you. Those people will definitely come up later. I just want you to scare them." "What about you?" The old dean wasn't angry. "If they want to play, I'll play with them. It'll be boring if they appear too early. Why don't we wipe them out in one go? That'll be exciting enough," Lin Fei said. The old dean didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your gift is really hard to accept, but who asked me to like this thing? With all president taking the field, all of them will have to kneel." Lin Fei flattered him a little. "Brat, you're really good at talking nonsense." The old dean scolded jokingly. Left, 135 step. Straight ahead, 217 step. Lin Fu was injured by the backlash, but it didn't mean that he was powerless. Under the command of the array formation Grandmaster, the array formations on the Emperor Peak were broken one after another. The array formations on the Emperor Peak are just SOSO. Lin Fu's mood finally improved. Qiao Qingshan sneered. "Humph, if Lin Fei activates the array formations, you'll be the first to be banished. Those guys in Tianji Hall are the best proof." To be honest, Qiao Qingshan was a little puzzled. Was there really no one on the Emperor Peak? What was going on just now? Xiao Ran had seen the array formations on the Emperor Peak before, so he was more cautious. As the array formations were broken one after another, he was extremely close to the Emperor Peak, and he felt relieved. "Did I guess wrong? Is there really no one on the Emperor Peak? Xiao Ran was puzzled. That's impossible. All the family treasures have been taken away, and we've lost contact. Lin Fei must be on the Emperor Peak. Fan Qinglong had complicated emotions. He had suffered a lot here, and a figure kept appearing in his mind. Lin Fei. Lin Fei, let's see what you can do this time, Fan Qinglong thought to himself. Right, everyone, be careful. I remember that there was a wind divine ancient beast in the array the last time we came. It might still be there. At the mention of the wind divine ancient beast, the three of them were envious. No matter who it was, they had a high status. It was impossible for them to have an ancient beast as their bodyguard. That was too extravagant. Only a few people in the entire ancient wasteland world were qualified. However, Lin Fei had the protection of an ancient beast, which made them unhappy. Why did he have it? It's even better that it's here. Bai Zhengfeng laughed. This time, I brought a treasure that can restrain speed. Once the wind divine ancient beast appears, I guarantee that it won't be able to fly. Fan Qinglong said enviously, your Tianji Hall has a strong foundation. You have all kinds of treasures. You're so lucky. A trace of pride flashed across Bai Zhengfeng's eyes. Of course. Who can compare to our Tianji Hall's treasures? They rely on our Tianji Hall. The Avengers are nothing. They're just lucky. Who knows if they've discovered a technological relic of a foreign race? Think tilde 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 as if realizing that he had said something wrong, he immediately shut up. The wind divine ancient beast did not appear from the beginning to the end, which greatly agitated them. The last array, break. Lin Fu shouted. With the help of the two Tianji Hall puppets, he successfully broke the last array and entered the Emperor Peak. Ha ha ha, that's great. We're finally here. Search the entire Emperor Peak. Kill anyone who resist. Chapter 2632. They were finally at the Emperor Peak. The three of them were very excited. Naturally, Fan Qinglong didn't need to be mentioned. He had come here time and time again, and each time, he had suffered. The last time, he had been exiled to an uninhabited star region. Bai Zhengfeng had never been to Monarch Peak before, but he had heard of Lin Fei, who had expelled the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Bai Zhengfeng even suspected that Lin Fei was responsible for the Heavenly Secret City being razed to the ground. Xiao Ran's explanation was simple. If not for Lin Fei's appearance, he wouldn't have come to the Empire several times. It was all Lin Fei's fault. Your Majesty, someone is drinking tea over there. Soon, someone came to report. Ha ha ha, that person must be Lin Fei. He's really daring. He actually dares to sit and drink tea. Fan Qinglong laughed. He's about to die, but he still dares to play tricks. Xiao Ran wanted to see Lin Fei even more. Back then, he had been forced to leave the Empire. After all, the deterrence of Lin Fei's words was still very strong. With the strength of a quasi-great emperor, in a situation where there were no helpers, whoever came would die. This wait went on for 3 years. Xiao Ran wanted Lin Fei to die in front of him more than anyone else. He won't be able to escape today, Xiao Ran sneered. Qiao Qingshan became worried at the back. What's that kid doing? Fan Qinglong, Xiao Ran, and Bai Zhengfeng from Tianji Hall. Even if he's a quasi-great emperor, he won't be able to handle them. Old Dean, you have to come out and help. To be honest, Qiao Qingshan didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fei. Compared to any other Sky Prides, Qiao Qingshan preferred Lin Fei. He was an honest person who never went back on his words. He didn't put on airs or put on airs. This was rare among the Sky Prides. Lin Fei, you're about to die today. I don't know what else you have to say. Do you want me to say a few words for you? Fan Qinglong moved the fastest. Once he saw the figure, he began to mock him. Impudent. As soon as Fan Qinglong finished speaking, he was greeted with a cold snort. Everyone instantly felt as if they had fallen into a cold cellar, as if they had encountered a terrifying demon king. Go. Without another word, Bai Zhengfeng ordered the two quasi-emperor puppets to charge forward. Scram. There was still a faint voice coming from inside. A huge force struck, and the puppet warrior that could easily kill a 9th-stage professional expert was blasted away, smashing heavily into a mountain in the distance. Ah, my puppet warriors. Bai Zhengfeng was about to go crazy. Those were two pseudo-great emperor puppet warriors. How could they be sent flying? Lin Fei's strength was too terrifying. Brother Bai, let me help you. Xiao Ran did not fall behind. Although he was surprised that Lin Fei's aura had grown much stronger, he was still confident that he could deal with him. Suppress. This time, not only did Xiao Ran invite experts, but he also brought along treasures refined by the family's experts. A monarch talisman filled with sacred aura appeared in Xiao Ran's hand. It was completely golden and radiated brilliance, as if a peerless expert had arrived. Xiao Ran activated this monarch talisman according to the family's secret method. This was not a one-time use item. It could be used a total of 5 times. Every time it was used, its might would be weakened. It was still very ferocious when used to suppress and kill an opponent. It was also because Xiao Ran's matter was very important that the family had obtained this monarch talisman as a treasure. If it was an ordinary person, Xiao Ran would definitely not be willing to take it out. However, under such circumstances, Lin Fei still dared to resist. In his arrogance, coupled with the hatred he had for Lin Fei, he directly took out the monarch talisman and killed Lin Fei. This time, Xiao Ran had put in a lot of effort. If he did not kill Lin Fei, he swore not to rest. The moment the Emperor Talisman was activated, it shot out an intense golden light. An illusory figure could be vaguely seen within the golden light. It gently sent out a palm strike, and a strong gust of wind blew away the clouds, looking very horrifying. This was the real attack of a great emperor. Xiao Ran did not think that Lin Fei could survive. This time, he could finally kill Lin Fei. From now on, that little bitch would forever belong to him. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xiao Ran laughed heartily. No one could stop the killing move of the monarch talisman. There was only one person at the scene who was surprisingly relaxed. That person was Qiao Qingshan. This is the voice of the old dean. Qiao Qingshan would never have thought that the person in the pavilion was not Lin Fei, but the old dean. At this moment, he was relieved. You are out of luck. How dare you attack a great emperor expert? This was a kind of provocation to a great emperor expert. Haha, you even used the monarch talisman. The Xiao clan is really capable. The voice came from the pavilion again. Everyone only felt their vision blur. A bright light exploded. They could vaguely see that person casually slashing out with his palm like a knife. These people were all lying on the ground. Xiao Ran, Fan Qinglong, and Bai Zhengfeng were all in the same state. It's impossible. Xiao Ran was the first to get up. He couldn't believe this result. After a light cough, he vomited blood. His face instantly turned pale. He didn't expect that he would be injured in the end. That was the monarch talisman. A great emperor expert condensed a trace of will in it. Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng were both seriously injured. They were shocked. Who hadn't heard of the monarch talisman? It couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Was this a joke? Old Dean, you're here. Qiao Qingshan ran up like a wisp of smoke, his voice echoing in their ears. Old Dean. The three of them looked at each other and looked at the pavilion. But when they saw it, they almost vomited blood. That person wasn't Lin Fei, but the most mysterious old dean of the academy. He was drinking tea leisurely and looked calm. How could this be? Isn't Lin Fei here? Fan Qinglong wanted to kill the person who reported. Couldn't he tell such a big person apart? Needless to say, Bai Zhengfeng was so scared that he gasped. His expression changed drastically. An expedition to the empire. If there was someone who couldn't be offended, it would be the great emperor. Apart from that, there was also the mysterious old dean of the Capital Institute. Now I'm dead. Bai Zhengfeng's body trembled when he dared to attack a great emperor expert. The dignity of a great emperor expert couldn't be blasphemed. Xiao Ran was also dumbfounded. How could this be? Before he came, he was warned that it was okay for others to attack, but not a great emperor expert. Fan Qinglong, you bastard. The consequences of offending a great emperor realm expert would be miserable. Old Dean, I'm sorry. Bai Zhengfeng was the first to react. He lowered his posture. I didn't know you were here. I apologize. I didn't dare to attack the old dean. Without saying a word, Bai Zhengfeng slapped himself in the face. What about you? The old dean didn't look up and said indifferently. Be it Xiao Ran or Fan Qinglong, both of them felt extremely bitter. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the Emperor's Peak. Old dean, we were wrong. I think this should be a misunderstanding. We, Fan Qinglong and Xiao Ran braced themselves. Chapter 2633. The Emperor Peak fell into complete silence again. As for those who followed them, they all ran away without the old dean doing anything. They ran away faster than rabbits. Old dean, you really scared me to death. Qiao Qingshan didn't care about what would happen to them. He felt that he had vented his anger. That's what you get for being arrogant and willful. How dare you make a move on the old dean? The old dean smiled. It's just a small farce. There's nothing to be concerned about. Qiao Qingshan nodded repeatedly. What should we do next? The three of them are quite capable when they work together. I'm afraid that they'll. Don't worry. There's no need to be afraid. They won't dare to act recklessly, the old dean said calmly. Qiao Qingshan suppressed the doubts in his heart. That's right. With the old dean, a great emperor-level expert, holding down the fort, even if the three clans worked together, so what? Qiao Qingshan was a little disappointed when he didn't see Lin Fei. What tricks did that guy use to get the old dean to help look after the Emperor Peak? He didn't stop him in the beginning, and he ran into a super hard iron plate. Come out. After Qiao Qingshan left, the old dean said to the void. Aren't I coming out now? Lin Fei came out with a smile and sat opposite the old dean. Old dean, you're still impressive. You took care of them in a few moves. If it were me, it wouldn't have been so easy. The old dean looked down at Lin Fei. You're full of evil tricks. The three of them really shouldn't have come to the Emperor Peak. They were sent away for no reason, and they were given a fright. Lin Fei chuckled and quickly poured a cup of tea for the old dean. Old dean, drink more. This is good stuff. The old dean quite liked the taste of the tea. There are still about 10 days before the wedding between the Xiao family's young master and the 9th princess begins. You must be thinking of ruining it, old dean suddenly said. Lin Fei nodded. That's for sure. The 9th princess is my woman. Who does that Xiao Ran think he is? I can tell with one look that he's not a good person. That Fan Qinglong killed his brother to usurp the throne. If I don't show him some disgust that day, he will really think that he's so powerful. Regarding this, Lin Fei had nothing to hide. On that day, I still need old dean's help to hold the fort. With my small arms, I can't compete with those thighs. If Lin Fei didn't make use of such an important person, then he would be a fool. You're thinking quite well. Don't tell me you'll make the old man do it again. All Amos had a look of disbelief on his face. You're very cunning. If I believe you, I'll be fooled. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Fei cried bitterly in his heart. I don't know which bastard is slandering me. All President, you're the one who watched the Empire's establishment. Did you watch Fan Qinglong turn the Empire into a mess because of that? All Amos was very calm. Continue. Lin Fei had this idea. Looking at All Amos' indifferent look, it seemed that this was not a small problem. He couldn't persuade him at all. Old dean, actually, you just want to be a guest and meet an old friend. I'm willing to give a top-notch puppet to the academy. What do you think? When Bai Zhengfeng was sent out, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to let the little devil copy all the data of the top-notch puppet. If he wanted to produce it, it would only take a word. Compared to the top-notch puppet in Tianji Hall, the quality would be more perfect. Your Avengers Chamber of Commerce is really good. You guys even got the treasure of Tianji Hall out. All Amos revealed a look of surprise. If they knew about it now, they would probably have the intention to kill. You guys are really amazing. The appearance of the top-notch puppet is equivalent to shaking their foundation. All Amos was a clear person. He was very clear about the situation. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Avengers Chamber of Commerce had seized a large share of the market and forced Tianji Hall to give up their interests in the outside world. This did not cause them much harm. Their core was in the ancient wasteland world. The top-notch puppet was the treasure of Tianji Hall. Almost all the major forces in the ancient wasteland world had top-notch puppets. This high-end market had always been controlled by them. The top-notch puppet developed by the Avengers Chamber of Commerce would definitely be of high quality. Tianji Hall would definitely suffer another blow. Because of the appearance of the Avengers Chamber of Commerce, the prices of Tianji Hall's items in the ancient wasteland world were very low. They tried to reverse the situation, but the effect was very weak. In this world, there will always be a market for good things. Without comparison, there will be no harm. There is no high or low. If their things are not good, it can only be said that they are not good. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Old Dean, don't you think so? All Amos had to admit that this was a good sentence. You really know how to talk. All Amos suddenly said with a serious expression. Do you know what Tianji Hall will do once they know that you have developed top-notch puppets? They will still arrange for people to kill me. I already know this. Lin Fei could imagine the flustered and exasperated looks of those people. They would definitely come to kill him. All Amos sneered. When the time comes, those who come to kill you will definitely be great emperors. Real great emperors with great emperor weapons. You won't be able to escape from them. This is the simplest. The Great Emperor Alliance will also force you to hand over the top-notch puppet manufacturing method. Unless the Avengers Chamber of Commerce can withstand the attack of a group of great emperors. Do you still think it doesn't matter now? All Amos drank a cup of tea unhurriedly. Lin Fei had been relaxed a moment ago, but in the next moment, he could no longer remain calm. It can't be. The Great Emperor Alliance has them too? All Amos said solemnly. Who said there aren't any? Don't be fooled by the fact that there aren't many great emperors. They are all cultivating in the ancient wasteland domain, trying to rush to a higher realm. Do you know why the ancient wasteland domain isn't in chaos? That's because the Great Emperor Alliance doesn't allow chaos. The Tribal Alliance is very powerful, but they still have to give up some territory. The human race has many experts, but they still don't dare to cross the boundary. That's because of the Great Emperor Alliance. Lin Fei could see the distribution of benefits in the ancient wasteland domain. He really didn't expect the Great Emperor Alliance to exist. It was completely unreliable. It seemed like All Amos was afraid of this Great Emperor Alliance. Luckily I had tea with All Amos. Otherwise, I would really be in big trouble. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that there was such a hidden and terrifying existence in a place that he couldn't see. All Amos, have you joined the Great Emperor Alliance? Lin Fei asked curiously. I've joined. All Amos said, the existence of the Great Emperor Alliance is to absorb all great emperors. Those who don't join and think they can do whatever they want, you know the waters are so deep. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. He inhaled a breath of cold air. Chapter 2634. How deep? The old dean's words made Lin Fei come to a sudden realization. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could imagine that if top-notch puppets were to be everywhere, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Great Emperor Alliance. This was related to a huge benefit. The appearance of the Avengers had affected many people's benefits, but it wasn't enough to attract the attention of the Great Emperor Alliance. The technological treasures had increased everyone's strength, and they were also the beneficiaries. Top-notch puppets were different. Once the battle prowess of a pseudo-great emperor was spread, those who weren't too far apart in strength would immediately be left in the dust. Thank you for the reminder, Dean. Lin Fei was very grateful for the Dean's words. Otherwise, if he really encountered a great emperor expert, he would be severely injured and wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. The Dean admired Lin Fei and didn't want him to be surrounded and killed by the Great Emperor Alliance. You weren't qualified to begin with, but you're qualified now that you're able to unleash the combat power of a great emperor, even though you're still a little lacking. This world is huge, and those who stand out don't end up well. Just remember this. All Amos said earnestly. Lin Fei felt a sense of danger. A huge danger from the Great Emperor Alliance. If a great emperor expert came, it wouldn't be difficult to heavily injure the other party. This kind of opportunity could only be used once. As for a second time, it might not be as good. Is the Great Emperor Alliance really that powerful? Dean, can you reveal a little more information? I can pass it up and let them take it seriously, so that they won't be caught off guard. Lin Fei asked. The Dean hesitated for a moment. Dean, as a member of the Academy, I've decided to gift 3 top-notch puppets to the Academy. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and said, this is also a small token of my appreciation. Lin Fei, you're a good kid. 3 top-notch puppets. Lin Fei really didn't think much of it and still acted like he was in pain. If he didn't understand the Great Emperor Alliance, Lin Fei wouldn't feel comfortable. Preparing for a rainy day was the right thing to do. He believed that the Dean definitely knew more inside information. 3 top-notch puppets with the combat strength of a quasi-Great Emperor should be enough. All Amos sighed softly. He was shocked by Lin Fei's generosity and was also amazed by his position in the Avengers. Since you are so honest, this old man will also nag with you. The old Dean said in a deep voice and casually set up a soundproof barrier. The Great Monarchs Alliance has a total of 68 Great Monarch. 68 Great Emperors. This number exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. He was quite strong. Lin Fei was still frowning slightly. The Great Emperor Alliance is divided into the Upper Alliance and the Lower Alliance. The Lower Alliance has a total of 48 people, while the Upper Alliance has 20 people. This old man is a member of the Lower Alliance. The Lower Alliance has no right to speak, while the Upper Alliance has the right to speak, the old Dean said faintly. Lin Fei continued to listen. There are 20 people in the Alliance. Each of them has the strength of a late-stage emperor. One of them can fight 7 to 8 emperor experts. Among them, there are a total of 3 in the Great Perfection realm. They control this world, and among the 3, there is an ancient desolate beast. Ancient desolate beast? Lin Fei took a cold breath. The old Dean was not surprised. When I first joined the Great Emperor Alliance, I was the same as you. Later on, I realized that the Tribal Alliance is very strong, and there are many ancient beasts in the ancient desolate domain. If there is no expert overseeing it, do you think that ancient beast can sit still? It is because they have an ancestor overseeing it. Rumor has it that ancient desolate beasts are very strong, and their bodies are almost invincible. Doesn't that mean that as long as the ancient desolate beast exists, no one can go against those ancient beasts? Isn't that extremely powerful? Lin Fei said. That is inevitable. The Black Order continent is their lair, and there are many experts there. Human experts will definitely die if they go there. The old Dean sighed. In the Great Emperor Alliance, that ancient desolate beast has a great influence. The other 2 do not dare to fall out with him. Lin Fei could tell what was going on. Kid, you better tell your alliance leader that if possible, try not to provoke the Great Emperor Alliance. Unless your alliance leader can fight against the 3 peak existences, it is better to be low-key. The old Dean suddenly thought of something. Oh right, the Great Emperor Alliance seems to suspect that your Avengers have obtained the alternate dimensions technology. You have to be careful. Lin Fei's heart thumped. It can't be. Don't tell me they have their eyes on the technology. The old Dean shook his head. They also have some of the technology, but they are worried that the alliance leader of your Avengers is an expert from the alternate dimension, and wants to plunder the resources of this country. Lin Fei was confused. How did this have anything to do with the alternate dimension? I really don't know about this. Lin Fei really wanted to say that he was not an expert from the alternate dimension, and did not have the mood to plunder. It was normal for him to get some resources. It's best not to. The old Dean said, otherwise, you will be in trouble. Even this old man will not be able to speak up for you when the time comes. Experts from the alternate dimension love to plunder other world. Lin Fei gradually understood, and asked tentatively, Old Dean, could it be that our world is very close to the alternate dimension? They can come here smoothly. Can you tell me about the experts from the alternate dimension? After paying the price of 3 peak puppets, Lin Fei really did not expect to hear these secrets. Yes, it was definitely a real secret. Lin Fei still wanted to upgrade the system, and he had only obtained 1 fragment of the alternate dimension. If he knew the way, wouldn't he let the system evolve? You don't know? That shouldn't be the case. The old Dean said doubtfully. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. This, I really don't know. I have heard some rumors about the alternate dimension, but they are all intermittent. For example, the expedition to the Empire seemed to have obtained many things from the alternate dimension. As for the rest, I really don't know. This, Lin Fei was honest. After all, there were no rumors about the alternate dimension. Now that he thought about it, it might have been suppressed by the Great Emperor Alliance. Actually, the alternate dimension is not far from us. The old dean's words gave Lin Fei a fright. No way. Chapter 2635. In the end, Lin Fei didn't manage to enter. The old dean patted his stomach, saying that he was done with his tea and quickly left. He didn't forget to remind Lin Fei to send the 3 top-notch puppets over. This made Lin Fei speechless. You're the old dean, do you really care about the 3 top-notch puppets? Under the pavilion, a breeze blew past. There was a pot of tea in front of Lin Fei. There was still half a cup of tea left. He had a pensive look on his face. Great Emperor Alliance, alternate dimension, ancient desolate beast. These were the secrets of the day. At least, for now, Lin Fei hadn't heard any specific information. The 3 top-notch puppets weren't spent in vain. Lin Fei felt a trace of pressure. From the old dean's words, Lin Fei could tell that the so-called Great Emperor Alliance hated the experts of the alternate dimension. Once they confirmed it, they would definitely strike like a thunderbolt. Lin Fei had created a big scene for the Avengers, but only he knew that from the beginning, he was the one who raised the banner. It might look good on the surface, but there wasn't much inside. If the Great Emperor Alliance really wanted to make a move, they would definitely look for him. After all, he was the one with the most people present. It would be strange if they didn't look for him. Little devil, if I really meet a Great Emperor expert, how long can I last? The Great Emperor Alliance didn't have many people, only 68. If they wanted to, it wouldn't be as simple as sending 1 or 2 Great Emperor experts. According to Master's current accumulated energy, you can at most use 5 moves against an early-stage Great Emperor expert. After 5 moves, Master will lose the ability to resist. If you give the opponent a fatal blow, you can use 1 move. If the opponent doesn't die, they will be heavily injured. Little devil replied. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, it's still a little lacking. Against a true Great Emperor expert, he could use 5 moves, but it was unknown whether the outcome would be decided. If he used all his strength and caught the opponent off guard, there was a chance of success. However, such an opportunity could only be used once. In the future, the opponent would be on their guard. Right, can I produce a large number of top-notch puppets in a short period of time? Lin Fei didn't think that he couldn't deal with a Great Emperor expert. The first thing that came to his mind was the top-notch puppet manufacturing method that he had just obtained from Tianji Hall. This was good stuff, and he had to thank Tianji Hall for taking the initiative to deliver it to him. Master, top-notch puppets require time to make. We can only make 3 puppets every month. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Doesn't that mean there's no chance this month? When Lin Fei had promised 3 top-notch puppets, he had felt that it was too little. Now, he was rejoicing. If 10 puppets had been offered, then it would have been almost half a year before he had a chance. Is there any other way? Lin Fei felt that it was better to prepare for a rainy day, lest he fell into their hands. Analyzing. This was what he had been waiting for. Master, I got it. I just don't know if Master dares to take the risk. After a while, the little devil said. Adventure. As soon as Lin Fei heard this, he knew that the little devil must have come up with a rotten idea. Should he take the risk? Tell me about it first. Lin Fei felt that it was a rotten idea, but after listening to it, he immediately widened his eyes. He was really frightened. Will this work or not? Lin Fei was still a little hesitant. Definitely, it depends on whether Master has the guts or not. Once you succeed, then you will have a certain degree of ability to protect yourself. The little devil continued to tempt him. Anyway, that place is not some dragon's pool or tiger's den. With me here, won't it still be broken? It seems to make a little bit of sense. At the same time, on the other side, Fan Qinglong and the other 2 returned to the palace with incomparable depression. As soon as the old dean made a move, he directly sent them to the sky above the imperial capital. Damn it, that old thing was actually there, causing us to work for nothing, Fan Qinglong cursed, regardless of whether anyone was there or not. Don't mention it, the 2 top-notch puppets I brought are also injured. It's a big loss. Bai Zhengfeng's heart ached. If it was other things, it would be fine, but if the top-notch puppets had problems, it would be no small matter. Xiao Ran was also very helpless. Yours is fine, it will be fine after some repairs. Our Fan clan's treasure is gone just like that, falling into the hands of that old thing. We don't know when he will be able to take it out. Ordinary things are fine, but this thing he didn't know how to explain this matter when he returned. You want to ask a heavenly emperor expert for it? What a joke. Whether or not the other party would see you is another matter. All this is because of that kid, Lin Fei. That kid must have given that old thing some benefit. The 3 of them hated Lin Fei again. If it wasn't for him, today's matter definitely wouldn't have happened. What should we do next? Fan Qinglong was hit in the head, and his expression turned ugly. Not only did he fail to establish his dominance, but he was also chased out. The next matter could be put aside. Unless, he could deal with that old thing. In a few days, let's give Lin Fei a big gift. Xiao Ran said sinisterly, he will definitely come. Bai Zhengfeng nodded, that's right, as long as Lin Fei comes, we will take him down. All the losses must be dug out from his mouth. All right, let's do that. In order to prevent that old thing from coming out, we need to find some assistance. We'll have to trouble the 2 of you with this matter. Fan Qinglong begged the 2 beside him. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng didn't refuse. Dealing with Lin Fei was no longer an ordinary matter, but a big matter. In order to prevent accidents from happening that day, the 2 of them agreed without hesitation. If they didn't deal with Lin Fei, they would feel uneasy in their hearts. It was like a thorn, making them feel very uncomfortable. The wedding date was getting closer and closer. There was no news about Lin Fei at all. This made the 3 very helpless. If Lin Fei didn't appear for a day, they would feel uncomfortable. Fan Qinglong was worried that Lin Fei would play tricks, so he heavily guarded the palace where the 9th princess was under house arrest, fearing that Lin Fei would come to snatch her away. The imperial palace also became heavily guarded. All that was left was to wait for the day of the marriage. Fan Qinglong was also relieved. The experts of the Xiao family had come, a total of 3 quasi-great emperor experts, 2 from Tianji Hall, and 2 top-notch puppets, a total of 7 quasi-great emperor experts. Including Fan Qinglong, there were exactly 8 quasi-great emperor experts. Even if the old dean made a move, he would have to consider the consequences of offending 2 major forces. This was not the end. It was said that a great emperor expert had contacted the old dean, but no one knew what they said. At least the old dean wouldn't come to make trouble. Help Lin Fei? That was even more impossible. Unbeknownst to them, at this time, Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He quietly sneaked into the imperial palace. There is a quasi-great emperor in charge. Chapter 2636. 8 quasi-great emperor experts at the very least. Lin Fei browsed through the information. Fan Qinglong is really generous. He really put in a lot of effort just to deal with me. 8 quasi-great emperor experts. Even if Lin Fei encountered them, he would need 2 to 3 moves to suppress them, or even kill them. Naturally, it would take a lot of energy. After hearing the news, Lin Fei knew that Fan Qinglong and Xiao Ran were up to no good. There would definitely be experts. 8 quasi-great emperor experts was more or less surprising. Hehe, luckily I'm here. After looting those things, I'll take care of all of you in one go. Although this trip was risky, the success rate was very high. In the entire capital, the strongest was just a quasi-great emperor expert. Lin Fei was very confident in himself. Should I go see Fan Luoyu? A thought flashed through Lin Fei's mind. If not for him, Fan Luoyu would not be under house arrest. Moreover, she is my woman. In a side hall. The outside was heavily guarded and heavily guarded. Not even a mosquito could fly in. There was even a formation set up to monitor the situation at all times. This 9th princess can't be with anyone, but she just has to be with Lin Fei's fugitive. She didn't even think about the Xiao clan's identity. It's one of the 8 ancient clans. Who knows? Anyway, we just have to watch over her. Just don't let anything happen to her. I really don't know what charm Lin Fei has. The guards outside chatted with jealousy in their tones. In the palace, Fan Luoyu's expression was much worse than before. There was a resentful expression on her face. That be ****. He doesn't even know to look for me. All he knows is to disappear. He must have gone to look for that demon woman. Fan Luoyu was instantly angered at the thought of Qin Lan. If not for Qin Lan's interference, she would have succeeded long ago. In the past 3 years, Fan Luoyu still knew some things. For example, Qin Lan had come to her above board without any hesitation. He had the attitude of a winner. Demon woman. Fan Luoyu gritted her teeth. Yo, my princess, what are you venting your anger for? Lin Fei's voice exploded in Fan Luoyu's ears, giving the 9th princess quite a scare. Then, a look of joy quickly appeared on her face. You're here. Fan Luoyu was so happy that she could not be bothered with anything else. She threw herself onto Lin Fei's body and let out sobbing sounds, her hands slapping him non-stop. You bastard. You only know how to go to the demoness place and never come to me, boo. Fan Luoyu was crying her heart out. Lin Fei broke out in a sweat. Patting her shoulder lightly, he said, I know you feel wronged. Aren't I here to see you? Fan Luoyu suddenly quivered. Not good, you can't appear at this time. Leave quickly, 5th brother and the rest have found helpers, and they are all quasi-great emperor experts. Once they find out, you won't be able to leave. Xiao Ran had purposely revealed this news the last time he came. Lin Fei snorted lightly. It's just 8 quasi-great emperor experts. Just nice, I lack helpers by my side. I'll use them as my target. Fan Luoyu was completely infatuated with these words, such domineering words. Facing 8 quasi-great emperor experts, you can still be so domineering. You are indeed the man I like. No one was as confident as Lin Fei. With 8 quasi-great emperor experts teaming up, unless it was a real great emperor expert, no one could do anything to them. Do you know the specific location of your royal treasury? Fan Luoyu revealed a hint of doubt and a thought flashed across her mind. You can't be thinking of going to the royal treasury. Lin Fei originally did not want to ask, but after some thought, if Fan Luoyu was willing to lead the way, it would be even easier. With the system, it would not be easy to barge through. That's right. Your royal treasury is going to benefit your 5th brother. You might as well let your man have it. Fan Luoyu blushed and did not have much of a reaction. How can you say that? 5th brother Fan Qinglong's actions had completely upset her. If you don't want to bring me, then I'll go by myself. When I'm done, I'll come back to bring you over, Lin Fei said directly to Fan Luoyu. Fan Luoyu panicked when she heard this. You can't go like this. The royal treasury is the most important place of our royal treasury. Not only is there a great array, but there are also experts guarding it. Between helping and not helping, Fan Luoyu chose the former. Your royal family's treasury is very powerful, and your man isn't someone to be trifled with. Didn't you see that the people outside didn't even notice me coming in? It's not the same for the 8 pseudo-great emperor expert. Fan Luoyu then realized something. Her man was so powerful that he could sneak in without anyone noticing and avoid the heavy guards. I'll bring you there. At least it will save you a lot of trouble. Fan Luoyu was very determined. As for helping an outsider to enter the royal treasury, she did not care if she would lose any benefits. All right then. Close your eyes, I'll bring you out. Lin Fei hugged Fan Luoyu, shielded his aura, and escaped. There was not even a ripple in the space, and they successfully arrived outside the side hall. All right, you can lead the way now. We really came out. Fan Luoyu felt like she was dreaming. They came out just like that. It was something that she did not even dare to think about. This method was too miraculous. But I'm not here, and those people will come in to check. Fan Luoyu said worriedly. Lin Fei smiled. This is not a problem. I've already left a substitute for you. As long as you don't speak, no one will be able to tell. They will only think that you are resting with your eyes closed, or cultivating. The royal palace was huge. With Fan Luoyu leading the way, they soon arrived at the royal restricted area. The royal restricted area is just ahead. The royal treasury is inside. Fan Luoyu pointed to the front. Don't look, it's calm. There are arrays everywhere, and experts gather. It's not that easy to enter. Lin Fei used the system to scan it. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. There were experts everywhere, and there were even 5 pseudo-great emperor experts. This was completely out of Lin Fei's expectation. A royal clan's treasury with 5 pseudo-great emperor experts wasn't an ordinary level of danger. It could be considered as a dragon's pool and tiger's den. If it was during normal times, with 5 great emperor experts and the great emperor expert overseeing the place, no one could invade the royal treasury. The 5 great emperor experts were enough to delay the enemy. It's really dangerous. Can your 5th brother go in now? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and asked casually. Fan Luoyu wasn't sure. It should be very difficult. If he wants to go in, he must have father's token. Anyone who disobeys will be killed, including the princes. 5th brother doesn't have the ability to go in. I once heard father say that the arrays outside the royal treasury have the effect of increasing one's strength. Even if there were 3 to 5 great emperor experts, they wouldn't be able to break in. Chapter 2637. This is really a big dragon's pool and tiger's den. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Little devil, block everything and find a way in. Searching. Lin Fei was going to the royal treasury for this trip to the palace. Whether or not he could improve his strength rapidly would affect his safety in the future. Especially with the Great Emperor Alliance above him, it was hard for Lin Fei not to take it seriously. The old dean's words were very trustworthy. Lin Fei had no choice but to choose. It was not impossible for him to take a risk. Search successful. The following is the way in. A way in quickly appeared in Lin Fei's mind, and the floors of the huge array were all revealed. Let's go in. Lin Fei brought Fan Luoyu and sneaked in. Fan Luoyu's heart was in her throat. This was the royal treasury, and you're going in just like that. Although your array is very powerful, the array here. Just as the thought arose, Fan Luoyu found herself in. She was in the array. Don't make a sound, follow me, don't make a mistake. Lin Fei had already asked Little Devil to block everything. It could be said that as long as they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would be able to tell that the two had entered the royal restricted area. Xiao Ran was in a good mood today. All the experts were here. Now, Lin Fei was the only one left. They left the palace. Xiao Ran had wanted to go back to rest, but after some thought, he decided to visit Fan Luoyu and provoke her, so that she would completely give up on Lin Fei. How is the princess feeling today? Xiao Ran quickly came to the entrance of the side hall and asked the guard. Xiao Ran had arranged for his own people to keep a close eye on her. He did not want any accidents to happen. In the end, it would all be for nothing. Actually, Xiao Ran did not need to go through so much trouble. It would be fine to just take her away, and Fan Qinglong might not dare to say anything. Once he thought of Lin Fei, he was indignant. It was for this reason that he had a brainwave, and thought of a way to make Lin Fei suffer a crushing defeat no matter what. Young master, the princess's mood today is similar to a few days ago. There's not much change. Our people just went in to check, and the princess seems to be cultivating, a guard leader said. Cultivate? Xiao Ran's eyes narrowed. Since when was she in such a good mood? Could it be that she wants to increase her strength before the battle? Xiao Ran shook his head and walked in. In the palace, Fan Luoyu sat with her legs crossed, looking very pure and holy. 9th princess, you're quite free. You even know how to cultivate. Xiao Ran was slightly stunned when he saw Fan Luoyu sitting cross-legged. The situation didn't seem right. Xiao Ran remembered that Fan Luoyu had mocked and ridiculed him the past few times. Today was really strange. Cultivate. This was too abnormal. Xiao Ran was very smart. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, especially the 9th princess's reaction. She should be bearing a grudge against him. Due to this situation, Xiao Ran went forward and prepared to wake Fan Luoyu up. With a push of his hand, Fan Luoyu, who was sitting cross-legged, turned into a puff of green smoke without warning and disappeared. Not good, he disappeared. Xiao Ran's eyes emitted a cold light. Damn it, it must be Lin Fei who snuck in. That bastard. Other than Lin Fei, there was no one else who could sneak into the palace and take Fan Luoyu away. No one came in. There's no movement at all. Xiao Ran immediately found the leader and questioned him. He realized that there had been no movement throughout the day. He only said that the princess had entered to cultivate not long ago. Inform the fifth prince immediately. The entire palace is under martial law. Lin Fei and the others must still be in the palace. When the news reached the ears of Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng, both of them were stunned and exclaimed that it was impossible. Fan Qinglong knew very well how powerful the royal family's formation was. This time, in order to prevent Lin Fei from entering, he had specially asked the people in Tianji Hall to rearrange it. Other than a few limited areas, the rest was under his control. It could be said that, without Fan Qinglong's permission, no one could enter. This is impossible. Fan Qinglong immediately checked the formation to see if there were any breakthroughs. Bai Zhengfeng was shocked and also helped to check. He had arranged for people to set up the formation. He had even patted his chest and guaranteed that no one would be able to enter. There's no problem. It's fine here too. After the two checked it, they were completely dumbfounded. The entire formation was integrated without any damage. The people patrolling the palace did not find anything wrong. He must have sneaked in. Xiao Ran gritted his teeth. That kid is very strange. Don't forget, he has the Avengers behind him. Maybe he has some powerful treasures. Since Lin Fei came in, maybe he's still here. Fan Qinglong came to a realization. Search the entire palace immediately. Don't miss any place. Search. Fan Qinglong did not want to let Lin Fei go. I'll have to trouble a few powerhouses to monitor the entire palace. If there's any movement, you can directly take action. Lin Fei will definitely not be able to get out with one person. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng did not refuse. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? If they let Lin Fei leave today, where would they hide their faces? There was really no place to hide. Therefore, the people in the palace began to move and began to search. Above the palace, the divine senses of the quasi-great emperor powerhouses covered the palace. As long as there was any slight movement, they would immediately sense it. And at this time, Lin Fei sneaked into the formation that the royal family entered. They found out that you left. Lin Fei suddenly stopped. Then what should we do? Fan Luoyu understood what he meant. It's fine, it's just earlier than expected. Lin Fei smiled. Now that we're in the forbidden zone, they won't be able to come for a while. Even if they know, they won't dare to come in. The formations here are quite dangerous. There are all kinds of dangerous ancient formations, and there are even some double-linked ones. If we're not careful, we'll fall into their trap. Under the guidance of the little devil, Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu passed through the formations one after another. They were getting closer and closer to the royal treasury. When they walked out of the last ancient formation, a tall black door appeared in their vision. The most shocking thing was that on both sides of the door, there were a total of 5 stone platforms. Each stone platform was tall and completely black, shining with a black luster. Whoo! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 extremely terrifying divine senses turned into 5 ferocious beasts that swooped down. Fan Luoyu was the first to bear the brunt of it. With a cry, she vomited blood on the spot. Her face became abnormally pale and she swayed. It was obvious that she had suffered a huge impact. Lin Fei did not expect that there would be 5 quasi-great emperor powerhouses guarding the side. Invincible defense. Chapter 2638. 5 quasi-great emperor experts. This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered 5 quasi-great emperor experts. Their auras were very heavy, like mountains, and waves of heavy aura pressed down. They seemed to be the quintuplets of the royal family. Wasn't it rumored that they were dead? After Fan Luoyu recovered some of her vitality, her expression changed drastically as she looked at them. She could not believe it was true. Now that you mention it, they do look a little similar. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. They did look similar. No wonder when they attacked, it felt like their divine senses were superimposed. They must have cultivated a terrifying joint attack technique that could even combine divine senses. Lin Fei finally understood why there were 5 quasi-great emperor experts here. Ordinary supreme martial artists would be helpless if they encountered them. You guys are really daring. This is the 9th princess. She wants to go in and take something, and you guys dare to attack. What are your intentions? Lin Fei shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain-like divine senses were shattered on the spot. It had to be said that the 5 of them were very strong. Lin Fei's shout consumed half of his strength. The strength of the divine senses was really not easy to deal with. This was with the help of the system, which attacked from the weak point. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes helplessly. You'll just be wasting your time like this. Without His Majesty's token, you won't be able to do anything. Without His Majesty's token, they will not let you in. Fan Luoyu did not dare to look. Without His Majesty's token, no one can enter. Kill without mercy. An old man on the left, with white hair and a white beard, was furious. Considering that you have the royal bloodline, you can be spared. However, you do not have the royal bloodline. Kill without mercy. Swoosh. Their divine senses gushed out again and quickly fused together. On the spot, they became the divine senses of a great emperor expert. A long spear pierced through the air and went straight for the yellow dragon. This spear was very powerful. Damn, Fan Luoyu was right. In this formation, their joint attack technique is very powerful. They can even fuse their divine senses. No wonder they are so fearless. Lin Fei was not that easy to bully. Kill. If they wanted to kill Lin Fei, it would definitely be impossible. Lin Fei would not give them any chance. He would at least give them a show of strength. No matter what, he would not let them succeed. A resplendent saber light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he swung his saber across the sky, heavily striking the opponent's spear. Clang. After the sound of metal clashing, a terrifying wave of qi rolled out, crushing the surroundings. Big brother, that kid looks like an Emperor Realm expert. That's right, he actually blocked our joint attack. There has never been an expert who could easily block our attacks. The 5 people sitting cross-legged finally had a change in expression. Their joint divine sense attack, coupled with the effect of the formation, instantly had a power comparable to that of a great Emperor Realm expert. Even if there was a slight difference, it was not something that a quasi-great Emperor Realm expert could withstand. Again, Lin Fei's attack gained the upper hand, and he was relentless. How dare you be rude to Her Highness? Watch how I kill you. A true great Emperor Realm expert saber slash, with the coordination of the system, directly struck their weakest point, an invisible connection point in the void. This slash was too fast. The front and back connected without any pause. Quick, stop him. The 5 quasi-great Emperor Realm experts formed seals with their hands, forming a huge barrier. A total of 5 barriers appeared, forming a huge barrier. It's too late. Swish. A loud sound rang out. This slash struck the place that they were most unwilling to see. Within the formation, a faint cracking sound could be heard. The bodies of the 5 quasi-great Emperor Realm experts trembled slightly, revealing disbelief in their eyes. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Do you want me to give you another slash? I believe that you won't be able to block it. Great Emperor Realm expert. A trace of panic flashed across the 5's faces. With that slash just now, Lin Fei had cut off their connection, and it would take a certain amount of time to recover. They didn't dare to recover, as they would definitely be in trouble if the opponent made another slash. Princess Highness, who is he? Big Brother's men frowned slightly. After so many years, he really didn't know that the Empire had another great Emperor Realm expert. The domineering slash just now could only be unleashed by a great Emperor Realm expert. The slash landed on the crucial point, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it. That weak point was very well hidden, and most importantly, it was constantly moving. This was a little thought-provoking. How did the opponent see through it? Until now, no one had seen through it, except for His Majesty. The young man in front of them was really shocking and unexpected, and they didn't dare to act recklessly. I am Princess Highness Master. Lin Fei gave Fan Luoyu a look. You've got guts. Do you really think that a mere combination attack can suppress everything? In my eyes, you're too weak. To deal with you, I don't need much, just one slash for each of you. If you don't believe me, you can try. My slash never returns empty-handed, it always brings something. Fan Luoyu naturally cooperated. 5 royal uncles, I'm here to retrieve something. What's the meaning of you blocking me? Fan Luoyu's face was slightly cold, and she put on the airs of a princess. Do you believe that I'll report you for disrespect in front of my father? These 5 people were all from the royal family, and according to seniority, they could all be called royal uncles. Princess Highness, if you want to enter, you must have His Majesty's token. Otherwise, no one can enter. The leader of the royal uncles softened his tone. Facing a true great emperor realm expert, and having their technique broken, they naturally had to lower their heads. Lin Fei snorted. Who said we don't have a token? You dare to question us? If we don't have a token, how did we get here? Big brother, he seems to be right. Inside here, there are formations everywhere. Without a token, no one can enter. Perhaps, he really does have a token. The others started to stir. With the royal princess here, it seemed like she would definitely have a token. This was something that they could be very sure of. Then take it out for us to see. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes in her heart. That's what you get for acting. Now look at what token. You can't just conjure it out of thin air. Lin Fei snorted. Taking out a token is a small matter, but what if I take it out and you don't admit it? So, I want you to show us first, in case you go back on your word and refuse to admit it later. You're slandering us. Why would we go back on our word? You definitely don't have a token. These words made them uncomfortable. He actually dared to question them. Chapter 2639. Fan Qinglong and the others were completely anxious. Where did he go? After searching 3 times, Fan Qinglong still couldn't find him. The few quasi-emperors also didn't find anything amiss. It was like seeing a ghost. He was gone. Brother Fan, think carefully. Did you miss something? Xiao Ran asked. The palace's array is always open. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, it's not easy to bring someone out. He must be in the palace. The palace is so big. Is there any place he hasn't been to? Bai Zhengfeng asked. Apart from this explanation, there was really no other explanation. Why did he disappear? Although the imperial palace was big, it was impossible to not find a person in such a small place. The best explanation was that the person was still in the imperial palace, hiding in an unknown place. Fan Qinglong was indeed anxious. Catching Lin Fei now was better than catching him that day. The royal family wouldn't have a bad reputation just because someone came to cause trouble. That would doubt Fan Qinglong's ability to rule and shake the dignity that they had painstakingly built up. The place that I missed, where could it be? Fan Qinglong concentrated and pondered. Suddenly, a place flashed by and his expression changed slightly. There seems to be a place that we missed. Fan Qinglong quickly shook his head. It's impossible for Lin Fei to enter that place. There hasn't been any response from there. Where is it? The two were anxious. The royal family's treasury, Fan Qinglong said. Lin Fei's last words made the 5 nervous. They attacked the 9th princess indiscriminately. Although it was just a side effect, there was a great emperor next to them. They were innately weaker. The leader, imperial uncle, was silent for a moment before raising his head and said, I'll say this first. If you can't take out the token, we won't be polite. Even if you're a great emperor, if we go all out, you won't have a good ending. It's the same no matter who comes. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. I'm just thinking for everyone. Lin Fei said, then you can make a copy. It's best if it's exactly the same, in case you say we're wrong. Humph. The leader of the group, the imperial uncle, stretched out his hand and a medallion appeared in the air. It was squarish and golden, and it looked very lifelike. In order to prevent Lin Fei from saying anything, he made it look exactly the same as the real thing. At least it had the ability to replicate. You really didn't lie to me. Lin Fei smiled. Your Highness, they want to see the token. Please take it out. Inadvertently, Lin Fei gave Fan Luoyu a look. Fan Luoyu had known Lin Fei for 3 to 4 years. She could tell from the look in his eyes that he wanted to cooperate. Master, you seem to have made a mistake. The token doesn't seem to be with me, Fan Luoyu said seriously. When we came, wasn't it with you? Lin Fei really wanted to give Fan Luoyu a thumbs up. Great teamwork. Now, Lin Fei needed to fight for time. That's not right. Your Royal Highness is the one holding the token. You said that this is a treasure of the royal family and needs to be personally controlled by the royal family. Lin Fei frowned. Fan Luoyu put on an innocent look. That's not right. This consort had clearly given it to esteemed master just now. There's definitely no mistake. Esteemed master, look carefully. Is it really in my hands? Lin Fei was dubious. All right, I'll look for it. The 5 quasi-great emperor experts revealed strange expressions, but they didn't say anything. What's the big deal about delaying a little more? It's not a good thing to offend a great emperor. In their eyes, this great emperor expert must have been invited by His Majesty. It was definitely not a good idea to offend him rashly. Lin Fei looked left and right, and when they couldn't wait any longer, he finally said, "So it really is with me. I misplaced it." Really? They were indeed suspicious. Deliberately mystifying. Lin Fei took out an item from his storage ring. It was shining with Jingguang. It was that token. It was exactly the same, and its aura was the same. Your Royal Highness, this is for you. Lin Fei gave the token to Fan Luoyu. It really is. As soon as the token was taken out, they recognized it. It was exactly the same aura. Fan Luoyu was shocked. She couldn't believe it was true. There really was a token. However, she suppressed it very quickly. She absolutely believed that Lin Fei had done something to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to sneak in. Now we can finally enter. Fan Luoyu raised the golden token high. The 5 people's divine senses landed on the token. After a round of inspection, they felt that there was something wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it. All right, we can go in. The 5 quasi-great emperors worked together, and several seals landed on the stone door, opening up a door. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he didn't kill them just now. If he had killed one of them, it would be really troublesome. Remember, don't be rash next time. I'm in a good mood today. Please forgive me if I don't drink. Lin Fei snorted coldly and strode in. Fan Luoyu hurried to catch up. She was still rather puzzled. Where did the token come from? Could it have been there before? With all sorts of doubts, the two entered the treasury. Big brother, something feels wrong. It's obviously real, but why does it feel so unfamiliar? It's really strange. The leader frowned and said, "Forget it. Since the 9th princess is here, it must be real. Outsiders can't enter, and the 9th princess doesn't look like she's being controlled by an outsider. Why should we worry so much? Since the big brother had said so, the others couldn't say anything. It's inside. Outside the restricted area." Fan Qinglong frowned. Lin Fei probably doesn't have the ability to enter. Yes, he didn't have the ability. This was the most heavily guarded place in the entire royal family. Even Fan Qinglong himself didn't dare to barge in recklessly. That wouldn't end well. Even if he was killed, it would be a wasted death. Could it be wrong? Fan Qinglong said. "Why don't you ask? Did anyone enter?" Bai Zhengfeng said. The atmosphere in this place was oppressive. Bai Zhengfeng naturally didn't dare to say that he would go in and take a look for him. That would definitely be suicide. All right, I'll ask. Fan Qinglong didn't have a token in his hand. However, as the emperor of the empire, he still had something that could contact them. For the people inside, they only recognized the emperor's things, and didn't care about anything else. Fan Qinglong just happened to have this thing. A round jade seal appeared in Fan Qinglong's hand. He pushed upwards, and the jade seal landed in the air above the restricted area. With a whoosh, it entered the formation. This was the emperor's proof of identity. Chapter 2640. This is the royal treasury. It was Fan Luoyu's first time here and she was shocked by the scene in front of her. In such a huge space. All kinds of materials were piled up like a mountain, with seals on the outside and ripples on the surface. It was rather spectacular. Never been here before? Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The foundation of the expeditionary empire was not something ordinary people could imagine. These were not what Lin Fei cared about. His only goal now was to plunder energy cards, black crystal cards, a large number of energy wall stones, and even the treasures in the alternate dimension. Lin Fei had not forgotten about the evolution of the system. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. This is an important place for the royal family. Our princess has a high status, but she is not qualified to come here, even if she is a prince. All right Lin Fei contacted the little devil. Start looking for useful things. Search and analyze The Imperial Jade Seal entered the array. The terrifying array ignored the existence of the Imperial Jade Seal. With a swoosh, it entered the deepest part of the array, which was the entrance of the treasury. The 5 quasi-great emperor powerhouses opened their eyes. His Majesty's token. The 5 of them were shocked. It couldn't be, it was here so soon. They could not stay calm. They had stopped them purely out of duty, but they did not expect them to report it. I am the new emperor of the empire, Fan Qinglong. Once the Imperial Jade Seal appeared, a figure shot out. It was Fan Qinglong. I ask you, did anyone enter the treasury? Fan Qinglong did not dare to be too harsh with his words. The 5 quasi-great emperor powerhouses did not give face to anyone and had been guarding the treasury. The 5 of them saw the token and were stunned for a moment before returning to normal. To them, it did not matter who the emperor was. Your Majesty, are you asking about the 9th princess? Not long ago, the 9th princess and her master entered the treasury with the token you gave them. Token? Entered. Fan Qinglong was instantly confused. Who allowed you to let them in? Fan Qinglong roared. They are wanted criminals of the empire. I order you to bring them out immediately. Fan Qinglong really did not expect that Lin Fei would be so bold, actually daring to openly enter the treasury. Even we do not have the token, where did you get it from? The 5 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Wanted criminal? How could this be possible? After all, they had entry tokens. Your Majesty, the royal treasury is an important place of the royal family. Outsiders are forbidden from entering. Even we can only stand guard outside, unless you enter on your own. Only then did Fan Qinglong remember something. His complexion turned ugly. I don't care so much. I want you to go in and catch him now. What kind of token did Fan Qinglong get? Forget about entering the treasury. Your Majesty, forgive us for being powerless. Fan Qinglong roared again. The 5 quasi-great sovereign powerhouses didn't give him any face at all. They stuck to their duty and indicated that they would capture them the moment they came out. This is infuriating. Outside, Fan Qinglong opened his eyes. The jade seal flew back. He was flustered and exasperated. They are inside. Then let's go in and catch them now. That kid is quite courageous. Of all places, he chose to enter the treasury. We can capture him in one go. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng laughed. They weren't afraid of not being able to find them, they were afraid of not having them. Fan Qinglong smiled bitterly. The 2 of you don't know. The royal treasury is an important place of the royal family and the empire. There are experts guarding it. If we barge in, we won't be able to pass through the array formation. There are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky and there are quasi-great sovereign powerhouses guarding it. If we go in now, we might not be able to come out. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. How could this happen? We are quasi-great sovereign powerhouses. Can't we? Xiao Ran said. Fan Qinglong shook his head. We can't. How about this? Since they went in, they will definitely come out from the inside. We will gather experts and surround this place. At that time, Lin Fei naturally won't be able to escape. Good idea. Fan Qinglong's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. The interior of the royal treasury was an independent existence. If Lin Fei wanted to leave, he would have to come out from the inside. If they ambushed outside, No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he would still fall into their hands. All right, let's do it. The three of them used their fastest speed to gather their strongest power. The 5 quasi-great emperors didn't look too good. Did we really fall for it? Big brother, should we make a move later? He is a great sovereign powerhouse. If we work together, we will be afraid he is more powerful than us. He immediately saw through the connection between us and where the core is. Even if we work together, we might not have the upper hand. The 5 of them frowned. They didn't forget that person's power. He broke their secret technique in one blade. It was truly terrifying. They were all worried. Ha ha ha, your empire is truly wealthy. Lin Fei stood in front of the mountain-like energy wall stones and his eyes were about to light up. Fan Luoyu didn't stop Lin Fei from taking the energy wall stones. In her opinion, if her man took it, there was no need to leave it for the 5th prince. Crack 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 crack. Lin Fei easily broke the seal and collected the energy wall stones. In fact, it was the system that collected them and instantly converted them into energy units. Collect again. The Empire's foundation was rather terrifying. Lin Fei collected them without restraint. Lin Fei didn't care about those materials for now. He went straight to the mountain-like energy wall stones and collected them wantonly. The energy units in the system were rapidly increasing at a visible speed. Congratulations, Master. You are now able to execute 15 normal Great Sovereign rank attacks. I hope you will continue to work hard. The system suddenly sent a notification. 15 times? Not bad. Although it was 5 times more, to Lin Fei, it was still an improvement. The royal clan's treasury was huge. The items piled up like mountains were something that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to obtain in their lifetime. Lin Fei's target this time was very clear, and it was the energy wall stones. He collected them one by one and looked at the constantly increasing energy units. That feeling was truly heaven-defying. Yes, it was heaven-defying. 15 times, 16 times, 17 times, 18 times, 19 times. Every time it increased, it was a quantitative increase in the energy unit. Lin Fei collected tirelessly. Fan Luoyu went from being surprised at the beginning to numbness. There was nothing more to say. No one had ever been able to collect so many energy wall stones in one go. Lin Fei had become a bottomless pit in her eyes. Only a bottomless pit could never contain the energy wall stones. In Lin Fei's eyes, there was only the energy wall stones that were constantly being collected. He was busy for 2 hours, and he didn't stop at all. When the last one was collected, Lin Fei finally stopped. The first thing he did was open the system and check it out. Good fella, I can actually execute 38 Great Sovereign rank attacks. This number gave him a shock. The Empire's foundation was really something. Chapter 2641. Lin Fei didn't want to leave anything good for the 5th prince. The operation of the Empire required energy wall stones. If Lin Fei emptied all of them, there would definitely be a problem. As for what would happen, it wasn't his concern. Materials? Not for the time being. Master, there are still some good things in the deepest part of the treasury. The little devil's tone was somewhat urgent. Good things? If the little devil said it was good, it definitely wasn't something simple. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly and vaguely had an answer. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything that could be considered good. Others might be dazzled when they entered and didn't know what to choose. However, Lin Fei was different. In the entire treasury, there were only a few things that could catch his eye. Lin Fei led Fan Luoyu to the deepest part of the treasury. Compared to the shocking scene in front, the scene here was even more shocking. Could this be the thing left behind by the expert from the alternate dimension after he was defeated? Fan Luoyu stared at the huge wreckage in front of her and couldn't believe it. Expert from the alternate dimension. These few words were very important in the records of the royal family. This should be the wreckage left behind by the expert from the alternate dimension. Lin Fei was also shocked. In the deepest part of the treasury, there was actually a huge silver-white warship. It emitted a boundless, domineering aura. However, this warship was now in tatters. The most obvious thing was that the center was split open by a blade. It was definitely the work of a great emperor. And these should be the armor from the alternate dimension. They indeed carry the power of technology. In addition to this huge warship, Lin Fei also discovered many other things, which could be considered as an eye-opener. For example, the armor, the energy circulation, which had a strong defensive ability, and the damaged energy blade, which had extraordinary power, which was beyond the scope of ordinary weapons. Little devil, can you make these things? Although Lin Fei could use energy to defend himself, it was still lacking when compared to this kind of technological treasure. If he had these things, it would definitely increase his combat strength by a large margin. Yes, there are many materials on this warship that can be used to repair it. Lin Fei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the little devil's reply. Master, look around the innermost area. There are a few items with intelligence, but they are stuck in an endless loop and have become trash. Master, you can take them. Lin Fei knew that there was such a thing. I'll go collect it right away. Under the little demon's guidance, Lin Fei found 4 items with intelligence. The mission progress bar was originally 1/30th, but now it was 5/30ths. He was one step closer to the system's evolution. If the Empire has such a thing, then so does the Demon God Empire. Should we make a trip to the Demon God Empire? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he could get a few more. Then, let's repair this armor first and return this energy blade. We'll take everything else as well. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the things left behind by the experts from the alternate dimensions. Ding. Repairing the silver light armor requires 24 hours. Ding. Repairing the silver moon blade requires 24 hours. Lin Fei didn't feel the pinch at all for consuming energy units. Now, he could only wait. The warship couldn't be repaired, and it was a huge number. Outside the Imperial Treasury, Fan Qinglong and the other 2 called in experts to keep an eye on the Imperial Treasury's forbidden area. The quasi-emperors didn't dare to enter as they could sense the dangerous aura in the forbidden area. They used their divine sense to cover the sky above the forbidden area. As long as someone came out, they wouldn't be able to escape their detection. We're not in a hurry. Fan Qinglong wasn't in a hurry. No matter what he took out from the treasury, in the end, it's going to benefit me. Let's just treat him as a free porter. Fan Qinglong was very envious of the items in the treasury, but he couldn't enter without a pass. Now, with Lin Fei as a porter, it saved him a lot of trouble. A day passed in the blink of an eye. He still hadn't come out. From day to night. In the treasury, Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Ding. The silver light armor has been repaired successfully. It can display 80% of its defensive power. Ding. The silver moon blade has been repaired successfully. It can display 80% of its power. The system's voice sounded. The armor and blade should be a set. Lin Fei pondered and tested the power. Lin Fei didn't just repair 2 pieces of the silver light armor and silver moon blade. He had also prepared 2 pieces for Fan Luoyu so that she could use them to increase her strength. When he was repairing them, Lin Fei noticed that there was a small indent on the silver light armor and silver moon blade. It was used to embed energy cards. As long as one had an energy card, they could be used without any restrictions. Lin Fei took out the silver light armor. When it was in his hand, it immediately released a warm silver light. It was very comfortable. This isn't this the broken armor from yesterday? You actually repaired it. Fan Luoyu looked at Lin Fei in disbelief. This is a treasure left behind by an expert from the alternate space. Hehe, your man is very powerful. Lin Fei took out the silver moon blade. This was also extraordinary. When it was taken out, it looked ordinary. When the energy was activated, one could immediately feel a trace of sharp aura. Let me wear the armor. You can try attacking me with all your strength. Lin Fei wanted to test it out. All right. Fan Luoyu grabbed the silver moon blade. Without any moves, she immediately slashed. A ray of light burst out and landed on Lin Fei's silver light armor. Voila! The silver light armor was immediately activated. A holy shield appeared on his body, protecting him perfectly. Again, go all out. Lin Fei also asked the little demon to collect data. Fan Luoyu used the most basic of attacks to be unbridled. Streaks after streaks of light engulfed Lin Fei. Data collection complete. The silver light armor can withstand the attack of an Emperor expert 10 times. It can withstand a quasi-Emperor expert 100 times. Lin Fei didn't expect the silver light armor to be so powerful. What about the silver moonblade? Lin Fei asked. As long as there is enough energy, it can cut open the body of a quasi-Emperor expert. The complete silver moonblade can unleash an Emperor-level attack. Quasi-Emperor expert is not bad. The materials here were limited. 80% of the power was already not bad. The prerequisite was that there was enough energy to support it. Fan Luoyu was also shocked when she found out about the power of the silver light armor and silver moonblade. She pondered, no wonder the experts from the alternate dimensions are so fearsome. They don't need to raise their realm at all. They only need to pay attention to external forces, and they can build an army in an instant. With the silver light armor and silver moonblade, it will be easy for you to deal with Xiaoran and the others. Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 2642. The harvest in the royal treasury was too great. Lin Fei had always mastered the great Emperor-level attacks. Previously, he could only use about 10 attacks. Now that he had swept through the royal treasury, he could use 38 attacks instead of 10. That was terrifying. Not only could Lin Fei exert the combat power of a great Emperor level, but he could also increase his strength infinitely. 38 attacks could be converted into 2 attacks, which was terrifying. Concentration was the essence. Lin Fei wasn't too sure how powerful the fusion of 19 attacks would be. At the very least, he knew that it wouldn't be easy for anyone to block it. Ultimate move. A real ultimate move. The previous attacks were just appetizers. Outside the royal forbidden area, Fan Qinglong and the other 2 stood in the sky. They did not look anxious, but they were anxious. If Lin Fei were to leave quietly with the princess, it would really be a great loss of face. If they wanted to deal with Lin Fei again, it would be very difficult. There's movement. It seems like Lin Fei has come out of the treasury. Fan Qinglong could still sense Lin Fei's aura through the many formations. It was very piercing and eye-catching in the dark night. Great, he finally came out. We don't need to do anything. The great Emperor-level experts inside will take them down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Lin Fei and the 9th princess appeared, the 5 great Emperor-level experts who were sitting cross-legged made a move. The 5 figures overlapped, and in their field of vision, the 5 of them became one person with the aura of 5 people flowing around their bodies. You scoundrel, how dare you take the princess hostage? Today, you will die here. After the 5 of them merged with the array, they instantly became a great Emperor-level expert. Go straight to the root. After merging, the other party used a pitch-black spear. The spearhead flashed with cold light, and as the other party moved, it was like a huge dragon that pierced through the void and stabbed at the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. After the 5 of them advanced, their strength had surpassed that of before. This spear had become exceptionally terrifying. The royal family is really amazing. The 5 brothers are telepathic, and they even know this move. No wonder they never left the royal family's restricted area. Lin Fei could feel the terror of this spear. Before the spear even got close, its sharp aura was like a knife, leaving tiny wounds on Lin Fei's body. It's time to test out the power of the silver light armor. With a thought from Lin Fei, the silver light armor automatically appeared on his body. It was silvery white in color, protecting the important parts of his body. Clang! The other party's spear stabbed into Lin Fei's forehead, and a huge force surged out. This was the second killing move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tremendous force was like a stream of water, which was immediately neutralized by the silver light armor. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying defense of the silver light armor. This was only 80% of the armor's defensive capabilities. His opponent's attacks would find it hard to penetrate the armor. Again, he retracted his spear and thrust it forward once more. Spear sparks filled the sky, falling continuously, real and fake. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Lin Fei suffered over 100 attacks from his opponent. Each spear could easily kill a 9th transition professional expert. A great emperor is indeed a great emperor. Their strength is the same, and there are no mistakes. Over 100 spear attacks covered the entire silver light armor. It's a pity that my silver light armor doesn't have any flaws. His efforts are destined to be in vain. Lin Fei was very assured about the silver light armor. Since all of you have attacked, I'm going to attack too. Take my attack first. Lin Fei drew his saber. With the silver moon saber in hand, he raised the saber and chopped. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the saber slashed out, a white glow exploded, looking very holy. The combined body royal family expert seemed to have relaxed, as though he was about to fall into a deep sleep. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, and his spear trembled, protecting his body. Clang clang. The royal family expert kept retreating. The spear in front of him had many marks on it, all caused by the slashes. Alternate space weapon. The royal family expert held the spear and stood horizontally. The hand holding the spear was trembling slightly, almost causing him to let go of the weapon. Good eyesight. This is something from your royal family's treasury. Just now, it was only the first slash, and you almost couldn't take it. My second slash, you definitely won't be able to take it. Lin Fei held the silver moon saber in his hand. He had seen how powerful the silver moon saber was. It could actually distract people. It was indeed amazing. The strength of this saber was still very different from when it was used normally. In terms of energy output, there was a lot of saving. It had truly become perfect, and it was no longer used so crudely. That was a living waste. Lin Fei also felt a pang of heartache for the waste in the past. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Lin Fei liked the silver light armor and the silver moon saber more and more. How dare you? This is my man, and you dare to attack. Fan Luoyu said coldly. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Man! The royal family expert who had fused together was shocked again. They had seen the power of the previous slash. If there was another slash, they definitely wouldn't be able to take it. They weren't real great emperor experts, but had come up here through secret skills. The other party was a living great emperor expert. Actually, they didn't want to continue fighting. It was something that they had no confidence in. Princess, you entered the royal family's treasury without His Majesty's permission. Before he could finish, Fan Luoyu said angrily, who said we didn't have permission? You've all seen the pass. You were the ones who let us in. Are you all blind? If you dare to make a move again, I will have him kill you all. The last few words were filled with cold murderous intent. Forget it, we won't interfere. The royal family expert split into 5 people again and gave up on the idea of attacking. He turned back to the stage and sat down cross-legged, unmoving like a mountain. Even if they had the guts now, they wouldn't dare to attack. Brother Fei, how was my performance just now? Fan Luoyu winked at Lin Fei secretly. Amazing. Lin Fei naturally hoped that they wouldn't attack. Of the 38 attacks, only 37 were left. It wasn't easy to replenish one, so he had to use it sparingly. Traces of energy waves came from the royal family's restricted area. They've started fighting. Fan Qinglong didn't think that Lin Fei could withstand the combined attack of the 5 royal family experts, unless he was a real great emperor expert. Was Lin Fei one? Definitely not. He just used treasures to get to the top, so there was nothing to be shocked about. That realm wasn't something that could be achieved through tricks. We just need to wait for the results now. Fan Qinglong looked at the royal family's restricted area with excitement, imagining the despair in Lin Fei's eyes when he was escorted out. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng trusted Fan Qinglong very much. It was easy to sense if there were any experts here. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Chapter 2643. They're out. Footsteps could be heard coming from the royal restricted area. That's right, it was the sound of footsteps, one step at a time, in an orderly fashion. Fan Qinglong smiled. The people inside are done. Lin Fei and the 9th princess have been brought out. Fan Qinglong had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He wanted to see Lin Fei's hopeless and helpless look. Xiao Ran also revealed his murderous intent. If not for Lin Fei's interference, he would not have waited until now. Fortunately, everything could end now. Lin Fei had fallen into their hands and had no hope of survival. Would the Avengers come for revenge? Xiao Ran was not worried at all. Through their family's internal connections, they had learned of a secret. It was rumored that a mysterious person had expressed his dislike for the appearance of the Avengers, and vaguely had the intention of dealing with them. The Avengers would not be able to take care of themselves soon, so they would not be in the mood to avenge Lin Fei. Xiao Ran was also completely relieved. Now, Lin Fei was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting for them to clean up. Lin Fei, you never thought that one day you would become a prisoner, right? With the appearance of Lin Fei and the 9th princess, Fan Qinglong could not wait to ridicule them. Princess, your 5th brother seems to be seeing things. We are both alive and well, how dare you say that we are prisoners? Lin Fei shook his head, looking amused. Fan Luoyu also nodded seriously. Yes, his eyes are indeed seeing things. How pitiful. Only then did Fan Qinglong notice that there were no experts following behind them. His expression changed. Didn't they capture them? As soon as this thought came to him, he felt terrible. You're lying. With your strength, you won't be able to stop the 5 of them. Fan Qinglong suppressed his thoughts, not believing Lin Fei's words. You want to lie to us? Don't even think about it. Lin Fei could see that Fan Qinglong was a little exasperated, but he forced himself to hold it in. Xiao Ran, you've got guts. Do you still remember what I told you? Lin Fei's gaze turned to Xiao Ran, revealing a cold killing intent. Xiao Ran's hair stood on end from being stared at. He was shocked in his heart. How is this possible? How did his aura become stronger in 3 years? It makes me feel uncomfortable all over. 3 years ago, Xiao Ran did not feel such a strong pressure from Lin Fei. 3 years later, the feeling was completely different. Xiao Ran felt as if he had encountered a ferocious beast that wanted to devour him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This young master is a member of the Xiao family. No matter how powerful Lin Fei is, he wouldn't dare to kill this young master unless he wants to be pursued endlessly by the Xiao family. Xiao Ran was completely relieved. Moreover, this time, in the sky above the imperial family's forbidden area, there were 8 pseudo-martial Emperor Realm experts working together. How could they not be able to deal with Lin Fei? What a joke, unless he was a martial Emperor Realm expert. Lin Fei, you're still as arrogant as before. This young master really admires your courage. Xiao Ran revealed a resentful gaze. Although I don't know how you came out, you should first look around and then judge your situation. Is that so? Lin Fei did not need to look to know that he was locked by 7 auras. All of them were pseudo-martial Emperor Realm experts. Just these pseudo-martial Emperor Realm experts? Lin Fei smiled disdainfully. Lin Fei, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be insolent. Bai Zhengfeng sneered, this place has been set up like an iron bucket. 7 pseudo-martial Emperor Realm experts working together, do you think you can hide? Bai Zhengfeng's hatred for Lin Fei was not small. The glorious Tianji Hall was tormented by the Avengers, and its influence was greatly affected. When people mentioned treasures, the first thing that came to mind was the Avengers' Chamber of Commerce. This was such a sad thing. Many of Tianji Hall's experts died in the hands of the Avengers, which also made the higher-ups of Tianji Hall gnash their teeth. As the most exposed person, Lin Fei naturally became the main target of Tianji Hall's revenge. This time, Bai Zhengfeng would not let Lin Fei escape. Lin Fei, you're acting so fearless. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the old dean backing you? If you think that we won't dare to do anything to you, you're gravely mistaken. Xiao Ran wanted to destroy all of Lin Fei's fantasies. Your old dean can only watch from afar. Even if you give him 100 guts, he might not dare to make a move. Lin Fei did not think of counting on the old dean to make a move. It was not worth it. I can't make a move. Lin Fei quickly thought, the old dean is a great emperor expert, and he might even be in the middle stage. If he can't make a move, then someone must have made a move. Is it a great emperor expert? It should be, but it's definitely not an ordinary great emperor expert. Could it be someone from the Great Emperor Alliance? Lin Fei connected the cause and effect and immediately came up with an explanation. That was someone from the Great Emperor Alliance. They originally had ideas about the Avengers, and they must think that they were related to the alternate dimension. Stopping the old dean was understandable. Either the Xiao family invited a Great Emperor expert from the Great Emperor Alliance. No matter which explanation it was, Lin Fei was not very surprised. Seeing that Lin Fei did not speak for a long time, Xiao Ran was in a good mood. Are you in despair? I heard that you have a wind god ancient beast as a guardian. Today, this young master also found an ancient beast and wanted to ask your wind god ancient beast for advice. Anbar, you can come out now. Xiao Ran wanted Lin Fei to be in complete despair, not just despair. Huala, huala. Space distorted. A huge black creature rushed in, its huge wings spread open, and endless flame aura rolled over wave after wave. Xiao family kid, where's the wind god ancient beast you mentioned? Anbar looked around. Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng's expressions changed slightly. What a good Xiao Ran, to actually secretly set up a move and invited an ancient beast, and it's a mid-grade ancient beast, Raging Black Eagle. It's proficient in terrifying flame attacks, and its temperature is extremely high. It can easily burn a 9th transformation profession expert to death. Bai Zhengfeng was experienced and knowledgeable, and also secretly took a deep breath. As expected of a family with a deep foundation, they could even invite a mid-grade ancient beast. In order to successfully capture Lin Fei this time, Xiao Ran really spent a lot of money. Xiao Ran said respectfully, Lord Anbar, that wind god ancient beast is by that kid's side. As long as that kid is threatened, the wind god ancient beast will definitely appear. Anbar's sharp eyes shot over, stinking brat, quickly call out your wind god ancient beast, lest I burn your soul to ashes with a mouthful of fire. As a mid-grade ancient beast, even the quasi-great emperor expert in the sky did not think much of it. Chapter 2644. Once the mid-tier ancient beast flaming black eagle Anbar appeared, its boundless hostility made the surrounding people suck in a cold breath. The hostility flowed around Anbar, formlessly forming a huge black vortex. Anyone who looked at it would feel like they were falling into endless darkness. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Fei, you were lucky last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. Without the Dean's help and the wind god ancient beast beside you, you are destined to become our prisoner. Xiao Ran was completely relieved. Under multiple layers of protection, Lin Fei did not have the ability to turn the situation around. Lin Fei, this time you really can't turn the situation around. Fan Qinglong laughed proudly. I heard that you can explode with the strength of a quasi-great emperor. Just nice, I can do it too. I wonder who is stronger between the two of us. Fan Qinglong retracted his aura and released it all, entering the quasi-great emperor realm. Today, I will let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me, with such a trump card. The three of them laughed. No matter who came, they would not be able to turn the situation around. Lin Fei would definitely fall into their hands. He was a treasure. Under strict interrogation, the rewards would be unimaginable. Lin Fei was very calm. Master, let me take that flaming black eagle. The little devil was also angry. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? After eating that guy, my body's strength will increase by a lot, and I can even copy his ability. Lin Fei trusted Little Fiend very much. So what if it was a mid-tier ancient beast? Little Fiend would soon be Little Fiend's meal. Lin Fei had to thank Xiao Ran for giving him such a gift. After refining the ancient beast, Little Fiend's strength would not need to rely on the system. Even if a great emperor were to make a move, Little Fiend would not be able to capture Little Fiend in a short period of time. At this moment, Fan Luoyu's face was covered with frost, staring at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, I will definitely kill you today. Xiao Ran thought nothing of it. Fan Luoyu, you are destined to be my woman. You are dreaming if you think you can kill me with your abilities. Later, I will let you see how the man you admire will be like a dead dog, lying at my feet, struggling at death's door. You're courting death. Fan Luoyu's cultivation level was not low, but compared to Xiao Ran, she was lacking by quite a bit. But with the silver moon saber, it was completely different. Voila! A holy light appeared. Xiao Ran couldn't react in time. His mind was quickly attracted, and he was momentarily at a loss. Fan Luoyu was secretly delighted. She had not expected the power of the silver moon saber to be so powerful. With one slash on Xiao Ran's shoulder, a large piece of flesh fell off, waking Xiao Ran up from the pain. Young master. The expressions of the quasi-martial monarchs in the sky changed as well. They were injured right under their noses. How were they supposed to explain themselves? How dare you attack young master? Kill. A tall quasi-emperor expert lifted his hand and threw a punch over. It was ferocious like a torrent and sealed the surrounding void. In the eyes of people like Fan Luoyu, this punch was a sure-kill punch. Silver light armor. Fan Luoyu was completely confident in the item that Lin Fei had given her. Once the silver light armor was on, it released a holy light that continuously weakened the opponent's attack. When it landed on her body, it lost its strength and was like an itch. What a magical item. It actually uses energy to block. It was also the first time that Fan Luoyu had seen such a magical item. That was an attack from a quasi-martial monarch, and she had actually blocked it. It was simply unbelievable. The treasure of an expert from an alternate dimension. The quasi-martial monarchs of the Xiao clan recognized it at a glance, and their expressions changed. As experts of an ancient clan, it was not that they could not see all kinds of secrets. Among them, the secrets regarding the alternate dimension were almost top secret. If they were not in the quasi-martial monarch realm, they would not be qualified to check it out. The treasure of an expert from an alternate dimension. Rumor had it that back when the alternate dimension entered the plane, it was basically all standard equipment. It could instantly arm an army and sweep across the great world. Among them, there was a set of equipment that was more eye-catching. That was the silver light armor and the silver moon blade. According to the words of the expert from the alternate dimension, this set of equipment was called silver light grade equipment. Above it was Jingguang grade equipment. Below silver light grade equipment was bronze light grade equipment. Every set of equipment was ordered by color. Among them, the silver light grade equipment was the most eye-catching. How many great emperor experts had experienced the power of silver light grade equipment? The only thing that they did not expect was that in their lifetime, they would actually encounter such a treasure from an alternate dimension. Now that it had appeared, how could they not change their expressions? Lin Fei did not make a move, as he wanted Fan Luoyu to experience the magical aspects of this set of equipment. Until Fan Luoyu made a move again, charging towards Xiao Ran, he finally made a move. Little Devil, go! Lin Fei released Little Devil. Peng! Anbar had been paying attention. The little demon appeared too quickly. It directly came out from below and hit Anbar's huge body with its head, sending him flying. His movements were fast, but Anbar was not easy to deal with. Blazing flames rose around him, and Little Devil was caught in the flames. Take down Lin Fei. Fan Qinglong gave the order. He could not help but be moved by the equipment on Fan Luoyu's body. 6 great emperor experts attacked Lin Fei's position at the first instance, no longer hiding their secret techniques. They wanted to injure the opponent first. Swoosh! The silver light armor landed on his body, and Lin Fei charged over. Peng peng peng! All kinds of attacks, all kinds of secret techniques, were blocked. Kill! The silver moon blade brought along a pure white light, slashing across their bodies. Fut fut fut! The attacks of 2 martial emperors instantly turned into one saber strike with boundless might. When Lin Fei executed it, they were momentarily dazed. They were doomed to a tragedy. One by one, their heads flew, and 7 bodies fell, including the top-notch puppet. This slash was too fast. Fan Qinglong's face was still filled with joy, but in the next second, he completely stiffened, and his body began to tremble. Impossible. 7 great emperor experts, how could he kill them with one blade? Fan Qinglong's pupils constricted, and he could not believe what had happened in front of him. 5th Prince, take my blade too. Swoosh! Light exploded, and a blade attacked. Fan Qinglong clenched his teeth, and he could not care so much. A large area of black fog blocked in front of him, and it collapsed in front of the holy light. It slashed down from the sky, and Fan Qinglong's blade was split apart. The strength is too great. Lin Fei shook his head. Xiao Ran and Bai Zhengfeng saw the scene in front of them, and their scalp went numb. Their first reaction was, "We've been tricked. Lin Fei is not a great emperor, but a great emperor expert." What the hell? They really could not believe it was true. 7 great emperor experts were killed with one blade. Fan Qinglong was also killed with one blade. Run. Without any hesitation, Xiao Ran turned and ran. Xiao Ran, leave your pathetic life behind. Fan Luoyu caught up, and her blade slashed continuously. That great emperor expert had long lost his fighting spirit, and he turned and ran, not caring about protecting Xiao Ran. Just as he got up, a blade attacked, and he was separated from the top. Fan Luoyu, you can't kill me. Xiao Ran tried to resist, but he could not withstand the support. Fan Luoyu continued to close in, and her blade attacked randomly. Patriarch, save me. Chapter 2645. Xiao Ran's combat ability was very strong. Unfortunately, he encountered Fan Luoyu this time. Equipped with Silverlight grade equipment, her defense was unparalleled. Xiao Ran's advantage was lost first. The Silver Moon Saber contained the assistance of Holy Light, and was affected again. Xiao Ran tried his best, but still could not block the continuous gleam of the saber. His mind was in a trance. You forced me to do this. Xiao Ran crushed a jade talisman, full of reluctance. That was a treasure. He did not expect his well-laid trap to be easily broken by his opponent. The moment the jade talisman was crushed, a formless and terrifying voice came. Who dares to kill my grandson? Xiao Ran was the grandson of an important person. The jade talisman was used to save his life. Ever since the last time, Xiao Ran had gone to the clan to beg for it, so that he would not be killed by Lin Fei. He did not expect to be forced to use it by Fan Luoyu. The voice came, but the person did not appear. Fan Luoyu's attack was dispelled. Her silver armor shone brightly, and she was sent flying. Silverlight grade equipment left behind by a powerful fighter from an alternate dimension. There was a hint of surprise in the voice. Lin Fei moved over and caught Fan Luoyu. Are you all right? I'm fine. Fan Luoyu nodded. Luckily I have the protection of the armor. You have to be careful. This should be the supreme power of a great emperor from the Xiao family. With Silverlight grade equipment, although Fan Luoyu was injured, it was not serious. Lin Fei, you forced me to use the jade talisman. This time, you will definitely die. Xiao Ran was ferocious. And you little b*tch, I will torture you slowly until you die. Lin Fei could sense the supreme might of the emperor in that voice. It was quite terrifying. If it was the previous time, Lin Fei would have turned and left. Now, he had the confidence. How dare you kill my grandson? Who gave you the guts? The voice came again. Then, a shadow tore through the void, and descended in the sky above the royal forbidden zone without warning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It flowed like water. The void crumbled, leading in the direction of Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu. As this overwhelming aura descended, the white-haired old man sitting cross-legged in the depths of the void above the Capital Institute suddenly opened his eyes. This aura is so familiar, right? One of the 2 emperors of the Xiao clan, Xiao Tiannan. The old dean tore open the void and appeared in the sky above the imperial forbidden area. He saw the figure. It was the Xiao clan's Xiao Tiannan, an early-stage emperor realm expert. Silverlight grade equipment from an alternate dimension? This kid is really extravagant, to actually make 2 set. With all Amos eyesight, he recognized it at a glance. We're in big trouble this time. Xiao Tiannan is famous for being narrow-minded. Right after he advanced to the Heavenly Emperor realm, he took revenge on a veteran 9th stage professional ranker. I heard that he dotes on Xiao Ran the most, and even refined a projection jade talisman. All Amos had thought that Lin Fei would take the 9th princess away on the day of the wedding, but he didn't expect it to be brought forward. From the looks of it, she seemed to have come out of the restricted area of the royal family. Doubts flashed through all Amos' mind. Lin Fei pulled Fan Luoyu behind him. The opponent was very, very strong. Even if it was just a projection, Its strength was very terrifying, reaching the peak of the 9th stage professional ranker. Open. Lin Fei concentrated and slashed at the water. It was a great emperor-level slash. The water was split by the slash. The power of this slash was not small, it guided the water's strength to split into two sides. The great array behind him suffered a calamity, collapsing continuously, a full 20% of it. You have some ability. Unfortunately, you are not a real great emperor and have not comprehended the emperor's will. You are just a brute with a bit more strength. The figure was very blurry, high above. I'll let you see what a real great emperor's means is. The figure stretched out his hand and pointed. Lin Fei instantly felt his scalp go numb. Invisible attacks came from all directions, hitting the silverlight armor on his body, and indirectly penetrated his flesh. It actually penetrated. Lin Fei was shocked. When that trace of power landed on his flesh, his body actually showed signs of collapsing. This was something that had never happened before. Ding. Detected the invasion of mysterious power. Eliminate. A rare notification came from the system. Eliminate. A Jingguang flashed in his body, and the stubborn mysterious power was cleansed. His body also returned to normal in an instant. Ding. Collected mysterious power. Ding. Analyzing. Just a phantom was enough to put Lin Fei in a difficult position. He truly realized how terrifying a great emperor was, and he seemed to have comprehended a different kind of power. I'll deal with this phantom first. If it was the real body, Lin Fei might be afraid. No matter how strong a phantom was, it couldn't be stronger than his own suppression. Lin Fei was determined. I'll transfer 10 great emperor attacks into a single slash. Transfer successful. Lin Fei held the silver moon saber with both hands and entered the void. He then flashed and appeared again, closing in on his opponent. Slash. The power of a single slash that contained 10 great emperor attacks was unimaginable. A barrier appeared around the illusionary figure, blocking the 10 martial monarch saber attacks. I've said it before. Just because you're strong doesn't mean you're strong. That's just the means of mortals. If you don't become an emperor, you'll always be a mortal. The phantom was neither hurried nor slow. Your secret technique is not bad. It can actually condense 10 great emperor attacks, and it's even a surprise attack. Lin Fei, you fake great emperor, let's see how arrogant you can be now. Xiao Ran laughed. Lin Fei could clearly sense that his opponent's barrier was emitting a unique force that was able to resist 10 attacks from a martial monarch realm expert. System, scan for loopholes. Lin Fei didn't believe that a phantom could be so powerful. Scanning. The system was scanning. I must find the loopholes. Lin Fei felt that he had to have a good chat with the old dean after this matter. It seemed that his understanding of great emperors was wrong. Scanning completed. Loopholes found. Lin Fei accepted the system's result. This happened in an instant. So the loopholes are here. Fortunately, it's a phantom. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to break it. Lin Fei smiled. Again, Lin Fei condensed another saber. Without any hesitation, the saber landed on the weakest part of the shield. The tyrannical saber slashed on the phantom. The phantom indeed looked down on a mortal. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was just a little bigger than an ant. Not to mention injuring him, he couldn't even break the shield. He actually found out. The phantom was stunned for a moment. The entire phantom was shattered. That kid actually succeeded. The old dean couldn't believe it. That was the phantom of a great emperor, a peak 9th transformation professional that contained emperor's intent. Yet, he was killed just like that. Chapter 2646. Old Ancestor. Xiao Ran couldn't believe the scene in front of him. His old ancestor had been destroyed by Lin Fei. Run. Without another word, Xiao Ran immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed out. He had no choice but to rush out. How can he be so strong? Xiao Ran couldn't accept it. He was so close. Xiao Ran, die. Fan Luoyu turned into a stream of light and chased after him. The silver light armor not only had defense but also increased speed. When she caught up, a gorgeous saber light shrouded over. There was no need for technique or ability. The saber light crush. Xiao Ran's speed wasn't as fast as Fan Luoyu. With the protection of the silver light armor, the silver moon saber was shrouded in holy light. How could Xiao Ran block it? He died under Fan Luoyu's saber chaos. Don't kill me, the voice stopped. Fan Luoyu's thoughts instantly cleared up. Phew, he's finally dead. Fan Luoyu knew that she would get into trouble, but she still killed Xiao Ran, a young master of an ancient clan. Good kill. Lin Fei laughed. Master, Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng have escaped and left a spatial imprint. Should we chase after them and destroy them? Little Fiend reminded. Lin Fei squinted and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. They will be trouble if we keep them alive. Let's kill them first. Swoosh. Lin Fei tore open the void and chased after them. In the void, the old dean took a look, sighed, and left. It seems to be the aura of the Xiao clan's great emperor. That Lin Fei is dead for sure. Fan Qinglong and Bai Zhengfeng, who were running, finally revealed a hint of joy on their pale faces. That soaring aura was too conspicuous. Not good, Lin Fei is catching up. Bai Zhengfeng's joy didn't last long. Through the treasure, he sensed that someone was catching up at high speed. Quick, split up. Only then will we have a chance to survive. Without any hesitation, the two fled to the left and right, hoping that Lin Fei wouldn't catch up to them. Slash. Lin Fei caught up with him and sneered. The silver moon saber flew out and turned into a white stream of light. With a terrifying speed, it caught up with Bai Zhengfeng and pierced his heart. Bai Zhengfeng had no time to react. So fast the white stream of light dove into the void and appeared once again, catching up to Fan Qinglong. The stream of light flashed, and Fan Qinglong's eyes widened. He truly died with a grievance. The silver moon saber returned to Lin Fei's hand. What a good item. Its speed is even faster than mine. Lin Fei also gave it a try. He didn't expect it to really work. Master, the speed of your silver moon saber reached 700,000 kilometers per second just now, but their flying speed is only 200,000 kilometers per second. This speed. What about me? Lin Fei asked in disbelief. Master's speed is slightly faster than them, but it can't reach 1,000,000 kilometers per second. If you go all out, you can reach 800,000 kilometers per second. Any faster, and Master's body won't be able to bear it. Lin Fei blinked. How can the silver moon saber be enough? This speed is comparable to a great emperor expert. There's no data for now. I need to collect data. This explanation. Lin Fei was convinced. After checking the silver moon saber, there was no problem. It was just that it consumed a lot of energy, which made his heart ache. Back to the imperial palace. Fan Luoyu was wearing the silver light armor. She looked valiant and heroic, and had a unique flavor. I killed your fifth brother. You won't be angry, right? Lin Fei appeared beside Fan Luoyu. Fan Luoyu sighed and shook her head. I'm not angry. He asked for it. If he had been an emperor, this wouldn't have happened. It's good that you killed him, lest he bewitched the other region lords. By then, the entire empire would be in chaos. Fan Luoyu was very clear about this point. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Now, the emperor of your empire is dead. The great emperor is also dead. Your imperial father is also dead. I don't know where he is. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid there would be great chaos. Fan Luoyu rolled her eyes. That's all because of you. Lin Fei was sweating profusely, and a thought flashed through his mind. How about this? There's no one in control of the empire now, and it's not safe. I think you can temporarily control the empire to prevent any accident. Ah. Fan Luoyu was shocked. Fan Luoyu agreed in the end. She couldn't bear for her father's empire to be in chaos. It would be a huge catastrophe, and many people would die. Lin Fei had the emperor's token in Fan Qinglong's hands. Fan Luoyu was indeed a strong woman. She gathered Fan Qinglong's trusted subordinates, launched a sudden attack, and suppressed them. At the same time, she used the token to mobilize the experts of the expedition guards, and suppressed the forces in the imperial capital that had sided with the fifth prince. Overnight, the imperial capital changed drastically. All the star fields in the empire were shocked. Far away in the ancient wasteland world, in a black secret chamber, a cold and gloomy aura reverberated in the secret chamber. The elder in green, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and beams of light pierced out. The void in front of him became riddled with holes, and it was a mess. Lil Ran has been killed. That bloodline had completely disappeared. You're not a great emperor expert, but you're so powerful. You even have silver light level equipment from an alternate dimension. No matter who you are, I'll kill you. While the empire was in shock, Lin Fei quietly arrived at the Capital Institute, entered the deep void of the institute, and found the old dean. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist coming. Isn't this an eye-opener? The old dean sat in a pavilion under a fake mountain, leisurely sipping tea, and looked at Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei sat cross-legged. Old dean, you've really tricked me. I almost couldn't accompany you to drink tea and chat here anymore. The old dean smiled. But you're still sitting here. You've really hidden your strength well. Even I want to know who you are. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it gently. Can you tell me more about the Great Emperor? For example, last night's situation with the Xiao clan's Great Emperor. The old dean smiled without saying anything. I'm willing to contribute another top-notch puppet. He was asking for benefits. Lin Fei said with a pained expression. He could only make 3 supreme-grade puppets a month. You're indeed a sensible child. I like people like you. The old dean said happily. He was just waiting for you to say that. What do you want to know? The old dean said readily. Just the basics of a great emperor, Lin Fei said. The old dean took a sip of tea. The great emperor level, as Xiao Tiannan said last night, will forever be immortal if you're not a great emperor. This is the dividing line. What's the dividing line? The great emperor level experts are first and foremost in the nature of life. Don't think that our lifespans are very long, but compared to a great emperor level expert, it pales in comparison. A great emperor level expert can at least live for 5 to a billion years, and as their realm breaks through, they can live even longer. Mortals can only live for 100 million years at most, and the physical body of a great emperor realm expert isn't an ordinary physical body, it's a higher level of life form, it's truly indestructible. Chapter 2647. All Amos shook his head. No, the indestructible body you know of is only the most superficial kind, the most superficial kind. In front of a true powerhouse, it's useless. A great emperor powerhouse can crush your flesh and blood with a single palm strike. Even with your powerful life force, the rebirth of your flesh and blood, being indestructible and indestructible, is just a joke. Lin Fei's expression became much more solemn. Rebirth of flesh and blood, indestructible and indestructible, Lin Fei knew that, but now, it sounded like it couldn't even withstand a single blow. All Amos also seemed to see through Lin Fei's thoughts, and said with a smile, if you don't become a great emperor, don't ever think of calling yourself indestructible and indestructible. That's just a joke. A great emperor powerhouse's flesh and blood involves a deeper level. Even if they're really smashed into pieces, they can still survive. They have a tyrannical and boundless life force, and even if they stand in front of you and let you attack them, you still won't be able to kill them. Lin Fei couldn't help but be dealt a blow. Originally, he thought that his strength was already very strong, and even if he encountered a great emperor powerhouse, he could at least put up a fight. At the very least, he would be heavily injured. Now, it seemed like he was just a joke. If he really encountered a great emperor powerhouse, he could only run away. Ever since I got the system, everything has been smooth sailing, and I've become arrogant and prideful. Little did I know, there's always someone better out there, and I almost fell for it. Lin Fei was inwardly glad that he had encountered a great emperor's projection in advance, and he knew how powerful a great emperor powerhouse was. It wasn't too late to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. A great emperor powerhouse's life form is the same, and it's very difficult for a great emperor powerhouse to kill a great emperor powerhouse in a fight. Unless there's a huge difference in strength, or if a great emperor powerhouse uses a divine weapon, it's impossible to kill a great emperor powerhouse. Apart from that, a great emperor powerhouse has many aspects that mortals can't compare to, such as speed. All Amos kept a top-grade puppet and did not mind telling Lin Fei in detail about the Great Emperor. In the eyes of us great monarchs, those who haven't entered the Great Monarch realm are still mortals, just powerful mortals. For example, a person like you might be strong, but there's still a gap in speed. You can only move 500 to 600,000 li per second at best, while great monarchs, even if they don't specialize in speed, can still reach a shocking 1,200,000 li per second. They can kill you as soon as you make a move. This is an absolute advantage. As for those who specialize in speed, their speed per second is even more terrifying. For example, in the Great Monarch Alliance, there's a Great Monarch expert who can reach a shocking 2,700,000 li per second, surpassing everyone else in terms of speed and standing at the peak. Lin Fei was shocked. I thought my silver moon saber was fast, but it's still not at the level of a great emperor. The fastest it can reach is 2,700,000 kilometers per second. That's even more terrifying. You won't even be able to react to his speed. The old dean could see the change in Lin Fei's expression. This is all secondary. This is all secondary. The reason why a great emperor-level expert is strong is because they have comprehended the emperor intent. When you fought with the apparition earlier, the emperor intent that came from all directions was not very strong. According to the 9th grade emperor intent, Xiao Qiannan's emperor intent is a 3rd grade emperor intent called penetrating emperor intent. It's extremely terrifying. If you weren't wearing the silver light grade silver light armor, your flesh and blood wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Fortunately, it was the apparition that attacked. If it was the real body, your silver light armor wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Lin Fei finally heard the information he wanted. Emperor intent. The Phantom's method of attacking me was an emperor intent attack. It's indeed a rather terrifying attack. It was able to penetrate my flesh even through the silver light armor. If it was the real body, Lin Fei didn't dare to continue imagining it. The strength of a great emperor expert is something you cannot imagine. Any great emperor expert does not comprehend a single type of emperor intent. The emperor intent can be increased, and with every increase in grade, its might will also increase. For example, Xiao Qiannan's penetrative emperor intent, and the next level is slicing, 3rd grade emperor intent. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. In the depths of the Academy's library, there are various secret manuals. Among them are explanations of emperor intent, as well as various branches. You can flip through them. It will be of great help to you. The old dean took out a token and threw it to Lin Fei. Also, you have to be careful of Xiao Qiannan. He holds grudges. The 9th princess killed his grandson. He will definitely come for revenge. Of course, it's impossible for a great emperor expert to deal with a junior like you. The Phantom doesn't count. The Great Emperor Alliance has a rule that great emperor experts are not allowed to act against mortals. However, Xiao Qiannan will find someone to do it. You better get the experts of your Avengers Alliance to come. It's best if it's a great emperor expert. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. I'm the Avengers Alliance, a lone member. What great emperor expert? Who can I get help from? He'll find an assassin? The old dean nodded slightly. Something like that. Don't look down on assassins. There's an assassin organization in the ancient wasteland called the Umbral World. It's a powerful assassin organization. As long as you can pay the price, anyone will assassinate you. You're pretty strong, but once you meet them, you'll be in big trouble. They're all fake great emperors who have condensed a trace of emperor intent. They're stronger than pseudo-great emperors. It's impossible to guard against them. Umbral World? Lin Fei was shocked. He had heard of this organization before. They dare to kill great emperor experts? The dean snorted coldly. What's there to be afraid of? The Umbral Realm's influence is too great, and it's not just limited to us. Speaking of which, I'll let you in on a little. You'll find out sooner or later anyway. The Umbral Realm is just a branch of the ancient wasteland world. Its influence is so great that even the 3 strongest experts of the Great Emperor Alliance wouldn't dare to offend it. Hiss. Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The 3 strongest experts of the Great Emperor Alliance didn't dare to attack the Umbral World. They even had to be polite to them. Could it be that there was an expert who surpassed the great emperor level behind them? Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine. The old dean continued to divulge some secrets. They were all very detailed information about great emperor experts. Emperor intent. Lin Fei returned to the emperor peak. He immediately opened the system to check on the situation of the battle. The sky curtain appeared and began to replay. Xiao Tiannan's penetrating emperor intent became infinitely detailed. At the same time, he took out the silver light armor. The armor was covered with tiny holes that were like the eye of a needle. As expected. Fortunately, I have the silver light armor to reduce a portion of the power. Otherwise, I'd really become a hornet's nest and be deader than dead. Lin Fei took a deep breath. System, can you replicate this emperor intent? Lin Fei sought help, at the same time. In an independent space in the ancient wasteland world, the space was pitch black. In this pitch black space, there was a brightly lit place. It was a majestic palace that was extremely eye-catching. Umbral Palace. Just like its name, it was filled with boundless darkness. Hua. A green-robed elder passed through the void and arrived in front of the palace. Chapter 2648. I want you to kill someone. The Dark Shadow Palace was pitch black as well. The green-robed old man entered and said to the endless dark void. His name is Lin Fei, and he is one of the managers of the Avengers. Please wait a moment. A cold, emotionless voice came from within the palace. The cyan-clothed old man was precisely Xiao Tiannan. He did not have the slightest bit of dissatisfaction as he patiently waited. Every time he came to the Dark Shadow Palace, he would feel an enormous pressure. His life instinctively reminded him that this place was extremely dangerous. Character information has been confirmed. One of the most well-known members of the Avengers, suspected to possess some kind of technological artifact, able to fight against a martial monarch realm expert, once slaying 7 martial monarch realm experts with a single slash. Difficulty rating, 5-star. Yellow-ranked assassins will be deployed, 10,000 monarch crystals, 10,000 heaven crystals. Xiao Tiannan's heart ached. Heaven crystals were not ordinary items. They contained a lot of energy and were even more valuable than energy wall stones. They were worth cities, and with such a price, one could buy a large number of energy wall stones. No problem. Enduring the pain of paying 10,000 heaven crystals, Xiao Tiannan turned around and left. Lin Fei, you're dead meat. Even an early-stage Emperor Realm expert would be killed by the yellow-ranked assassins of the Dark Shadow Palace if they weren't careful, let alone a mere mortal like you. Imperial College Library. Lin Fei smoothly entered the lowest level. There were a large number of ancient books, many of which were ancient. Everywhere was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei stayed on this floor for half a month. He read countless books, not missing a single one. Everything that the old dean had said was recorded here in great detail. To Lin Fei, half a month's time was a great harvest. He had accumulated all sorts of knowledge. Those who have condensed the monarch intent are martial monarchs. Their battle prowess would be doubled, and their life form would undergo a transformation, allowing them to easily kill quasi-martial monarch. The emperor's will is the emperor's heart, the great emperor's supreme. If the emperor's heart evolves once more, it will be able to cultivate a heavenly paradise and step into a higher level. Legend has it that the lifespan of a myth expert will reach 100 billion years. Lin Fei put down the book in his hand. In half a month, Lin Fei had a comprehensive understanding of the situation. If it wasn't for the large number of books, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that the Great Emperor Realm contained so much information. Exchanging a top-grade puppet for the right to read these ancient books is completely worth it. Apart from the information on the Great Emperor, there is also information on the 3 great mysterious forces of the world here. There were 3 mysterious forces in this world. He had thought that the Great Emperor Alliance was terrifying, but compared to these 3 factions, they were far inferior. Any one of them could crush the Great Emperor Alliance. The Dark Shadow Palace was a powerful assassin organization. According to the rumors, the Dark Shadow Palace did not have a headquarters in this world, but a branch. They were hidden in the endless darkness. The Dark Shadow Palace could kill anyone. The fees were very expensive. In order to kill a powerful Great Emperor expert, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to take out what they wanted. That branch only accepted heaven crystals, which was something of a higher standard. The old dean said that the Great Emperor expert of the Xiao clan is narrow-minded. Although I didn't kill Xiao Ran, that person will definitely blame it on me. They won't send assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace, right? If they do, they will at least send yellow-grade assassins. Earth-grade assassins, which are one rank higher, probably won't be sent. Many thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. I have to be careful. According to the rumors, the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace are very powerful and have grasped Emperor intent. If they have grasped Emperor intent related to Shadow, it will be even more difficult to guard against them. Lin Fei couldn't help but be worried. After flipping through countless books, the strength of a Great Emperor expert was magnified infinitely. Lin Fei had to be careful. The Dark Shadow Palace was an assassin organization. Corresponding to it was an intelligence organization called the Sky Palace. According to the records, the Sky Palace was also very powerful and had a branch here. The Sky Palace grasped all kinds of information in the world. As long as one paid the price, they could get the information. Apart from that, they would also monitor the 4 worlds, recruit all kinds of geniuses, and send them to different worlds to be nurtured. They were very powerful. Even the Dark Shadow Palace didn't dare to be too presumptuous. The 2 forces were evenly matched. The last force was called the Fire Luo Palace. This force was much more low-key than the other 2. Its influence in this area was very weak, and it almost never showed itself. No one dared to underestimate the power of the Fire Luo Palace. Each of these 3 mysterious forces was extremely powerful. According to the records, each of these forces actually had a legend expert, who was a supreme existence that had opened up a grotto heaven world. I have to guard against the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei frowned. He didn't believe that old thing Xiao Tiannan would let him go. If the assassins came, he would be the first one they would deal with. Little devil, is there any way to quickly grasp Emperor intent? Not cultivating Emperor intent was always a shortcoming. Any Great Emperor expert was abnormally powerful. Last time, the Phantom already made him uncomfortable. If he met the real body that day, he really wouldn't be able to fight back. The records also revealed that once one reached the Great Emperor realm, one could cultivate a doppelganger. This doppelganger wasn't an ordinary doppelganger, but a doppelganger created from the soul. Its battle strength was exactly the same as the real body. Even if the doppelganger died, it wouldn't affect the real body. Unless the opponent was too strong, and had a powerful secret technique to kill the opponent's doppelganger through the connection of the doppelganger. Such a secret technique was very rare. Almost no one in the world could learn it, and it was also a priceless treasure. This time, the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace would definitely send a doppelganger to kill him. The real body wouldn't appear. Even if it was a doppelganger, it still cultivated Emperor intent. It wouldn't make a difference if the real body wasn't there. Master wants to grasp Emperor intent, but it's still difficult at the moment. Little Devil's reply made Lin Fei very sad. Can't. What the hell? Can't I replicate it? The system doesn't have this ability yet. However, if Master allows the system to evolve, then it should be possible, Little Devil said. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Seems like there's only one way. He had to be on guard against the attack of a yellow rank assassin. Lin Fei started thinking. Let's go to the Demon God Empire. Determination flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. He couldn't wait for the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace to arrive. He had to go to the Demon God Empire as soon as possible. They should have collected a lot of intelligent equipment from the alternate dimension. After leaving the academy, Lin Fei first went to the dean to ask him to protect Fan Luoyu. Fortunately, he got a satisfactory answer. The dean had watched Fan Luoyu grow up, so he naturally wouldn't let anything happen to her. He even mentioned that the Dark Shadow Palace wouldn't kill people indiscriminately, so he didn't have to worry. You have a way to avoid the assassins from the Dark Shadow Palace? The dean was quite curious. We'll just have to take it one step at a time, Lin Fei said half-truthfully. After leaving all Amos, Lin Fei entered the palace and saw Fan Luoyu. In half a month's time, she had already grasped the power of the empire. She had given each and every one of the domain lords a warning, roped in a bunch of them, and quickly pacified the turmoil in the empire. Lin Fei briefly explained the situation. The three mysterious forces didn't mention anything, only saying that they were going out and would be back in a few days, so Fan Luoyu didn't have to worry. Fan Luoyu was also a smart person. She just looked at Lin Fei lovingly.